Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls.
Yeah, I did it. I went where no one should go. I watched the first 2 episodes of Velma. I'm not a hero. I'm just doing what any man would do in my position to protect the people he cares about. You. What I've just done today, this brave stunt, is basically diving on a live grenade in order to shield you from the unbearable, insufferable cringe of this show. Don't be deceived by this propaganda that's floating all around Twitter, where they're wiggling their finger or twirling their shirts over their head celebrating that Velma had the biggest premiere day for an HBO Max original animated series. Don't be fooled here. Don't let the devil pull the wool over your eyes here. This is a little Jedi mind trick here. The reason this had the biggest premiere for an animated show on HBO Max is because it's the only animated show left on HBO Max. They canceled every other cartoon they've ever fucking had, pretty much. It's been a huge controversy over the last, 6 months. They don't have animated shows left. Thus, this is the only one, so of course it's going to be the biggest premiere. This accolade is completely meaningless. It's like me proudly proclaiming that I have the largest wiener in this house right now, because I'm the only fucking person in this house. There's no competition. It doesn't hold any weight. Just because Velma had the biggest premiere for an animated show means absolutely nothing when there is no other animated shows on HBO Max that it competes with. So I don't think the show is popular for what it's worth, but I don't think I'm alone in being a hate watcher of it. I watched it knowing full well I probably wasn't going to like it. I was super open to being pleasantly surprised, but that didn't happen. In fact, the first 2 episodes are worse than I expected from watching the trailer. I was very generous and gave the smallest chance that perhaps the trailer only highlighted the show's stinkiest moments, but I was very, very wrong. The show is stinkier than 3 garbage trucks having sex in a sulfur factory. It is fucking terrible. And I'd like to go over some of it right now. So I've watched the first 2 episodes. I, of course, can't show any clips from it for obvious reasons, so I'm just gonna have to paint a picture of the things that I witnessed, the atrocities, the fucking torture. Obviously, this is all my opinion, but I do think you can make an argument that it's factual because everyone seems to hate this show, even critics. So I think this is just one of those, unifying moments where everyone comes together to hate something equally because the show is just that awful. Now, I will say, I do think a lot of this was actually written by ChatGPT. A lot of these jokes feel AI generated, and one thing that stayed consistent from episode 1 and episode 2 is they used the same joke formula at least 50 fucking times, and I'm not exaggerating. When they didn't know what kind of joke to make or how to inject humor into a situation when they were going over their quota for bad jokes to fucking ham-fist in here, they'd always fall back on the tried and true getting meta with its comedy. So they'll say things like, oh, this is that part in rom-com shows where we're supposed to kiss, but this isn't a rom-com show, so we shouldn't kiss. But if it was rom-com, we'd totally kiss right now. Or in the very first episode, they pulled a full-blown big mouth here where they just have asses of these high school 15-year-olds or whatever just all over the place in the showers. And they're talking about don't you ever find it weird how in rom-com shows, they really put a lot of gratuitous nudity and sexual references in their first episode, but then it kind of dwindles off and it's not indicative of the rest of the show. That's so weird, right? As their asses are all over the place. It's supposed to be really meta, haha, oh, they're in on the joke, haha, yeah, shows do that. It's so fucking tiresome and gets really, really grating. It's not just a bad joke, but it's a joke that's so bad and used so many times that it just begins to get frustrating to hear. Which is kind of an irrational response to hearing a bad joke, and I get that. But after the 50th fucking time of me hearing them set up that same thing of well, this is actually just like in that movie where I'm supposed to solve this mystery, but that movie had a weird ending, so I'm hoping that here that won't happen because, it's not a movie. It's just, I can't stand it. And they do it so often. Now, setting aside just that series of bad jokes, every joke in here isn't good. And it's not even close. I don't even think they tried to make good humor here. I don't really know what they tried to accomplish, but it's all over the place. So, first of all, they made Velma the most unlikable character in the show. She's a genuine douchebag, a huge asshole. She judges everyone, she's rude to everyone, she insults everyone, she's mean to literally everyone. Norville, who's supposed to be the equivalent of Shaggy in here, just confesses to Velma like he has feelings for her, and she laughs in his face, calling him like a fucking comedian loser because she'd never actually have any feelings for him. He's such an unlovable, unlikable loser. It's so humorous that he'd even pretend that he has a chance with her. So she just keeps laughing in his face about how it was such like a side-splitting, gut-busting joke that he has feelings for her because she just looks at him like a brother and nothing else. So it's so laughable that he'd actually feel that way. It's hard to like her in any capacity. She is like the actual embodiment of just the worst character. I don't know what they were thinking. I don't know if they're gonna like try and evolve her to be more likable as the show goes on. It kind of like hints that that's the direction they're going, but that's still a stupid direction to take it. You took the Scooby-Doo IP and borrowed the characters' names, and you didn't even bring Scooby with you, which I actually think is for the best now. After watching the first 2 episodes, I'm glad they took Scooby behind the barn and put him down because he did not deserve this. This is a fate worse than death. So I'm happy he's not here to be absolutely fucking ruined here. But they took the character names, they have Velma here, and they've made her fucking insufferable. Why? It's not a fun character arc to follow this person become less insufferable as she learns to stop being a judgmental piece of shit. But the crazy thing is, I wouldn't even care about the direction they took Velma if they just made her entertaining. Like if she could just make me laugh. But she couldn't. I started sweating from how much I wasn't laughing. Like my body knew this was supposed to be a comedy going into it, but there wasn't any ha-has. Everything out of Velma's mouth is just rude. And almost everything she says is about a person's skin color or like their occupation or what they're going through, like hardships, and shitting on them for it. She is just unlikable, like a character you can never root for in any capacity. It really feels like half the ideas they had for this show are just like the worst ideas you and your friends would have had 15 years ago, like, what if Velma was dealing drugs? Haha. And then it's in the show. Yeah, there's like a whole big arc of her dealing drugs poorly. And then at the end of the second episode, her and Daphne start making out, even though they've just been shitting on each other the entire show so far. But then they start making out. So that's pretty hype, I guess. The whole thing with this show is I really feel like all of it was so lazily thrown together. There's clearly not a whole lot of passion behind it, and it really feels like there's a deep-seated hatred of the Scooby-Doo IP in general here with what they're doing to this thing. It's just bad. But if you are a tiny dick joke enthusiast, man, do I have some good news for you. You're going to get a lot of bang out of your buck from this show, a lot of mileage from that, because there are so many jokes about Fred having a tiny penis, and every time it makes you just slap your knee with a big old smile on your face because it's so good. I'm also being a bit fast and loose with the definition of a joke here because they don't actually make jokes about Fred's small cock. They just say that he has a small cock often. There's not like a joke attached to it. They're just like, oh yeah, and then Fred has a small wiener. And that's it. Like, there's nothing more to it. It becomes like a plot point, like Fred has a small wiener, so he might have killed one of the girls because she might have seen his small penis. And that's the joke. After having watched the available episodes, I once again have to wonder, who is this for? I just can't imagine any audience that would sit down and actually have a hoot and a holler watching this show. It doesn't accomplish anything. It doesn't make you laugh. It isn't enjoyable, doesn't have a good story, doesn't have good writing or characters. There's no characters that you could even possibly like in the show. It's all just so flat, boring, and if it's not just boring, it's just infuriating to watch because it just keeps repeating the same fucking shit over and over again throughout 2 episodes. Like, I don't understand how they thought that was a good idea. Even if you go into this a huge fan of that style of writing where it's like, well, this is the part in rom-coms where this happens. Oh, this reminds me of that rom-com where that happened. Even if you love that style of writing, they do it so much in here that by the end of it, I have to imagine you're going to hate it. It's just not good at all. So early moist meter is looking like a 10% here, but we'll see how the rest of the series goes. That's about it. See ya. Do you see the Bored Ape game comes out? No way. No way. Is that actually coming out? Oh, wow. First Bored Ape NFT game cost $2,300 for 3 weeks of play. Oh my. Oh goodness. I don't know if that's accurate or not yet, since I clearly don't know anything about it, aside from the tech demos they used to show, which were absolutely laughable jokes. You have to pay hourly for access to the game or something. Bored Ape Yacht Club's next chapter, what you need to know about sewer passes, the skill-based mint, and more. The skill-based mint, huh?
A whole lot's happened in the swamp recently. Let's recap.
I'll do a quick recap for you. NFTs have never been less valuable. Recap's over. It crashed and burned.
We started down here. Competed for glory when we got over here. And a whole bunch of other really cool stuff took place in between then and now.
And it's all gone.
It all started when Jimmy took a shit so atomic, he ripped a damn hole in the space-time continuum. Curtis was handed a mysterious box and a key from another universe, but instead of opening it, they partied. And now the
Is this where
key is
Justin
inconveniently
Roiland went
stuck
after the
inside
whole
Jimmy's
domestic
back
violence
door.
stuff?
His,
You write this?
chocolate pocket through the sewer. Starting January 17th, each ape and mutant can claim a sewer pass that grants access to the bowels of the yacht club for a skill-based
So
mint
cool.
called
Hype.
Dookie Dash that begins January 18th.
Like, how there has to be some level of shame when you're Bored Apes were very expensive. Now they're probably worth less than a pack of cigarettes, but at one point they were very expensive. How can there not be that level of embarrassment where, like, I spent thousands of dollars for my Dookie Dash? Like, you're telling your friends about, like, your investments, like, guys, you guys really need to get the sewer pass from the latest Bored Apes. It allows you for 5 Dookie Dashes in the skill-based mint through the glorb hole. Like, that's wild to me. Like, you actually have to be fucking stupid and shameless to think this is a good idea. It just sounds embarrassing.
Per bored ape or mutant ape you own, and there are
Nice.
special tiers if you have a doggo to go with.
Oh, the doggo, of
What
course,
you've got,
naturally.
Your sewer pass may include a
Big
sweet
Doge.
bonus.
What about a
Wild apes
Chungus?
are the only ones who can claim a sewer. On January 18th, the sewer will open.
Woo!
The trans-dimensional
Can't wait to
portal
go in the sewer,
plugs
see the
sewer
Ninja
with
Turtles.
powerful fragments from another universe.
Wow.
You'll want to collect these fragments, and some are worth more points than others. Watch out for obstacles and survive as long as you can to rack up more points.
It's so beautiful. This is the game. This is not what I saw originally. They tried to do a Bored Apes MMO. I thought that's the game that was coming out. This is legitimately a flash game from Addicting Games, pretty much. But this is one that you have to put a lot of money into. It's a fucking NFT game. And not only an NFT game, a Bored Ape one, which was the most expensive NFTs.
Pay attention, this next part is important.
You've got my undivided
Your
attention.
high score in the game is tied to the combination of your wallet and your sewer pass. If you give away your pass or it gets
Oh,
moved
no!
to another wallet, the score does not go with it.
Oh my god.
It's now after scores are validated, your sewer passes will be eligible for the most exciting part yet.
No more excitement. It's too much. Oh,
Gary,
ah!
the great dog prophet has been studying
Gary!
the box that Curtis received. And thinks conditions are right to
How much
perform
money?
a summoning ritual that will bring incredible power sources from another dimension
Oh my God.
to our world.
Wubba lubba dub dub.
Gary will be watching you in the sewer. So keep those sewer passes close by. The reveal is just the
My god,
beginning.
those sewer
Your
passes are
power
worth more than
source will be
gold.
able to evolve through a sequence
diamonds.
of various ape coin powered minigames. But before you go posting about it on Twitter, screenshot this
Nobody
graph
did.
so you have something to
Just to illustrate the massive fall off on NFTs, this flew so far under the radar, none of the like crypto bro brainwashed NFT drone bots even bothered posting about it. I never heard about it, and I am glued to these kind of goofy NFT fumbles. And this video would have been something that would have been dunked on by like half of the people on YouTube, and no one even bothered talking about it. That is how far off, or how far they have fallen. Beautiful. Absolutely, they have really hit the shitter. They are deep in the sewer without a pass to get them out. Poetic. Sewer passes are being offered for sale for absurd amounts of money. The floor price for a sewer pass on OpenSea translates to nearly $3,100 in real money. The total volume of sewer pass sales on OpenSea at this moment stands at 13k ETH, which works out to nearly 21 mil. And some fucking goofball paid $9,700 for a tier 4 sewer pass. Those are still very high numbers. Still plenty of gullible idiots parting with some money. I imagine it's only whales left, though. Because this used to be nothing to Bored Apes. Bored Apes was a multi-billion-dollar business. So their big game here only doing 21 mil total. That's quite a colossal fall off. But it is higher than I would have thought, given how little people even discussed it. This is insane to me. Who are they buying to flex it to? I don't think they're doing it to flex anymore. They truly think they very much adopted that belief as, you know, buying the dip. All of the NFTs are in that big dip, and they are thinking that they're 10 steps ahead, that they're buying the dip and they're going to make a ton of money in the future. Though I just don't see a world where shit like NFTs, Bored Apes bounce back and the hysteria starts again. It's a fucking joke, and it's become synonymous with scams. So I just don't see that happening. But who knows? Maybe it does. And maybe all of the people that have a sewer pass and a dookie dash are going to be the prophets. The ones that saw the future and made out like bandits. We minted 2 sewer pass, and this is what we did.
Ladies and gentlemen, right of the
when does the game start?
Anyway, opinion of which was the pro-wrecking long, pretty much floor.
Okay.
Back, yeah. After this, got for the pass, obviously.
Cool. Amazing gameplay. Here we go. A Dookie Dash high score run. You'll pay 2 ape coin for a power shart pack. If it was free, it would actually be like charmingly shit. But keep in mind, this is $3,100 for access to this game for 3 weeks, and then you're paying money on top of it for a power shart pack. They are actually laughing in your face. They are feeding you shit, literally, and you're paying for it. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. I have no sympathy for all the people that have lost incalculable amounts of money on this. What a joke. Did he get the power shart? Nice, good power shart. This should be a good run then. Alright, we're in. Let's go, gamers. Woo! Move over, Elden Ring. There's a new sheriff on the block. Oh, yeah. Oh boy, we're going in. This is a 65,000 point power shart. Oh! And there goes $3,100. Cool. Let's go. Awesome. Looks like an old Cartoon Network website game. True, except those games slapped. Those games were good. I still remember the Dexter's Lab one where you do electric fences in order to like herd chickens. My favorite was the Ed and Eddie Cart Bash game. That one was good. I think another absolute banger was the Evil Con Carne one where it was battle islands. So you'd equip your island with a lot of weaponry to fight the other island. It was really fun. Alright, I gotta take a fat shit real quick. All of this Dookie Dash really got my bowels cooking. I'm gonna go drop a little sewer pass in there. I'll be right back. The world is in a very weird state right now. Corruption has sunk its fangs into everything around us. The price of eggs just keeps going up. You could get a single carton of eggs for the same price as a down payment on a Tesla. I can't believe the wacky state of the world. Who would have thought? But by far, the biggest display of injustice in our society was something that took place last night at the Streamer Awards. The Streamer Awards are an annual, high-quality production spearheaded by Cutie Cinderella. It's an event that every human being on the planet looks forward to every year, and they make the Oscars ceremony look like a participation trophy awards show for the second-string JV sports clubs at a high school. It's an amazing and fun event that just brings everyone in the space together to just have some fun, and it's voted on by fans to just kind of celebrate the space. As you all know, last year, I was the recipient of the prestigious Variety Streamer of the Year category. This year, Radio Silence. I wasn't nominated for anything. Now, me being an adult and being the strong, hulking, masculine embodiment of what it means to be a testosterone-fueled titan, I can handle that. I'm okay with it. I understand. But not everyone is as mentally strong or has my level of fortitude. So there were riots, there were protests at the Streamer Awards ceremony. And I kind of just want to talk about that a little bit because I think it's important too.
Dude, it suits you, man. Huh? It suits you like the fancy. For real? I'm nervous.
I watched it unfold live. The chaos was almost too much for me to bear. People protesting on my behalf, I never would have wanted such a thing, but as you could see, it was inevitable. I wasn't nominated for any categories, and people, they had enough. So, as you can see, a few rioters showed up there. I don't know those men, and I can only imagine the ones that didn't make it that must have been protesting right outside. But these three noble heroes snuck in. As you can see, they're strategically planted in the blind spots of security, like a game of fucking Assassin's Creed. They had no idea they were there. And, well, it only escalated from there.
As far as anyone who's anyone is
What?
here...
What?
Wait,
What are we doing here?
They gotta work on
Wait,
security.
what are we
You got some
doing?
fucking
What are we
hooligans
doing?
turning
What are
up.
we-
Pretty
Guys,
much, we were nominated this year, and it's a bigger spit in the face than spitting in God's face. It's like slapping God on his freaking ass and then asking him to come show up anyways. I don't know why we were nominated if you don't have the respect to give us the time of day.
Is this a protest?
Yeah, this is a protest. Yep,
protest,
you
yeah.
got it right on the dot.
I think that
Y'all
they have
make me
something. I
feel
think
like
they're onto something.
moistcritikal right now.
Yeah.
A second
what does
class
that even mean?
citizen. A second class citizen.
Oh, because two.
It's like an afterthought, but not like a good afterthought like the Chow Garden in Sonic Adventure Battle 2. More like a bad afterthought like the script in Avatar: The Way of Water.
Yeah, have you ever heard of the franchise Hunger Games? That's my arm right there.
He's speaking facts.
I kind of carried the franchise, and you
Hollywood
didn't have
royalty.
the guts to nominate us. So now we're on
Hollywood royalty,
protest.
and yet
All right, okay, well, let me ask you
won
guys,
last year.
what should you have been nominated for?
Everything.
Yeah, everything. Yeah.
Agreed. They're onto something.
Yep.
Look, let me show you something. What
Yep.
we have here is Brendan Fraser's talented actor Bathwater.
Yep.
What?
So, when he was filming The Whale, after the shoot, he took off the fat suit, and for about 6 hours each day of shooting, he would soak in a bath. This is 75% Brendan Fraser sweat,
Don't drink
25%
it.
water.
Don't drink it. Don't
Well, let him
drink
take a swig. It's like
Don't
a,
drink
it's
it.
like
Don't drink it.
nectar.
It's gonna mess me up.
I'm a big fan of
Don't
The
drink
Mummy.
it.
Well, when you drink
They're treating Brendan Fraser's sweat like it's poison, which is honestly insulting. I imagine if that truly was his sweat in the jar, like I imagine it would be, probably ethically sourced right from Brendan himself, you'd be lucky enough to be able to try some of that absolute sweet potion. That'd be like a panacea. It'd heal all your wounds, make you taller, put more hair on your chest. Like, what a generous gift they came bearing. This is the most peaceful protest I've ever seen in my fucking life.
For you.
These homeless men are really upset. I told you the corruption has really angered the entire community.
You're watching moistcritikal stream of this.
Charlie, and Charlie's stream. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it's kind of funny you came back to us right now because you didn't have the courtesy to nominate us. It's kind of like spitting in God's face and then asking him to beg for forgiveness. It's kind of pathetic.
Back
I give
at
it
it
back because
again.
I figured that was for you. So.
All.
What was
right.
that for me? I don't know who those guys are. It's just they're as
We
upset
are
as everyone
going
else is
to-
about this whole situation.
I'm gonna
honestly, it's a
come down
shame
right down
that I wasn't
here,
nominated,
so
and they've
then
had enough.
Valky
clearly.
Ray.
This is me extending an olive branch. I'm calling for a ceasefire. This anger is misplaced. It's not the way of the Jedi. This is a fan-nominated ceremony, which means I fell off. That means my stream wasn't clapping cheeks the way it was last year. And as hard as it is to take responsibility, there's really only one place you can point your finger, only one entity to shoulder the blame, and that's everyone but me. It's actually a giant conspiracy on the same level as Hollow Earth. There's some true foul play going on behind the scenes, not only in the community, but on the platform itself. I ask you, when was the last time my stream was on the front page of Twitch or even recommended on Twitch? Do I hear zero? Because that's the correct answer, which is weird. I mean, I do a lot of innovative, cool shit on Twitch. Like, just like a month ago, I was talking about Bill Cosby's upcoming comedy tour, and even chat was being very helpful with giving, like, ways to survive. You know, bring your own snacks. If you start yawning, immediately dial 911. Like, we go over important topics. We do crazy shit. Like, I played Sons of the Forest really fast, and I only cried twice because of how fucking bad that game was and how awful and boring the speedrun was after the fucking 20th time of running it. Point is, I mean, like, hey, you know, these streams, you know, they're just as good this year as last year. I mean, so something must have gone wrong. There must have been some kind of outer forces at work in order to keep me suppressed, or perhaps they didn't want me to win too many times, which I think is probably the leading theory. But regardless, it's clearly not me who's hurt. I'm not the one offended. It's pandemonium on the streets right now of LA. Those were only 3 protesters that made it inside the venue undetected. But I've seen pictures, I've read reports about thousands upon thousands showing up wondering, where's moistcritikal at? You know, I wasn't on the ballot. You know what, it's not important though, because at the end of the day, the event was fucking amazing. QT Cinderella and the entire production team absolutely outdid themselves. This was bigger and better than last year, and I fucking loved watching it. Huge thanks to QT Cinderella for letting me even watch party it in the first place. I really wanted to go, but I do have a legitimate debilitating fear of flying, so that was kind of off the table, and it's literally like a 3-day road trip from where I'm at to get to California, and that's just a very difficult thing to make happen. So I couldn't be there myself, but she allowed me to still co-stream it and watch it with the chat and celebrate and just be part of the fun. But luckily, you know, I've cloned myself, we have doppelgangers, and they were able to attend in my place, and they made a very fun spectacle out of it. Of course, they were kissing each other, per usual. I still don't fully understand why, but like if you watch the Twitch highlight of the Streamer Awards, when the Charlies are on screen, they do a threesome kiss for some reason. It's fantastic work. Absolutely. I guess that is what I'm known for, you know, kissing myself. Just a really huge thanks. I always appreciate that they're willing to do something like that, and it's become just a cherished tradition at this point. So big thanks to Joel Haver, Kevin Amarillo, and Demetrios Michalikis. I think it's always just spectacular. So I just want to talk about this a little bit because the Streamer Awards are something that I think is very special. I always love, like I mentioned, when a creator does something big and branches out from just standard content online from like gaming or talking or whatever and doing these huge productions and taking a risk like this. And QT does it like no one else does. The production, the event, is unlike anything else in the space. It's a huge venue, very professional, and just so well put together and fun, and it always just... It deserves a huge round of applause from everyone who enjoys live content or anything like that because it's spectacular. So I just wanted to highlight that and the great work her and her team have done for this. Absolutely fucking killed it. Can't wait for the next one next year. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap. Issue 3 is out right now at godslapbook.com. You can find links below in the description. Go check it out.
Initiating moisture.
John Wick is more than just an outstanding franchise. It's a nearly perfect franchise. Not only does it not have a bad movie, it doesn't even have a bad moment in any of the movies. At least nothing that I can think of at the top of my head. Even John Wick's skin in Fortnite is the best skin in that game. Everything from John Wick, the universe, and everything around it is just high quality. It just oozes beauty. And I am happy to say John Wick 4 is the best one in the entire franchise. This movie is unreal. It puts the fill in film, because I was filling my fucking pants watching this one. This one was incredible. Everything you have come to expect from John Wick is not only present, but it's done even better in this film. Somehow they just progressively get better. Usually most films immediately fall off going into the sequel. Somehow John Wick as a franchise just gets better and better and better. Like, it's evolving. Everything you have heard about John Wick 4 is not only accurate, it's underselling it. There is not a moment in this movie where I wasn't having fun. Now, of course, you're going to have to suspend disbelief, and I already can see a couple people whining about it, like, why did John Wick activate infinite ammo glitch during the motorcycle chase scene? And it's like, okay, yeah, so what, he shot 50 bullets from the single mag in that pistol. Who gives a fuck? Who cares? It's still really cool. And it is realistic for the most part when it comes to a lot of its action, like the way the fights play out. It's not like John Wick is just like this immortal, invincible killing machine. He is damn near immortal, but he's not invincible. In fact, even when fighting just common grunts like Old Pop Wiggleberry, who picked up his blunderbuss and charges him for the bounty, like, he'll get damage from that. Like, he fights hordes and hordes of bad guys, and all of them get their licks in. And he feels it, and you can see it on him. He wears and tears, he's not in his prime, but he is still an absolute killing machine. This film never lets off the gas for even a millisecond. Anytime John Wick steps outside, if he found like $1 on the ground and he goes to collect it, he's immediately ambushed by 50 assassins and he has to murder all of them. And it is always creative how he does it. It is so satisfying watching John Wick beat ass. But not only is it satisfying to watch him beat ass, they introduce 2 new characters that are equally fun to watch. Donnie Yen is in this film. He plays Kane, and Donnie Yen is one of my favorite action actors. I've actually followed his career ever since Shanghai Nights. I was blown away by his performance in that film as a kid, so I followed pretty much most of his movies. Killed it as Ip Man, but has been kind of highly underrated in like the Western spotlight, I would argue, but he is always a joy to watch, and he shines in this film. He plays a blind assassin who's friends with John Wick, and he is so fucking good here. And the two of them, you know, they banter a bit, I guess as much as John Wick's character allows him to, because John Wick doesn't say much. He's a man of few words, more of just a man of focus and raw ass. So, you know, Donnie Yen will be cracking some jokes at him, and, you know, John Wick will go, yeah, no. And it's pretty cool. Like, I mean, like, it's just fun. I don't know, it's cool. And there's also another new character they introduced called Mr. Nobody, and he has a dog that's with him, and that's kind of his shtick. He's great at tracking down John, and his dog kills people. He's also an expert at hand-to-hand combat and shooting and killing. Like, there is no bad characters in this film, because all of them are really fun to watch. The choreography here is the best in all of cinema. John Wick has the best stunt team, the best choreographers when it comes to its action, and the best way of filming it. Towards the end of this movie, there is probably one of my top 10 favorite action sequences I've ever watched. I don't want to spoil it, but it's this sequence of John Wick when he's getting attacked from all angles in this building, and they bring the camera up. So now you have this top-down view that almost looks straight out of a video game of John Wick going room to room, clearing it with a dragon's breath fucking shotgun. So he's going through, killing people with this dragon's breath shotgun. They're getting lit on fire. He's fucking triple tapping them, like absolutely blowing them to pieces. And he's still, you know, beating their ass with the hand-to-hand combat, like throwing them around, getting them in an arm bar, breaking their arm off, shooting them with the dragon's breath. It's so cool. And this camera follows it around top down through like 6 different rooms like that. And it is so good. It is so creative with how it films its action, and it is never disorienting. With how much action goes on in these films, you would think at some point they'd get like shaky cam and be hard to make out what's going on. Never the case in this franchise. And in John Wick 4, it's the best it's ever been. I cannot praise this movie enough. Now let's talk about the narrative. I love the universe of John Wick. I love the table hunting John down. John has broken all the rules. He's, you know, coming for scalps now. The Continental, the way the whole world is set up to allow all of these assassins to exist in it and make it feel like believable and alive, I think is done really well. This film has a pretty strong narrative, not so much like with the craziness or like the depth of it, but in the way that it acts as a vehicle to get you to interesting locations for interesting, fun fights with great set pieces and incredible moments. The characters I do think are strong, though. I still think Winston is a great character. I think he's really fun to watch. I love his lines as well. They do introduce a new villain here, whom I like, but is never really like scary or intimidating because he kind of just delegates everything to other people to do it for him. So he never really has a ton of moments where it's like, whoa, shit, you know, this guy's a fucking menace or anything. It's just, oh, this guy's got a lot of money, so he's paying people to do all of his work for him. Kind of a bitch, right? But I don't think he's bad by any means, and he has cool lines. I still like how he called John Wick a ghost looking for his graveyard. I don't know why, but that one just kind of stuck out to me. It's like, oh, that was kind of badass. But that's like the only time he says anything super badass. Other than that, it's usually him just like, hey, you go kill Wick for me. And that's the extent of his like presence. So he never really comes across as like this, you know, ass-beating machine on the same level as the rest of the cast, but I don't think he was supposed to either. Overall, though, I do like the narrative. I thought it was pretty strong. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is, this is a bit of a nitpick, but it is something I do want to call attention to. There is a couple moments in this film where like, even when suspending disbelief, you have to be like, huh, what the fuck? Why is that the case? This isn't a spoiler either. So, like, for example, they're fighting in this club, And John Wick is full on shooting people in the face. Like he grabs someone's head, he fucking puts the gun underneath their mouth and blows their fucking brains out on the dance floor. And people take notice. Like you can see the people around him watching. He's stabbing people with hatchets. He's shooting people in front of them. And the people are not only watching, they just keep dancing as all of this is happening. And the music is playing. It's a really cool scene, but it's like, these are just normal people. They've established that this is like kind of a normal club. All of those like random civilians aren't assassins. And yet they're just watching people get brutally murdered in front of them. And they continue to fucking whip and nay-nay out there on the dance floor. So it's one of the things that like, oh, that's kind of weird. Why wouldn't they like run away? And then eventually they do run away, but for no reason almost. John Wick has killed 30 different dudes on the dance floor in front of all these people. They've even formed like this high school fight circle around it, watching John Wick kill some of these guys. And they're still just celebrating it and dancing. And then towards the end, they run away because John Wick kills someone a little too brutally. And they're like, oh shit! Oh, now it's serious. And that happens again towards the end of the film where they're fighting on a crowded street. And there's just a full-blown shootout, fully automatic rifles going crazy. Cars getting blasted as they're going by, people getting thrown into cars as they're getting blasted, or as they're getting, driving by. It's just pandemonium. And it goes on for like fucking 20 minutes of people just getting hit by cars that keep coming through or shooting through cars, using car doors, using cars as weapons. But these are normal civilians driving the cars. They're just on a public road. You would think when the shooting started, people would stop going through that intersection that this fight is happening at. You would think the cars would be like, oh fuck, and then swerve the other way instead of just keep like going straight into the gunfire. Because again, they are normal people. And there's people just getting thrown through the windshield of these vehicles, and then still other cars are just, come strolling right on through, just zooming by. So it's just one of those things where it's like, it doesn't make any sense. Why would they stay there? Why would they do that? Not that it's a big deal, it is just a nitpick. I wanted to point that out because it was very silly. And I think it was supposed to be silly, like I think it was very self-aware with it, but it's something I would like to call attention to. It's not like a big complaint by any means, but I do have one actual complaint. I do have a complaint, and I can't get into the specifics because it's a spoiler, but they've done one thing in this movie that I commend them on, but I don't think it landed as well as it needed to. When you see the film, I think you'll know what I'm referring to, and that's just kind of my take on it. It's something that I feel they've wanted to build and they've wanted to really flesh out, but I just don't think it hit as hard as it wanted to, and I do think that that's a little underwhelming. I don't think it was bad by any means, but it was just a little underwhelming how a certain moment played out. So that's all I can really talk about without spoilers, but again, I don't think it was anything bad or anything close to that. Plugging John Wick 4 into the Moist Meter, I'm so happy to give this a 95%. I think this is an absolute must-see movie. This is a movie that is just beyond exciting to watch. It is like non-stop, super fun, beautiful, excellent, over-the-top action with a really great cast of characters that all get amazing moments to shine and really pretty shots. There's some really nice shots in here as well that I'd like to point out. I love this movie. I think it is the best in the franchise. So, yeah, I highly recommend it. That's about it. So, yeah.
As most of you know, we started our own comic book series called Godslap. Everyone who's read Godslap so far has unanimously agreed that it's the best comic ever produced, and Godslap is well on its way to becoming the biggest name in all of comics, overthrowing Marvel within the next 5 years, according to recent scientific projections that I'm pulling out of my ass. It's a passion project created by myself, Jackson, Danny, and Matt, and we brought in an industry veteran named Aubrey Sitterson to help write it with us, and we're extremely proud of what we've created. Issue 1 and 2 are already out, and Issue 3 came out today, as of right now. Issue 3 is available at godslapbook.com, and per usual, this is the standard cover, but we also have 2 limited edition variants, which will only exist until they're sold out, and then they'll never be reprinted. So they're available at godslapbook.com. I'm sure most of you have heard of the carnivore diet by now. It's not exactly so much a diet anymore as it is just a full-blown personality that people adopt, a full lifestyle now where their whole identity is, I only eat meat. And oftentimes it consists of consuming a lot of raw meat. And I've always just been fascinated by this raw meat eating community
because I just don't get how they're not, like, plagued by trichinosis and infested with countless tapeworms, like an absolute nightclub of tapeworms in their gut. Because for me, if I eat a potato chip that's one day past the sell-by date, I get sick. Like, I get an irpy stomach. But meanwhile, they're out there consuming fermented meat that they leave out in the sun until it becomes what they call high meat, which is literally just fucking rotted poison meat. And they'll just eat that and they're totally fine somehow. It blows my mind. But anyway, I'm getting carried away. The reason I'm talking about carnivores today is because there's one that's blowing up on TikTok right now because they've made a spectacle out of their meat eating. And make no mistake, this guy eats more meat than an Aiden Ross fan. He's posted like hundreds of TikToks now doing like these goofy meat eating stunts. And I call them stunts, but it's not like he's doing a backflip while eating a beef liver or something like that. The stunts he does is like, I'll cook a steak in a sink and then I'll eat it and shit like that. And I'm sure you've seen a lot of the content because it's been getting big on Twitter as well. I had to cut out the music, but it's him making this steak in a sink and then eating a stick of butter with it. It's revolting. I couldn't imagine a worse meal or an easier way of contracting some kind of foodborne illness. But this is the content. He is legitimately consuming that. He's not spitting it out, he seems to be enjoying it as if this is an average meal for him that makes his tummy smile. Like, it is mind-blowing. And don't you worry, of course this guy is going to be a member of the Clean Plate Club. He gets every morsel of food in there. I do want to point out that it's extremely possible and even highly likely that he didn't actually eat the steak that was being cooked by the hot water in the sink. We don't see him grab that steak and put it on the plate. He could have swapped that out for a normally cooked steak. But I mean, he still ate a full fucking stick of butter in that case, which is just a gross idea in and of itself. And I wanted to talk about it because not only is it just wild and wacky, but I'm also pretty sure the guy behind the account is very self-aware with what he's doing and he's just made it like his gimmick. But what's crazy is he's so committed to the bit in the character that he actually does eat raw testicles. He eats full sticks of butter. He actually consumes it. But I'm almost confident, like 100% confident, that he knows it's like a joke and he's playing a character. I've never seen someone do so much method acting in my life, if that is truly the case, if I'm correct about that. Like, he has made his carnivore diet more of like a freak show thing. So he's making testicle butter pops, where he takes a raw testicle, puts a stick of butter in it, and bites it, for example.
Guys, if you have never had a testicle butter dog, you need to try this. Raw testicle with a little sliver of butter on the inside. There is seriously nothing better. This is going to give you all the signaling molecules to get you bucked up, and the healthy fats support your brain and your hormones. This is my favorite snack.
I'd also like to point out here that it's extremely possible he spit that out right after the TikTok finished. He just projectile vomited it out. We don't actually see him swallow it. I really do think, based on the way he talks and some of the things he says in the videos, that this whole thing is supposed to be a comedy persona that he's adopted and fucking giving his all to, out there at 110%. I'd like to give you an example on what I think is like the most obvious case of him kidding around with this whole thing, but it's very weird even still. Even if I'm right, it's still weird regardless. But this is a video he made where it's like some kind of bull penis snack.
Silly rabbit, pizzles are for kids. Today we're making my favorite breakfast cereal, Pizzle-O's. This will have the kids begging for it. By now you guys know I'm a huge fan of bull pizzle recipes, so all you're going to do, you guys know this by now, you're going to put your penis in a pot of boiling water. And it's going to take a while, so be patient. That's what it's going to look like when it's done. And before I do anything, I always rub my pee-pee with butter. And then you're going to cut it up nice and fine. Again, nobody wants to choke on the pizzle, so make sure they are nice and small. And this one still had a little junk in the tubes, but that's totally fine. It just adds to the flavor, and it just tastes so good, in my opinion. And once you're done, you're just going to add it to your bowl, and you can add a little bit of milk, but I like it straight. Let me know how you like this recipe.
I think it's super creepy that he keeps mentioning kids when talking about the penis snack, saying that the kids will be begging for it. I think that's super creepy regardless of the intention of the videos. But I do think this one is a clear demonstration that this is all supposed to be a bit because it's so over the top. Also, I think it's very important to notice that he made a cut. So he did have bull penis. He had that whole fucking bull wiener, and he did cut it up, put it in a bowl. But when he was digging around with the spoon, there was a cut right before he had the spoon in his mouth. So I think there's a very real case that he didn't actually eat any of it. So I do think there is a case to be made that quite a few of these videos he's made are fake and meant to troll. Like, maybe even taking the piss out of raw meat eating to a certain degree. There are some that he doesn't fake, though, which is why it's so odd, because there are some where he does eat tons and tons of meat, and he does, like, every time I've seen, finish a fucking stick of butter to himself, but maybe that's his superpower. He's like a fucking X-Men whose only mutation was the ability to polish off entire sticks of butter solo by itself. So, I mean, maybe he was just blessed with that ability, but regardless, some of them I am just going to call out. They're not real. We don't actually see him swallow a lot of the raw meat stuff, especially the raw testicle stuff. One of them is just deceptive where we don't actually see him eat the pizzle-os or any of that. So some of them are fake, but not all of them.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a testicle? Well, that's what we're going to find out today because we're making testy pops. These are testicle lollipops. All you need is a raw testicle, cut it up into 3 little bits. It's pretty simple, and this is very, very tasty. I personally love these. Lay them out on your parchment paper, and you're going to need some toothpicks and a little gloop of honey on each one. The kids are going to love these. Once you put enough honey on it, throw them in the freezer, and then you'll have the answer to how many licks does it take to get to the center of a testicle? Well,
yeah, every time he mentions a penis recipe, he mentions kids with it. Every single time, pretty much. It's fucking weird. It's pretty disturbing. Now, in this case with the testicle pops, again, we don't see him swallow it. He does, take a lick of the old testicle pop, but I was expecting an old Tootsie Pop commercial where the kid gives it to an owl. How many licks to get to the center? A 1, a 2, a 3, and then takes a bite of it. But he doesn't do that. He doesn't actually swallow it, eat it, anything like that. He just puts it in his mouth for like a second. So again, I think this is a case of he probably spit it right out instantly afterward.
This is what happens when you eat 4 pounds of ground beef and sticks of butter every single day for months. And no, I'm not exaggerating. This is my carnivore diet dirty bulk. Starting out at 185 back in August, 3% body fat, visible abs. And this is me today at 205 pounds, feeling a little out of shape. But for the past 6 months, we have been way overeating. I'm talking sticks of butter wrapped in prosciutto, tablespoons of maple syrup on everything I eat multiple times a day, beef tongue on white rice, and these are all very nutrient dense foods. I was just overeating them for every single meal for months on end. And keep in mind, I really wasn't doing any weightlifting over this period. I was just doing a lot of rowing. Here's me out at lunch having a stick of butter. I would actually do this.
This is another one that showcases, like, there are times where he legitimately does consume the food that's on his plate. Like, that 3 pounds of beef and a full stick of butter, he does eat all of that. And he doesn't have a beverage. He makes sure to point that out, saying no bev. And he's right. He doesn't have anything to lubricate the gears there. He just straight up eats all of that. And then he does shove a stick of butter right down his gullet in public. The confidence to do something like that is almost admirable. But then there is an example of one where he doesn't swallow. That's the butter wrapped in raw meat or whatever. I already forgot what it was. But like, that's another one where we don't see him like actually eat that or anything. So I don't know. I feel like there are real videos in here, but sprinkled throughout there are the more outrageous ones where he's clearly not actually finishing those. Like, those are all put on for the sake of the quick TikTok, and that's it. Like the Pizzolos, I'm going to harp on quite heavily because there is a cut. We don't actually ever even see him eat a Pizzolo. So he probably faked that entire one right there. So anyway, I just wanted to talk about him a little bit because it's still fascinating. If this is all a character and a gimmick, that I think it is, because a lot of the videos seem a little more blatant than others. There's one where he's talking about like taking Trin and shit that's clearly like very tongue-in-cheek. But there are some where it's like, maybe this guy actually does eat this way. It's just a very interesting situation that I thought was at least worth mentioning. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I'm sure we've all had that experience of someone telling us they're going to do something, but they never really do. They just keep making excuses and pushing it further and further down the line until you eventually forget about it or you just die of old age. Well, that's what I've been doing to a lot of you for about a year now. And today I'm finally putting a stop to it. I've been listening and just making the conscious decision to not do what you've been asking me, but I'm done with my rebellious stage now. I'll play ball, I'll play along. So, what am I talking about? I'm sure you've noticed, over the last year or so, I've slowly built up this room until it's resembled this fucking 16 chapel I'm in right now, and a lot of people have been asking me to, like, do a little room tour because they thought it was cool as I was slowly adding things in here like it was a goddamn Sims character's room. And I just kept saying, oh yeah, I'll eventually do that once I get this or that. Oh, I'll do it, you know, in like a week or two once I find the Tesseract or the Allspark and put it in here in a display case and this and that. Just always making up excuses and pushing it further down the line. And one of the biggest complaints that came from this is when I originally had the Godslap poster behind me, the previous one before this new one, it eventually slipped out of the frame and was like hanging down, and it was really mismatched and uneven for like 2 months. And people blew a gasket. They were having a conniption, begging me to fix it, but all I kept saying is, oh, I don't need to fix it, I'm getting a new frame soon. And that went on for months. I was leading you on like your crush who wasn't reciprocating your feelings but was still just pretending to, knowing full well that the frame wasn't in production or anything until very recently. The point is, a lot of people have been asking me to show off this room that I've been building for quite some time, and today I'm finally going to do that. I mean, shit, the whole point in me switching rooms in the first place was because this one's a little bit bigger so I had more space to play with, and I've just been really slow to do that. I'll also go ahead and quickly answer the question people also ask of what did I do with the other room. I just mainly use it for storage now. So when you first step foot in my dojo, my domain, you'll see this Godslap frame on the floor because I haven't decided where I want to hang it. I have been framing more shit than a supervillain in an old 90s noir cartoon. I have become obsessed with framing things I like, and of course I love Godslap. It's our comic series. Issue 3 just dropped. Here's a little shameless plug for that. So that's the first thing you'll see when you come in. Then you walk past my dog tent here, which has a motion-activated booby trap, which is a talking toy that just spouts the scariest shit in the middle of the night, saying things like, I found you, I see you, and the one you just heard, oh no, that kind of shit. It's literally like a jump scare device, but not for my dogs, just for me in the middle of the night. So that's where Kata usually sleeps, and she gets to sleep right next to this beautiful collection of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Everything is first edition. I even bought a display case to show off even more cards and make it look absolutely beautiful, just drop dead gorgeous. So the framed cards behind it were complete sets like Legend of Blue Eyes First Edition. Here's all the collector's rares, OST packs, Turbo Pack, Astral Pack. Those with a keen eye will also notice the original tournament pack cards there, the Mechanical Chaser, Needleworm, Morphing Jar. Then there's the 1998 Bandai set of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, including that original Mirror Force. There's my Dual Night Championship trophy that I won in a tournament with Team Samurai, where I absolutely popped the fuck off and slapped everyone around. And then just more beautiful cards that I really like. So a lot of Dark Magicians, a lot of Blue Eyes. Here's some boxes that I opened, including a Legend of Blue Eyes First Edition box. And those binders there contain every single Yu-Gi-Oh card ever printed in Ultra Rare and above. Now before showing you more of this holy sanctuary, I would like to take a quick break to talk about today's video sponsor, Rocket Money. Big thanks to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video. I imagine most of you don't even realize how many subscriptions you have right now, since everything in the world has a subscription service, and that was the case for me as well, and that's where Rocket Money comes in. Rocket Money is an all-in-one platform that allows you to save more and spend less. Their finance app allows you to manage your subscriptions, lower your bills, set custom budgets, and also grow your savings all in one place. I'm using Rocket Money to help manage my subscriptions since there's so many that are out there now. Sometimes I lose track on which ones I'm still actively paying for things that I don't use, and Rocket Money has helped me identify those and cancel those subscriptions. So if you're interested in Rocket Money, you can go to rocketmoney.com/moist or click the link in the description below to get started for free or unlock additional features when signing up for premium. That's rocketmoney.com/moist to get started for free. Here's some shelves that I filled with items that are important to me. So there you can see the Mummy Collector DVD set, which is Mummy 1 and 2 right there, my 2 favorite movies. Then, of course, I have the Streamer Awards Variety Streamer of the Year winner trophy. These are anime that I absolutely loved growing up or currently do love. And then here's all of my favorite albums from when I was young. So you're gonna, Hybrid Theory is my favorite album of all time, but you're gonna see some fucking bangers in here. So you got Deftones, White Pony, fucking 1000 Foot Crutch, Tool, Cybreed, Soilwork, like it's all the bangers. Boner Jams on top of Boner Jams. And then these are my favorite cartoons growing up, so like Courage the Cowardly Dog, Avatar, Invader Zim, all of that. Just a lot of good nostalgic things that I'd like to fill this shelf with. Right next to that, I have this frame filled with every Starlight rare for Yu-Gi-Oh! Ever printed. Underneath that is every Ghost rare from Yu-Gi-Oh! Ever printed, including the Error Ghost rares like the Rainbow Dragon. And then underneath that, I have the entire Gold Star Pokemon set, and of course a Shining Charizard, which I didn't want graded, but the only one available was a graded one. I think grading cards is a fucking scam. That's my hot take for this video. I think that shit is worthless, unless you're trying to like buy and sell the cards, but with anything aside from that, don't even bother fucking grading them. But yeah, here's all my Gold Star Pokemon cards I've collected over the years. And then here's full sets. So here's the entire Team Rocket set. Most of these I pulled myself from first edition boxes a couple years ago. Next to that, we have probably my favorite set. This is all first edition Neo Genesis cards. A lot of these I pulled myself as well. Here's all first edition Jungle cards. I got a fucking 1000 Snorlaxes there, all first ed. All holos, of course. So the main goal with my Pokemon collecting was I wanted to get every single card that's ever been printed in first edition, which is only the first 11 sets when Wizards of the Coast had it, and then they eventually stopped doing first eds. But I just love first edition cards in general, so I wanted to collect all of those, and then I eventually added the Gold Star to that list that I wanted to finish the collection of because I already collected a few of those from when I was younger. So that's kind of the gist of my Pokemon collection. These are all of those first edition sets fully completed. So there you can see like the Shining Gyarados and everything like that. Next to that you can see the Shining Mewtwo, Shining Tyranitar, Shining Raichu. All wonderful cards, a great set. And then next to that is just some miscellaneous cards from when I was a kid. So like the Ancient Mew and some other sentimental priceless treasure that I collected from when I was a young boy. I completed my Pokemon collection, so I don't currently still collect them. I do with Yu-Gi-Oh!, but my Pokemon one I consider completed, so I beat that addiction to Pokemon cards. Here's my base set first edition Pokemon cards. These are the holy grail of Pokemon collecting. I think they're absolutely beautiful, so I got a great frame for those. Right atop my G Fuel fridges, which are filled with Divine Peach. Next to that, I have these shadow boxes for my favorite pieces of merch that we've made. So the Moist hoodie, the Moist Esports track jacket, and the Moist Esports jersey. All of these go so fucking hard. I swear to God, wearing that merch feels better than wearing my own fucking skin. And then there's this stunning piece here, this Moist Global light up sign that was made by a company called Brynix Solutions. And really, this whole room is just kind of a museum of shit that's important to me. And I've got this whole motherfucker RGB gamer lighted out of the wazoo here, so everything's got, like, lights on it. It looks like you're in a fucking spaceship that's piloted by the biggest nerd in the cosmos. These shelves are like a little shrine I made for my favorite video games and video game consoles. Unfortunately, a lot of my favorite games and all of the things that I used to play growing up, I traded into GameStop like 10 years ago. Which was like literally 1,000 games and countless memories, all of which went to GameStop's cum dumpster and they gave me $15 in return for all of it or something. That screwdriver there isn't like an homage to Tommy Pickles or anything, I just forgot it there after building something. But yeah, it's kind of the whole video game shrine. Here's my PC, it's of course a Starforge. It's on top of these shelves, which just kind of house a bunch of cords that I might need at some point, so I just put them all in there. This is my battle station, my little gamer zone. It's a pretty standard 3-monitor setup, nothing too wild and wacky about that. I used to only use 1 monitor, then I graduated to 2, but then I really fucking saw the light with 3 after a buddy of mine convinced me that it was worth it. So I realized that up until I got that 3rd monitor, I was granny shifting, not double clutching like I should. Yeah, it's lucky I didn't blow the fucking welds off the intake. And then that's my water glass, which is the most generic chalice of all time. I'm pretty sure everyone watching this probably drinks from the exact same glass, because it seems like that's the most common fucking thing in the world. Also, I just noticed there's a bit of a leak here, but I don't feel like re-recording it, so I'll just go ahead and call attention to it, and this will be how I announce it, I guess. That top monitor is actually the cover to another comic series I've been working on for the last year called Plague Seeker. So that'll be coming out later this year. And now we get to the stuff you see behind me in every video. So these are the YouTube play buttons, as well as that slippery when wet sign that my dad made, which I think was absolutely adorable. This is a nice little fireplace shelf unit that I haven't really used yet. I haven't decided what to put there. And then here's the new Godslap poster display and comic book display. This bad boy replaced the previous posters, which a lot of people called attention to for being uneven. So now you can rejoice and sleep easy knowing that that's no longer a problem. Yeah, so that's the whole room so far. I do still plan on adding quite a bit to it until every goddamn inch of this room has something on it that means something to me. I've become really into like decorating this room. So yeah, but maybe I'll do another room tour in like another year. But anyway, that's about it. So yeah. There's a problem that we need to discuss briefly, so please step into my office and close the door behind you and get a bucket out for puking. It's about to get gross. Disney, a name I'm sure you're all familiar with, it's a place of magic, adventure, and dreams. But what happens when that dream becomes a nightmare? And I'm talking about a sleep paralysis demon that's recently been paying Epcot a visit. And more specifically, Remy's Ratatouille ride at Epcot. Remy's Ratatouille has become less of a ride and more... Hello, Io. Yeah, she heard Ratatouille and, you know, sprung into action. She's a huge fan. But yeah, anyway, I don't know what it is about Remy's Ratatouille, but they are summoning the pervert devil. It's like a full-blown exorcism, but instead of dumping out ectoplasm and a haunted spirit, it's actually dumping out cum. There have been 2 separate instances of park guests going to the Remy's Ratatouille ride and exposing their penis. One of them was actually wanted for other sexual pest degeneracy crimes and was caught on Remy's Ratatouille smoking, watching porn, and masturbating, even finishing a full-blown climax and just dumped his DNA all over the Ratmobile. So he literally turned it into just a fucking cum dumpster. And then the following day, another park guest was getting trespassed outside of the Remy's Ratatouille ride. And during this situation with the park authorities, the guy just dropped trouser, exposing his penis to the public, as if he was doing a show and tell on cock. Both of these cases happened only a few weeks ago, so Lord only knows what we could be in another month if this continues, if it becomes some kind of trend. You know, maybe this is the curse of Remy's Ratatouille. Yeah, it's getting scary out there. But yeah, I thought this was so fucking weird, and I hadn't heard anyone talking about it, so I figured it's our duty here to discuss the important things that others are too afraid to tackle, such as turning Remy's Ratatouille into your personal masturbatorium and ejaculating on this ride. It's a fucking ride made for children at a Disney park. It doesn't get more degenerate than that. It's unbelievably fucking disgusting. Someone mentioned that earlier. Man caught watching porn and masturbating on a Disney ride. Forgot to look it up though. New Jersey man caught smoking and watching porn on Remy's Ratatouille adventure in Epcot. That'll get you every time. I don't even know why they bothered to include smoking. That's like the least startling news here. Robert Fitzpatrick was arrested and charged with a misdemeanor charge of exposing his sex organs. That sounded like straight out of biology class. Was there no one else on the ride? There are warrants for Fitzpatrick's arrest for sex crimes in California and New Jersey. Further details on those out-of-state charges were not included. Disney cast members were first leery of Fitzpatrick when he wanted to sit alone in a rat or ride cart on March 29th. Generally, guests share the cart with other people. It was suspicious that the guest was in the cart alone. Why though? Why would you ever want to do that? Is it the ride that brought it out of him, or just like that? It's not even like exhibitionist. It's like literally alone masturbating in a weird location. Several cast members monitoring the attraction and surveillance room saw Fitzpatrick smoke and touch himself. Twice they stopped the attraction and made a loudspeaker announcement that smoking was not permitted. They should have just called him out by name, like, Ryan, put out the stogie and put your dick back in your pants, please. Just ruin the magic for a moment. Ride continued on, and Fitzpatrick began looking at porn on his cell phone and put his hand down his pants. Fitzpatrick then pulled his penis out in the open and continued masturbating inside the ride cart. One cast member said he ejaculated before leaving the ride vehicle. Holy shit. So this is what he defiled, huh? That sick bastard. Even the rat looks concerned. On Remy's Ratatouille of all places is nothing sacred. Have some decency. Take that elsewhere. Take that to Dueling Dragons, but not Remy's Ratatouille. Please. The rat is pregnant now. I know. And they're gonna have to retire the vehicle. Or rather, they should. At that point, that it's gone through too much already. Don't subject anyone else to the horror. Like, yeah, you can clean the cum, but the cum never fully leaves. The memories last forever. Just get rid of the cart, like a jersey, like a jersey number. Just retire it. Should be noted that although Robert was alone inside the cart has vents open to the public and is constantly being recorded while the ride is in motion. I haven't been on Remy's Ratatouille, but is this not a ride that, like, turns the carts around? Because I remember in a lot of these, like, I don't know, what do they call them? Like, slow movers? Weenie Hut Jr. shit, where you just, like, slowly go through something and look at screens. Usually they have, like, the carts turn, and they, like, you can see other riders. Is that not the case for Remy's Ratatouille? Because I feel like at that case, there's a lot of families that got a lot more than they bargained for out of this show. It's trackless. So it does turn. I can already imagine, like, the parents, like, shielding their eyes. Oh, Jesus Christ! No, he's also got a chef in his pants, and he's cooking over there. Please, God. No. Oh, my Lord. The following day, Disney and law enforcement dealt with a second incident at Epcot where another man was arrested for exposing himself. There's an outbreak. There's a plague sweeping through Epcot right now. Good Lord. Man, Remy's Ratatouille just really gets the juices flowing. A sheriff's deputy was back at Remy's Ratatouille Adventure on March 30th, where a Disney manager reported that Sherwin Shayagan was constantly causing issues inside the park, the arrest report said. He threw items on the ground when authorities escorted him out of Epcot. Who is this? Sherwin Sharingan? I don't understand. Is this the guy who exposed himself? Waited for a taxi to take him back to his hotel, and the deputy was writing the trespass paperwork when he pulled down his clothes, exposing his penis to those present. That went from a trespassing charge right to, like, an actual, like, felony. Pulling your cock out at a Disney park. Jesus. Also been charged with exposing his sexual organs, a misdemeanor, according to circuit court records. This feels like a really light charge. Exposing yourself is one thing, but exposing yourself in a children's amusement park is a totally different thing. Aren't those two... Isn't that like a more serious charge? It's not a huge crime because Remy from Ratatouille was pulling his hair, forcing him to do it. Yeah, imagine he's just been framed. There was also a Disney employee who got fired for filming 500 plus videos under women's skirts yesterday. What is happening at Disney? Jesus Christ. What? Disney employee accused of taking videos of park guests' dresses and skirts for years is fired and arrested. Man, there is no magic left at Disney. Just terror. Authorities responded to Disney Hollywood Studios March 31st after an employee was witnessed recording an upskirt video of a female guest at the Star Wars retail store, according to an affidavit. Jorge Diaz, 26, told authorities in an interview that he had been taking videos of dresses and skirts of unknown females in Disney World theme parks for approximately 6 years. The man just openly admits it? He's like, so you finally caught me. I'm like the Zodiac killer of upskirts. I've already filmed 500 plus videos. Diaz, who worked at the lightsaber store, told authorities he had what he estimated to be over 500 videos on his phone and showed multiple examples of the videos to detectives. This guy, like, seems very proud, like, happy he got caught. You guys finally got me. This is great news. Here, come check my camera roll. Look at these. He told the detectives he took the videos because it's hard to find them online and they bring him sexual gratification. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Holy shit. Absolute degenerate. Why is his bond only $2,500? He has been released from the Orange County Jail. You best be wearing jeans from now on when you go out around the area. This man's probably got a whole network of cameras set up for those upskirts. They were impressed by his honesty. Man, this guy is fucking evil, but he's an honest man. God damn it. I really don't know how their charges aren't more severe. Like, to expose yourself in public is already bad, and to do it at a children's theme park is much, much, much worse. Significantly worse. And then the upskirt situation, 500 plus videos, this is a serial sex pest. Like, these aren't, this isn't like some goofy thing. This is like actual crimes. Like, the charges don't sound nearly severe enough for what they have done. So I was super shocked to be reading that. Maybe that's just like preliminary charges, and as the case continues to develop, more things will be tacked onto it as they discover more and, you know, go after them harder, hopefully. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about these situations because I hadn't heard anyone discuss it really, and I thought it was fucking weird. So that's really about it. So yeah. I'll just say it out loud with my whole chest. I love learning about useless, meaningless internet drama. It's one of those things where I spend an embarrassing amount of time reading every little niche tiff that a community has, going to every single facet of the internet, learning about what kind of controversy or what drama is happening over there. If I spent that same amount of time that I do reading about internet drama and instead spent that time learning useful skills, I would have been able to master like 5 different skills right now, like some really cool special things like juggling and clogging. But instead, I just learn about nonsense. It's my main vice, and it's more addicting than heroin, and I recognize that it's a pathetic hobby. It'd be less embarrassing if I just made fursuits in my spare time than read about internet drama. But regardless, the reason I'm talking about it today is because I recently watched Wavy Web Surf's new video on YouTubers that are in prison, and I was confident that I would know everyone that he was about to speak on, and I did know all of them, except one. And that surprised me because the one I didn't know is really a fucked up situation that I feel most people probably weren't aware of, because when I look up this person's name, there's only one channel that's ever really talked about them at length, and that was Philip DeFranco. Now, Philip DeFranco talks about something Paymoney Wubby talked about, which was the really weird fetish of breastfeeding videos on YouTube, where it clearly wasn't educational and they weren't breastfeeding their kids for the sake of like getting them nutrients, you know, like the actual biological function of breastfeeding. They were filming this because it was fetish content to some really sick weirdos that were watching it. So he was focusing on the entire depraved community and only briefly mentioned the person we're about to talk about, Lee Felton. Lee Felton was once a piano teacher, but after her husband left her and her child, she then got desperate for money and started posting breastfeeding videos on YouTube that were clearly meant to be sexual. For those that don't know, YouTube has always had an exception to their nudity policy if the content is educational. And they used to have that for artistic expression as well, but that started getting abused. A lot of people recognized a loophole there where you could claim anything was artistic and then just have full nudity on YouTube. I remember a couple of classic bangers, such as the girl who opened a can of SpaghettiOs with her pussy and then like dumped the SpaghettiOs on the floor and called it modern art, or the absolute timeless masterpiece of the older woman who dressed in a morph suit but then cut the pussy out, so she just have her vagina on full display, and then she had a man pick her up and carry her around while she peed everywhere in a circle. So that was hype. And eventually YouTube recognized that this was getting abused, so they don't really have that exception for artistic nudity anymore, at least not like they used to, but it does still exist for educational content. So things like how to administer a breast exam or like how to do a Brazilian wax. If you look up that kind of shit, you can find full nudity because it's people trying to educate, even though a lot of people will recognize there's bad actors here, once again just using that educational loophole for porn on the platform. But the point is, and there's also naked yoga on YouTube, fully nude yoga that they claim is educational on poses and how the human body reacts to the poses. I'm getting sidetracked. There is a loophole for nudity on the platform as long as it's educational. And Lee Felton, it took advantage of that. She started making this breastfeeding content where she just had her titties out and she'd have her child being breastfed. And she made a lot of content like that and then started to recognize that her audience wasn't women trying to learn how to breastfeed. It was creepy, absolute fucking worms that were watching her to jerk off. It was sexual. So she started to lean into it.
Lee reportedly made breastfeeding videos where she rubbed herself and her child down in oil and shoved her breasts in the baby's face. Lee would give her videos titles akin to something you might find on an adult website. Titles such as Slip and Slide and Mommy's a Whore. Jesus fucking Christ.
Jesus fucking Christ is right. So Lee Felton turned to the ultimate dark side. She was not only producing this pornographic material, but she was selling unlisted links to the videos to these absolute fucking degenerates. And you can clearly recognize the big problem here. She was producing pornography that involved an actual child.
According to reports, a Wisconsin man was apparently busted purchasing Lee's content by his wife. And after discovering the repulsive videos, the wife reportedly Felton to authorities.
And hopefully the wife also left the husband because that is an absolute unhinged weirdo. And hopefully he was also charged with purchasing child pornography because that's what this shit is. You have porn that involves a child. It's child pornography. And initially she was facing an absolute grocery list here of charges, 34 counts of capital sexual battery, plus other charges of promoting a sexual performance by a child, possession of child pornography, and lewd and lascivious molestation, crimes that could have carried a life sentence, but she was only found guilty on one of the charges, which carried a 10-year sentence. Now, let's go over a little bit more of what Wavy Web Surf points out, which is how she defended these actions in the case.
During her trial, she would describe her videos as a, quote, silly little playful thing, and that she doesn't believe it's criminal.
A silly little playful thing, huh? Fucking menace. What a fiend. Oh, so goofy to produce porn that involves a child that is in your porn. Man, how wacky. Oh, wow, goodness graciously. This was her entire stance during the case, that it wasn't serious, and that she was also going through mental health struggles, which led to her doing this. She said that she had finally got attention that she had been craving for so long, so she leaned into it even further, but it was never serious, and it wasn't criminal or bad or anything. It was just a playful thing that she was also charging money for. That was clearly sexually charged, because a lot of the titles like Mommy's a Whore and Good Little Boy were being sold as the unlisted videos, but for some reason she still tried to play it off like, oh, it's just so silly, that's all, you guys are overreacting. That was her absolute lobotomized take during all of it. And her lawyers were just as smooth-brained. They tried to argue that everything she did was protected by free speech. I'm not even fucking kidding, I'm not making that up. They made this a free speech argument, that she should be able, and it's not criminal, for her to breastfeed her child in these sexually charged fetish videos because it's a free speech expression.
Lee Felton's defense attempted to argue that her breastfeeding videos fell under free speech protection, but nobody was buying this defense. A Tallahassee sheriff's lieutenant puts it best. Quote, "The video was clearly not done for the purpose of education or artistic display. Based on the content and the fact that it's being sold by Felton, it is clear this video is for sexual purposes."
Fucking obviously. This is not a free speech issue. I love free speech. I hate censorship. You know what this isn't? Free speech. And it's not censorship. You can't just use this as a catch-all term or defense like, what do you mean I can't dismember my neighbor when I'm upset? What about free speech, huh? Do we not live in a free country? I can't go over there and just fucking decapitate him? Come on. What? Are you serious? I don't want to live in a society where Lee Felton can't produce sexual breastfeeding videos for people to enjoy. Oh my goodness. What happened to free speech? It's fucking lunacy. It's absolute craziness that that's what they tried. But what's even more insulting is that it must have worked to some degree, because her charges, all 34 of them, she was found not guilty on, except for one. But that charge carried a 10-year sentence, so she is still spending a significant time behind bars, but not as long as she should, I would argue. She of course lost custody of her child, but I really don't understand why they reduced the sentence so much. There was overwhelming evidence against her, with tons of videos as well as tons of receipts of the videos being sold to like 40 or 50 different clients allegedly. Like that, I still feel like 10 years was a pretty light sentence for all of this, with all of that considered, but whatever. Anyway, just wanted to talk about this because I found this to be a pretty interesting story that I'd never heard of before, so huge hats off to Wavy Web Surf for finding this and talking about it, because this was a really interesting and really fucked up one. That's about it. So yeah. For a while, I've talked about something that I feel a lot of people overlook, and it's the importance of stuntmen. Their work is some of the most important in all of movies in general, and I always have such a deep appreciation for the art, especially growing up on things like Jackie Chan movies. I've always paid very close attention to stunt work, and today I saw a video on Twitter that really just inspired me, tickled my Elmo, and made me want to just talk about this, because this stunt guy is a goddamn hero, and he may very well be immortal.
3, 2, 1, action!
When I first watched this, I thought they just tossed a doll down the stairs like a dummy in order to make it look like someone got thrown down the stairs. Until the very end, I realized, holy shit, that's a living, breathing human being there that just got thrown down the escalator. The dude got fucking potato sacked, thrown out like a trash bag, a slinky going down the escalator here. So then I watched it back and I was like, okay, maybe he's in like some kind of full body suit of medieval armor to help with the impact here. Kind of like that guy who built the anti-grizzly bear suit, and he used to like get hit by trucks and shit to prove how strong it was. But then I realized he's not doing that either. He does have some kind of like padding on himself, but it's kind of light. He looks like one of Shredder's ninjas from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So while there is padding there, it's not like he's in some kind of juggernaut bomb defusal squad uniform here. It's pretty light. And it seems to be a real escalator. I don't know what you can really do to modify an escalator to make falling like that hurt less. Even if each one of those steps was a memory foam pillow, it would still hurt quite a bit, because that's a long fall, and he does a few tumbles there. He like lands on the back of his neck on like that second one there. So, you know, it seems like a pretty risky stunt, but I have no doubt this guy probably did this with a fucking smile on his face, because stuntmen are actual warriors. They're fucking champions out there. I also wonder how many takes they've done of this. Like, this is probably like take number 12. It's like, hey, the first 11 were okay, but you weren't flailing around enough, and we really want like almost a neck-breaking action when you're falling, so we're gonna do this again until we can get that effect. You know, like, they probably did this multiple times of him just getting fucking tomato canned down this escalator. It honestly kind of reminds me of that iCarly scene where Gibby falls from, like, the roof onto just bare concrete. We had Noah Monk on the podcast who played Gibby in that show, and he said that that was done for real. A stuntman actually just fucking, like, belly flopped onto concrete and broke, like, all of his ribs. So when you see that impact of Gibby bouncing off the cement, that's a real person that happened to, and his ribs paid the ultimate fucking price for it. And I have no doubt this is probably just as real, but somehow this guy seems like, okay. Gibby had to be taken off on a stretcher after that. The stuntman, he had to be like goddamn taken out there, like nearly had to call in the chopper rescue unit to airlift him out. Meanwhile, this guy probably just walked it off. Rubbed some dirt in it. Like, it's crazy. Stuntmen are actually super, super impressive. And I really hope they're being paid well for John Wick 4 here. This got me even more excited for John Wick than I already was, seeing a stunt like this. they didn't take some kind of easy way out with like CGI or using some kind of like animatronic or doll or something. They actually just had an absolute madman do this stunt for real, and that is super fucking cool. Anyway, this wasn't the only thing I saw on Twitter that was inspirational. I saw something that was honestly a tear-jerking moment that I kind of just want to share with all of you. This is like a little bonus that I'd like to dive into. Recently, Hasbulla has been on this absolute blow-up. He's really popping off. Most people know who that is by now. He's got a very strong social media presence, and people love him. And from everything I've seen, Hasbulla seems like a really nice, likable guy. And he recently went on Mike Tyson's podcast, Mike Tyson's show, and things got real interesting real quick. Like, even just the way he's talking to him. Oh, Jesus Christ. He like blows a raspberry on him. Like, he had no idea that was a man. Honestly, it's just kind of like a wholesome thing. Like, I don't think Hasbulla was offended or anything. I don't think Mike Tyson was upset that he snuggled Hasbulla. Like, I think it's just not a big deal. It's just something silly and fun. Now, to be fair, Mike Tyson could do this same thing to me. He'd be like, hey, Charles, throw some punches at me real quick. We'll toy around a little bit. I'd be like, all right, you got it, Mr. Tyson. So I'm throwing these wet noodles at him, and then he just picks me up and starts cradling me and rocking me back and forth until I start to get drowsy, and maybe he starts, like, biting at my ear a little bit. Unsurprisingly, there were some people on Twitter that were very upset about this, and, I mean, that's par for the course. You could post the cutest picture of your dog ever, and you'll somehow outrage 1,000 people on Twitter. That's not surprising. But I do want to at least mention that I feel like in this case, this was just one of those moments where Mike Tyson made a bit of a blunder here, a boo-boo. It just feels like a truly victimless, harmless, wacky moment. Mike Tyson probably just wasn't too knowledgeable on who Hasbulla was before he was booked for the show. But it is just, it is super goofy that he picks him up and then starts like nuzzling him. And then he immediately starts chomping and biting at the ear of Hasbulla, which I think is like self-aware from Mike Tyson here. I don't think that he's just naturally drawn to like biting people's ears off or anything like that. I think that was just supposed to be like a joke, and who knows, this might have even been like a scripted, planned thing, and I've fallen hook, line, and sinker for the bait. Regardless, though, I think it is still just kind of a goofy, fun moment, I suppose, that I thought was worth at least mentioning. That's really about it. So yeah.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap. Issue 3 is out right now at godslapbook.com. You can find links below in the description. Go check it out.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Scream 6. Overall, I enjoyed it. It was good. What if I just ended the Moist Meter there? I won't do that to you. I won't give you those blue balls. I'll go ahead and explain what I liked about it. This movie felt like a very self-aware horror film that actually understood how to build tension pretty efficiently. So Ghostface is a cool killer. Dead by Daylight, I played him quite a bit. Not that that really matters in the context of the horror movies. It's not like they're referencing Dead by Daylight where he's fucking hanging people on meat hooks or anything. But point is, I think Ghostface is cool, and in this movie, he's at his best ever, I would argue. I still just love the phone calls that he gives where he cosplays as a Reddit armchair psychologist, but is actually able to read the person pretty well and hyper-analyze them, and delivers this fucking bone-chilling monologue that's right on the money, always leading to a very tense standoff or a brutal, gory kill. In this movie, that's exercised extensively because the film is very self-aware and actually celebrates all of the previous Scream films as well. All of them get molded together into this one. It's very self-referential, and all of the previous Scream movies, the killers, the characters, they all do have a role to play in the Scream 6, but it's not bad. Like, it's not cheesy, it's not campy, it doesn't come across as, like, ham-fisted. it actually serves the narrative and the plot really well and keeps everything super interesting. And the movie does a great job of having you guessing constantly as to who the Ghostface killer is this time. Who could it possibly be? Because this one's far more menacing than previous ones. He's not like tripping over things when people throw something in front of him, instead of like goofily, cartoonishly falling over it and like getting stunned by it because you tipped over a chair on your running around. Like, he'll just, move the chair to the side and continue running right next to you. He actually conducts himself well in a normal fight. So like at one point someone's got a shotgun, he like dodges, eventually overpowers a person and shoots them with the shotgun and then starts hunting with the shotgun out. Like, it's a side of Ghostface that I think is newer in terms of like how efficient he is as a murderer, if that makes sense. And it's complemented by the fact that the film is smart enough to make these scenes tense. So while he's hunting with a shotgun, our two main characters are hiding, trembling, and actually making wise decisions in order to get out of that situation. Just overall, I was pretty impressed that they actually built tension in interesting ways. One tool they used a few times is the phone call, like I mentioned. And they keep it very on edge. Like, you're literally talking to the murderer, and he's got to be nearby since he's talking to you, and he's like fucking threatening you, letting you know, like, you are about to die. I mean, the fat lady's about to sing here, bub. Watch out, Buster, because he's nearby, and he's literally telling you that. And it works because as he's, delivering this supervillain speech, the person is, like, exploring slowly, like, looking for Ghostface anywhere, like, opening a cookie jar, like, maybe he's hiding in there. I don't know, all of it just kind of worked well for tension building. Now, that's not to say this movie's, like, amazing or perfect or anything. It is a good movie, but there are some glaring issues. The biggest one being some characters get stabbed, like, 50 times, and it doesn't matter. Like, it feels like a lot of times the movie pulls punches when it comes to its... I don't want to give any spoilers, but there are some characters here where they'll get stabbed literally 50 times, but they'll keep fighting, and they'll be fine, right? Like, for instance, the main character gets stabbed, like, 3 fucking times at one point, and still is totally fine to, like, run around, fucking, jumping jacks and fighting at all points, even just relaxing casually. Like, it seems like sometimes the stabbings don't matter at all. People will get blasted like a pincushion 50 fucking times and live in the film, which is weird, for obvious reasons. And I think that's a pretty big problem. But another thing is the cops. Like, holy shit, Ghostface kills a lot of people. The body count in this film is pretty high. And the cops show up every single time. So there's like 50 fucking deaths. The cops are there every time, literally seconds after all the deaths happen. And they all involve the main characters, Sam and Tara. And for some reason they don't think like, a lot of people are dying around Sam and Tara right now in this group. Maybe we'll leave like an officer behind just to kind of like check it out. Because, I mean, he might strike again because he's killing every fucking hour, basically. Why don't we just leave a squad car behind just to see if maybe we get lucky and catch the killer here, right? Like, the cops are always showing up, but they never do anything preventative, and they never really act on anything or, like, investigate very well or really do anything helpful whatsoever. Another thing I also didn't really like, and this one's more of a personal preference, but I don't like when it gets meta. So like I said, this does celebrate previous Scream films, but it also celebrates horror films in and of themselves. Because, I mean, this isn't the first time Scream's done something like that, but it's very in your face about it. So a character's giving a speech like, this isn't just a horror film, we're in a horror franchise right now, so all of us are suspects. And then goes down the list of why each person's a suspect based on horror movie tropes. And I just don't really like when it gets meta. I get why it's there, but for me personally, that always just feels yucky. I don't know, I've just never really liked that. So that wasn't really for me, that little flavor sprinkling in like horror movie tropes and like literally calling it out while still also acting on some tropes. Another thing I'd like to mention is the dialogue. Like, I don't think the writing's bad by any means. I actually think it's pretty good, actually. But there are moments where I had to roll my eyes, where there are points, for example, where one of the characters is saying, like, here's why all of you are suspects. There's a lot of times where they're like, you're probably ghost-faced. Well, you're probably ghost-faced. And then, like, explaining you're ghost-faced, this. It's just not very subtle when it comes to the way characters speak to each other. It's, like, very in your face. And a lot of the writing, at least towards the end when it comes to the reveals, it relies on a lot of plot conveniences in order for that surprise to work. And I do think it does, because I wasn't even close with my guess on who Ghostface was going to be or anything like that. I wasn't even in the right ballpark. But point is, there's a lot of plot convenience that needed to happen there in order for that to even remotely work. So there are just a couple of plot holes when you really start to think about what's happened and how it gets to that moment. But overall, I don't think it's like bad writing. It's just there's some hit or miss moments, especially like with dialogue in particular. One thing I'd like to point out is there are so many times in this film, especially towards the end, where the theater started clapping. Like, I felt like I was in a fucking Marvel film and they just saw Spider-Man announced for the first time. Like, this was the most applause I have heard in a movie in a long time. And it happened, I think, 3 times at the end, roughly. And I was blown away. I was like, holy shit, like, everyone here is like super invested, clearly. Like, what the fuck? And that's a great thing. But I wanted to make mention of that because I thought that was so wild. I'm actually kind of doing a disservice explaining this because it wasn't just like clapping, not like golf claps. I'm talking like uproarious applause and like even some cheering at some point. Like, I felt like I was at a goddamn sports event, honestly, and the home team had just scored the game-winning bucket. It was nuts, like how animated people got and cheerful at certain moments. But anyway, yeah, I did enjoy the film. Plugging Scream 6 into the moist meter, I'm giving it a comfortable 75%. I liked it. It's not perfect. It's not like amazing or anything, but it is a lot of fun to watch. And that's about it. As most of you know, we started our own comic book series called Godslap. Everyone who's read Godslap so far has unanimously agreed that it's the best comic ever produced, and Godslap is well on its way to becoming the biggest name in all of comics, overthrowing Marvel within the next 5 years, according to recent scientific projections that I'm pulling out of my ass. It's a passion project created by myself, Jackson, Danny, and Matt, and we brought in an industry veteran named Aubrey Sitterson to help write it with us, and we're extremely proud of what we've created. Issue 1 and 2 are already out, and Issue 3 came out today, as of right now. Issue 3 is available at godslapbook.com. And per usual, this is the standard cover, but we also have 2 limited edition variants, which will only exist until they're sold out, and then they'll never be reprinted. So they're available at godslapbook.com. Tickling Girls. I'm not even going to scroll over that one. Ah, here's Demonologist. The Phasmophobia-like game. Got all the good gear. Cool, cool, cool. How do I, Oh, I have to interact with it first. I don't have enough money for an EMF? What the fuck am I supposed to use? My sense of smell? How am I supposed to know if there's jinns and demons and ghosts? Oh, okay. This is a crazy little device, so I zap it. Man, I got some wild gizmos here. What the fuck is this? Can you hear me right now, or do I have to talk into this? Hey, hello? Hey. Hey, hello? Hey. I'm gonna set down a toy real quick if you want to play with it. I don't know what this does, but I'll just leave it there, I guess. Let me go get a flashlight. Someone just walked by me. Or floated by me. Okay, how do I talk to you? Hey, hello? Oh, ghost nearby? Hey, hello? I had a little ghost icon. Hey, hello? What are you? Where's my clues? Which one of these whisper? It's very talkative. Hey, can you shut the fuck up for a second? I'm trying to learn about evidence. Oh, it just lit. Oh, it lit something on fire. Okay. That's gotta be big for me, right? Okay, so it lit that on fire. That's good data. What does this thing do? I have like a little cockroach here. How does this help me? So this is a 2 on the bug scale. What was that? Where's my little toy? Oh, did that kid steal it? No. Still down here spinning. Okay, it's moving. It's in the TV. I think it's a poltergeist, right? Don't these things like move shit around? No, it's doing some Mongolian throat singing. Go to the room with the book stand and say Victoria. What is that, like a cheat code? Where's the book stand? Victoria. 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 No, it's not Victoria at all, brother. What? Why am I saying Victoria? In the dress room? Victoria. Okay, I got pranked. Did the ghost leave? Got bored? Still think it's a poltergeist. I'll just keep it out. I'll just ADS the whole way. Oh, there's a basement. Hey, Everett. Is your punk ass down here? Still no silhouette. Tons of chairs, though. Oh, here we go. Definitely this chair. Hey, Everett, can you sit in this chair real quick? Oh, he's killed people. Oh, it's even got his wiener out. Oh, Everett, have some class, brother. Oh, it's yucky. Hey, Everett, I saw you close that door. Stop playing pranks. Can you go sit in that chair? No, he does not want to sit down. I thought we'd have a little, like, Blue's Clues moment here with Steve in the chair. Guess not. The ghost sitting in the chair isn't a real chair. It's a ghost chair. Oh. Or maybe I just won't bother completing this optional objective. Oh, I gotcha! Now what? Oh, you can't do that part until you finish the optionals. Oh. Do ghosts actually attack in this game, and can they hurt you? I imagine they have to, because they mention hunting in the journal. So Everett must just be a pacifist. I don't know what to tell you. That ghost sucked. Did I get it right? Find the correct ghost? Nope. What was it? It was an Iblis. Whatever. Tomato, tomato, kind of the same thing, really. This time it's Dawson Orion. Oh, yeah, this guy's bad news. I know that name. But he was also an avid painter. He loved the arts. I'll get my bug out. Was this chair here last time? Okay, so this ghost is laughing. He's happy. Which type of ghost is typically happy? EMF 4, he knocked over a spray bottle. He's running? Wait, hold on, let me get my canvas. Maybe he's running to my canvas to paint. Is this a better version of Phasmophobia? I don't know about better. Literally nothing has happened yet except for some moving shit. So go into the photo and say Magna 3 times. Magna, Magna, Magna. I imagine I need the walkie-talkie, right? Why are people just like telling me nonsense, like saying Victoria to this dress and shit? Doesn't do anything. Oh, hey, what's up? Okay. I didn't have my EMF reader out. That might have been like a 1 or a 2. Like a soft 2, maybe. Did she run over and paint something for me? That bitch. Hope you're ready to tinkle in your britches. Because we got an EMF 5 out here. The bug's going crazy. So now what? Is he gonna paint for me? I guess not. Mark it down, the evidence. Magna. 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 Maybe I have to do it Bloody Mary style. Spin in a circle. Magna. 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 Nah, it's trash. That doesn't work. Doesn't do anything. Hey, yo, Dawson. Victoria. Oh, light's flickering. That's evidence, right? You have to get closer to the painting. Okay. This is as close as I can get. Magna. 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 So it's just the same lady from the Victoria room? Nice. Does she do it every time? Magna. 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 Oh, now he's chirping. Dawson! Calm down. Speak to me, Dawson. What's on your mind, buddy? Just say it into the radio. I'm listening. I just don't have a whole lot of tools of, like, gathering info. The only other thing I can do right now is, the black light and look for... Oh, hey, the bookshelf thing's missing. Is this you inviting me in, Dawson? Do you want to talk? Dawson? Also, what is this thing? I haven't quite figured this one out. It looks like a ghost defibrillator. Why is Dawson such a bitch? Paint for me? Pop out on this thing for me? Jesus, it's something. Oh no, you have to place it on the floor. Okay, I'll place it in the hallway where the EMF was 5. Oh, he liked that. Oh, there. Okay, here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, he liked that. There you are. Okay, so we got 2 pieces of evidence now. And completely redecorated the house. Okay. Is that another piece of evidence? Interior design? Someone said there was ectoplasm on the wall. Is that right? Was there? Oh, I blew up my... Damn it, I blew up the light. How embarrassing. Sorry, Dawson. He's not gonna like that. Or she. Okay, if I missed ectoplasm, I'll just trust chat. That means it's a Yuri. We did really well on this one. But these ghosts are so passive, they don't hunt. A certain ghost starts hunting if you use profanity. Hey Dawson, you bitch. An immediate reaction, he started running to tell his parents on me. Hey Dawson, you piece of shit. Hey, fuckface. Bastard. Little weasel. That's not that last one wasn't even profanity. Oh, yeah, you don't like that? You weasel. Yeah, where's the ectoplasm chair? Or the silhouette? Shit, Lord. I feel like I'm just being lied to by chat. Does he really hunt if I just call him mean names? Only certain ones. Well, what about Yuris? Are they known for, like, politeness or something? They only speak the Queen's English? Hey, fuck you, Dawson. Dawson sucks. O'Doyle rules. asshole. Oh, he really doesn't like that. Maybe you're right. Man, fuck Dawson. Dude ate alone at the lunch tables. Dawson sucks. Boo, Dawson, boo. Boo, Dawson. Did I get it right? Let's go! It was a Yuri. But we'll try. Where's the camera? Candle is 600. I can buy one candle. And the camera's 1400. I can't afford that yet. I'll need to take out a loan. Fucking paranormal loan. Is it a goop candle? 600 bucks? What the fuck? Yeah, I guess so. It must be goop. We're looking for Yusuf Lester. It only answers when you're alone. Well, I came alone, Yusuf. Just you and me, brother. But it said it only answers, which is good. That means it'll talk to me. We can have a conversation and try diplomacy, and he can just tell me what he is. Yusuf, I'm entering the premises alone. I also forgot a light source. Yusuf, I forgot to bring a flashlight, so it's even scarier and more personal. Hey, Yusuf Lester. You bitch. Okay, this one might not be a profanity hall monitor. Okay. Dawson did that too, and then he stopped speaking. Man, I'm so tired of that happening. Now I need a flashlight, otherwise I won't be able to fucking feel my way around in here. But I'll try it anyway. I think I made it. Light switch. There we go. Man, can you stop pranking these fucking lights? Holy shit. I can't see anything. There we go. Hey, it's Victoria again. She even opened this up for me. Hey, Yusuf, you want to hear my Goofy impression? Gorsh. And I've had 0 EMF activity. So he's using fucking Call of Duty perk Ghost. Voting my UAV here. I'm getting no intel. This is supposed to be a speedrun. Oh! What are you counting down? What was the countdown for, Yusuf? We counted down and then did nothing. I thought I was gonna, like, at least try and jump scare or something. Hey, yo, Yusuf, what was that countdown for, buddy? Okay. Is that what it was? Countdown for baby moment? Any ectoplasm? Fingerprints? Anything at all? Let's try it. What's happening? Is that you, Yusuf? Fuck happened to him? He's like a little slug. No wonder he's not responding. Play with my ESG.
Get out of here now.
Why? Oh, is he hunting? Am I finally being hunted? Oh. That was instant. That wasn't even Yusuf. Okay, I finally got to see what a hunt looked like.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap Issue 2. Go to godslapbook.com to order your copy now.
Initiating moisture.
Happy New Year! Welcome back to the Moisties. Today we're looking at the 5 worst games of 2022. Some real big stinkers that just make you go, P.U., that's smelly. And 2022 gave us some very impressive bad games. So let's kick it off at number 5. We have Dark Pictures Anthology, Devil in Me. This one actually hits close to home. This one actually really hurts my soul, because this is a tradition on my streams to play through all the Dark Pictures games with Jackson. We do it every time there's a new release. It's become just a yearly tradition, and it's always fun. The games are never the best games ever made or anything like that, but they're always enjoyable. They have campiness, goofiness, self-awareness, just a really enjoyable experience. But not this time. It seems like the Grinch stole more than Christmas this year. They stole all of the talent from the development team because they released a completely broken and borderline unplayable co-op experience. This game made Pokemon Scarlet and Violet look like a polished $60 masterpiece. I don't know what went wrong. It's the same engine, everything. They didn't like reinvent the genre or change anything. They just completely fumbled it super hard. There's moments in this game where we got soft locked, I think it was 4 times in total, where we couldn't progress at all and had to hard restart the game. Literally close out of the game, reopen it, and then lose all of that progress and getting back. There's also times where the camera would lock up in a position where you couldn't move it anymore, so then you'd have to have like this isometric camera view, which is a bug by the way, and you couldn't actually see any of the interactables you were supposed to touch, so you couldn't progress because of that, which again required a hard restart in order to fix it. Now apparently these were co-op only problems and there was actually not as many bugs and glitches in a solo experience, but it's still inexcusable because these games are kind of catered to being a 2-player experience. You both go off on your own paths that always converge and you work together, and it's just like watching a movie together, but you get to influence it to a certain degree. I love the Dark Pictures Anthology. I think it's a great series of games, but they really fucked it up with Devil in Me. And it's a shame because I actually think it's their most interesting setting yet. Going through H.H. Holmes stuff, the first serial killer, and like the saw traps almost, like there's just so much that was interesting. The setup was great and the narrative was fun too, but it couldn't really be played effectively with Jackson and I. It didn't function half the time, which led to a massive headache because then you'd have to go back and like reset all the progress after the hard restart. It was just a remarkably frustrating disappointment. Now moving on to number 4, we have Saints Row. Man, what can be said about Saints Row that hasn't already been said about a festering pile of dog shit on the sidewalk? There is almost nothing to like about this game unless you like absolutely cringe dialogue that never relents and it just never stops coming. It is miserable both to listen to and to play. The gameplay feels incredibly dated. I felt like I was playing something out of 2008, and everything around it is just a tedious chore. Every mission is cookie cutter. There's nothing fun about it. The cutscenes were kind of enjoyable from time to time because they weren't afraid to be over the top with their action moments, but there's so few of those, and most of the cutscenes are just the characters talking at each other, talking about student loan debt and shit like that, and fuck this. Oh, that's a lot of poop shit. Like, it's a bad experience all across the board. If you're looking for a good story, you won't find it. If you're looking for gameplay, you certainly won't find it. And the shtick of being carefree and goofy wears off almost immediately. Plus, it doesn't even do what Saints Row is known for, which is getting like really zany with weaponry and stuff. There's no dildo bats in this game like I was expecting. There's nothing like necessarily even crude in the game anymore. It's all just like what I feel deviant art would have found to be somewhat edgy 10 years ago, or like Tumblr maybe. It's just completely missing the mark. I don't know what happened here. Like, I would expect the gameplay to not be amazing. I don't think Saints Row has ever had stellar gameplay, but it was carried by the freedom to do silly stuff. The unapologetic freedom to be wacky. That's not here. Your options for doing silly things are severely limited. There's not a lot of it. It's just a very boring, bland, not fun experience. At number 3, we have Diablo Immortal. You all have phones, don't you? Good, because we're gonna squeeze every last dollar we can out of your saved credit card information on that phone. The greediest monetization model of any game I have ever seen in my life. I didn't actually get into the game. I did give it a bit of a whirl just to see how truly awful the greed was. But I've heard the game itself wasn't bad. It's just how it was monetized and how the monetization actually affected the game going forward. But even if the core gameplay was fine, it can't be forgiven just how greedy this shit was. Plus, it's pretty clear the main goal with Diablo Immortal was to be a lucrative financial project that only strives to make as much money as it can from the customer, squeeze as many doubloons out of each individual player as they could, as opposed to making a good game that they could also make money on. It was only about printing money, farming customers, and then a game tacked on to that idea. I and many others have already made videos breaking down just how bad Diablo Immortal's monetization was, so I'm not going to be getting too deep into the weeds of it here. I don't know if it's changed now, but it also doesn't matter, because it's not something that can be overlooked with the state that it shipped in. It was very clearly just exploiting customers. That shit was more exploitative than like a secret crypto miner installed onto a PC after downloading a Steam game. It was just so unethical. It would incentivize heavily and pretty much like push players as hard as possible to spend money on the game constantly. You could spend tens of thousands of dollars on that game and still not even be at the highest level of pay to win that it offered. It was so fucked up. Just an absolutely blatant greed machine. So that's why Diablo Immortal's here. And now for the runner-up for the worst game of the year. In second place for bad games, it's Gungrave Gore taking home the silver. This is a game I don't think many of you have played or ever heard of, but I tried it, and wow, this was something special. Playing this game felt like playing the idea of a game back in 1985. Like, it had the most basic gameplay elements where it's like pressing one button over and over and over and over again and nothing else, and then like occasionally you do other buttons but you didn't need to. It's just a fucking awful game. It had a really cool intro cutscene, it has a really cool style, and they have like a full like animation thing in the beginning that's really great. But then after that, they clearly blew their load there. The entire budget went to the first 15 minutes of visuals and animation. After that, it falls so flat. Everything is so bad. But obviously the biggest problem is how bad the gameplay is. I'm not kidding, you just press one button. Or you can just press one button over and over again. There's like deflection mechanics, but you don't really need them. It doesn't really matter. You build up a combo by just breaking things through pressing one button. You do have like abilities, but they kind of fucking suck. You're still better off just pressing the one button, the shoot button, and nothing else. The game looks like it should be a hack and slash with combos, but there's no combos. Your melee is like 3 attacks, I think. You just do 3 attacks. 1, 2, 3. That's it, forever. And then everything else is just shooting. Normal shooting. Not interesting shooting. Auto lock on kind of shooting. It's bad. Like, I can't stress enough. It makes Saints Row gameplay look innovative. That's how bad Gungrave Gore's gameplay is. Alright, so after hearing all that, you're probably wondering what could possibly be worse than Gungrave Gore. You naive fool. It seems you haven't heard of the biggest flop since The Culling 2. It came out this year by none other than Platinum Games, one of my personal favorite developers, a developer whose name always meant highest quality production until very recently, unfortunately. They released a game that had an all-time peak of 1,166 players. This is for a big budget release. This is not some random obscure indie game. This is a Platinum Games game, which is a very prestigious studio, and it only ever had 1,100 players. And within a week was down to less than 10. It was a live service game, which doesn't bode well these days. A lot of live service games are just doomed for failure, just literally dead on arrival, buried 6 feet deep by the time they release. And it's a little game called Babylon's Fall. This is the worst game of 2022 by far. It is a colossal failure on every possible front. It fails as a live service game, and it fails in every department of what makes a video game enjoyable. Even just from its visuals, everything is very clearly half-baked and unfinished. They put a fucking filter on the game, like an actual Snapchat filter for like effects. So like they'll have a like ink blots or whatever in order to make it look stylistic, but it's clearly there just because they were too lazy to program things like rain or whatever. So they just have little fucking filters throughout the game, and it is an eyesore. It is disorienting. It feels like when you play this game that you're on the verge of passing out. Like, it feels like your vision is narrowing and getting blurry just from looking at the screen when you're playing Babylon's Fall. But you're never playing Babylon's Fall to begin with. No one ever did. Like, when this game came out, I couldn't play with anyone except friends who also were playing it as a joke to see how bad it was. There was never a community for this game, and for good reason. It wasn't just a game that flew under the radar but was okay, like passable. It was a game that flew under the radar that sucked fuck. It was terrible. Absolutely horrible. Every quest, every mission was just the same thing over and over and over again. Repeated ad nauseum. There was no interesting content. It was just the same reused, recycled content, dungeons, whatever. All of it used a million times, and it just sucked. It was so bad. I'm having a hard time finding enough descriptive words to explain the experience of playing Babylon's Fall. Like, words pale to the feeling of playing something so atrocious. It was so easy to choose the worst game of the year because there is an objectively correct answer. It's Babylon's Fall. There is no game that came out this year, AAA or indie, that is as bad or as big of a failure as Babylon's Fall. So that concludes the top 5 worst games of 2022 Moisties. That's about it. Godslap is a comic book series we've been working on for a couple years now. It's a hyper-violent, over-the-top sci-fi story about the beauty and destruction that slaps can cause. Issue 2 is out right now. It'd make a wonderful Christmas gift, so make sure to check it out at godslapbook.com. Right now we also have 3 variant covers that are in stock, but the second those sell out, those variant covers will never be restocked, so definitely make sure to pick up a copy today.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap. Issue 3 is out right now at godslapbook.com. You can find links below in the description. Go check it out.
Initiating moisture.
I can't even begin to describe how low the bar has been set with video game live-action shows, with things like the Halo television series being an affront to God and probably just a downright violation of the Geneva Convention. That show was absolutely atrocious and should be considered a war crime, and we didn't even have a moment to catch our breath because they came right back around and dunked our head in the septic tank with Witcher Blood Origin. Point is, video game live-action shows have not been hitting. They have been shitting, and my god, it's been awful. Now, video game shows have been working in like an animated format, Cyberpunk Edge Runners, for example, or Arcane, but Last of Us was live action. So I was a little scared, but I was cautiously optimistic because Last of Us, the game, is a fucking masterpiece. The first Last of Us game is an unreal experience that already has all of the DNA to be a great show. All you have to do is follow the roadmap without getting too cute with it and thinking you know better and changing everything. And I'm happy to say they didn't. Not only did they follow the roadmap of Last of Us, they improved upon it. The things they changed or added actually improved the overall narrative somehow, which I didn't think was possible. It fleshes out some characters we didn't get to spend a lot of time with in the game, like Sarah, Joel's daughter. She was only in there for a little bit, but in the show, she has like a whole episode dedicated to really giving a ton of information about her, and we learn a lot about her and Joel's relationship, so it makes what happens next feel much more impactful, which is incredible because in the game, that intro sequence I still think is one of the finest in all of gaming. The intro to The Last of Us is pure perfection, and in the show, it is done justice. It's done just as well, if not better, because we got to spend more time with Sarah, so everything that happens feels bigger and more emotional. And they don't do that with just the characters, they do it with the world itself, and I really appreciated that. All of the main story beats are still fully intact, however, there's a lot more that does go differently than the game in this show. For example, Bill and Frank. Bill and Frank in the game are not a huge part by any means, but in this show, they have an entire episode dedicated to them and their relationship. Now, there's things I like and dislike about that approach, because I think they did a great job with Bill and Frank's relationship. I think it's a good episode, but I do miss the chemistry between Joel and Bill. In the game, the two interact. The two, they work together. I'm trying not to get into spoilers too much here. In the show, Joel is very, very, very minor in that episode. Very minor in Bill and Frank's life. So you don't get that same effect where Joel and Bill have this chemistry together. And that's okay. Like, I didn't mind it. I did miss it a little bit, but the episode still does a great job, and the story beat is still intact. Bill does still serve the same purpose in the show that he did in the game. So all of that is still intact, and they go about it in a different way that I think does work, but I do miss the Bill and Joel chemistry. And I feel that way about a couple of other things as well. Example, the infected in this show aren't prevalent, like, at all. They're there sometimes, but very sporadically used. And I get that they're not the focal point. They weren't the focal point in the game either. But in the game, you do encounter them quite a bit, and it helps with the pacing of things and making things feel higher stakes. In the show, since the infection, the infected, all that is kind of at the back burner to the people and the characters around it, it doesn't feel like the stakes are always as high as they say they are because we, while watching the show, haven't seen it as much. So I would have liked if they played a bit more of an integral role in the show, if we saw a bit more of like how devastating and how brutal life is out there with the infected. But it's not that big of a deal. That's not a huge complaint of mine. It's just something I wanted to point out. I really don't have major complaints about the show in general. I liked it a lot. I think everything they did here worked. I think Pedro Pascal as Joel was an amazing choice. I think Bella Ramsey as Ellie was amazing. Like, all of the characters did a great job, and I can't believe the tactic of don't play the games before playing the roles worked out, because I hate that shit. I don't see the point in telling your talent to not play the source material. I still don't get that at all. Like, you don't have to be impersonating the characters. You don't have to be fucking cosplaying as them or whatever. Like, you don't have to be a caricature of it. But it should at least be good to have that knowledge of how their role was played in the source material. But I digress. They told them not to play the games, and it still worked. The portrayal of Joel and Ellie in the show was very faithful to how they were portrayed in the game. Like, it was just really well done. And I also liked the new characters they introduced. They did introduce new characters that I thought would absolutely just be a stupid idea, but they made it work. And those new characters added a lot of elements to the development of both Joel and Ellie, or the world around them. Like, everything they did here was a good call for the most part. I don't have anything that I can point to and be like, that sucked. But there is one thing I can point to and say, I wanted more. And that is in regards to the finale. I feel like they rushed it. Now, not in a terrible way. It's not like this is a horrible, rushed, awful ending or anything like that. But I feel like they wanted to get through it pretty quickly when I think it would have benefited from maybe an extra episode. Like, if they had one more episode to really drive in the nail with everything that happens at the hospital and everything leading up to the hospital, it would have hit much harder. They kind of speed ran that and made Joel the fucking Terminator. They made him the goddamn Punisher out there. He was nearly immortal, like John Wick going through there, dispatching everything, and it didn't have that big buildup. This is a spoiler, but you know how it goes in the game, right? Like, you know Joel eventually takes Ellie back because to get the cure, they would have had to kill Ellie. And he had already lost his daughter. He wasn't going to lose Ellie, the closest thing he's had to a daughter since. So he snaps, he kills all the Fireflies, he takes Ellie back. All of that happens in the space of like 15 minutes at the end of this show. That entire sequence is like 15 minutes in the show. If they had dedicated a whole episode to building up to that and building to that and even exploring in the hospital beforehand, I think it would have really benefited from that, because I think there was a lot more they could have done there as opposed to just speed run how that plays out. Now, I get in the game that it also happens quick. I do understand that, especially since you are the player character and this is your moment. Like, you just go fucking hog wild, you kill like 1,000 fucking people. It's all gruesome, it's all bloody, and it is here too. It's gruesome, merciless, bloody, all of that you expect. Very faithful. But this was a good opportunity to do more with it as well and deliver more in this moment. At least that's what I would have liked to see, but I'm not disappointed either. Like, I can't say that I think it's bad, because it's far from it. It's not bad. I guess I just really wanted more from it, because I thought there would be. Like, they have whole episodes dedicated to flashbacks, right? Like, they have a whole flashback episode for Ellie and her best friend and how she ended up getting bit. I think this was a really good opportunity to give a whole episode dedicated to the most important turning point for The Last of Us with Joel and Ellie here in the hospital. So that's just like the one thing that I'd like to point out as another thing that I think would have really helped overall elevate the show. but it's also not bad in its current state by any means with the ending or how all of that's tackled. It's still extremely good. The Last of Us is an amazing game, and I'm happy to say The Last of Us show is an amazing show. Plugging this into the moist meter, I'm giving The Last of Us show a 90%. I think they did an extraordinary job with it. They absolutely fucking crushed it. So I'm very happy to see that it was done well. And yeah, as most of you know, we started our own comic book series called Godslap. Everyone who's read Godslap so far has unanimously agreed that it's the best comic ever produced, and Godslap is well on its way to becoming the biggest name in all of comics, overthrowing Marvel within the next 5 years, according to recent scientific projections that I'm pulling out of my ass. It's a passion project created by myself, Jackson, Danny, and Matt, and we brought in an industry veteran named Aubrey Sitterson to help write it with us, and we're extremely proud of what we've created. Issue 1 and 2 are already out, and Issue 3 came out today, as of right now. Issue 3 is available at godslapbook.com, and per usual, this is the standard cover, but we also have 2 limited edition variants, which will only exist until they're sold out, and then they'll never be reprinted. So they're available at godslapbook.com. Racer name. I'll be... what's a cool name for a kart racing guy? So let's dial it back, but still get kind of gross with it. We'll be... Butt Stomper. I'm going to assume it's already in use. I'm stealing this from someone from World of Warcraft, but I'm curious. What about Asclepius? Okay. I don't know why for even a single second I thought that one might work, but I thought maybe, you know, the Clapicus might throw it for a loop there. Unlucky. Can't keep the good word of Asclepius alive. I'll be Heiny Hero. Nice. I'm here. So there's like a baby mode? Like bumpers at a bowling alley? Disgusting. No, I want to be like granny shifted, fucking double clutching. I want this to be a manual transmission. Force tutorial. Fucking cringe. Woo! Yeah. Love to feel that wind blowing my hair back. Whoa! Turbo mode activated. Here we go. Okay, I'm ready. Let me get out of tutorial. Get me in the lobby with the toddlers. Need to get some dubs. Make sure I'm ruining their fun too. Don't care about the garage, don't care about friends. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to win. Heiny Hero came to... Wow, that guy's got a level 40 racer pass over there. And I am the only one that hit the boost. This is absolutely a lobby of either children or bots. Okay, what the fuck was that? Unlucky. I'm back in the lead, baby. This is Mario Kart at 50cc. I haven't needed to drift yet. Okay. What the fuck was the point of the shield? That didn't block anything. Come on, you assholes. You get bullied at school, and then you come home and you get bullied in Kart Racer. That's the way of the world, the food chain. What is the point of this fucking shield? It does nothing! Man, these kids suck. These had to be bots. There we go. These are real people. They're hitting the boost. Alright, let's go, assholes. Okay, drifting seems... What? really thought I could go over that. Drifting seems fucking useless. Healing him. Whoa! Jesus Christ! We're bumping and grinding out here. Get away from me, little idiots. Oh, what? I highly doubt it's open mic. If it was open mic, I'd absolutely hear these kids like goo goo gaga. No shot. I just missed that. Your mic icon goes active? Where do you even see that? Oh my god, that's so fucking embarrassing. I'm so sorry, kids. Holy shit. Oh, I feel like a right asshole now. Yikes. How do I turn that off? Zorglub up there in blue team. Straight out of High on Life. Oh, we got a team of pros out here, god damn. Okay, I gotta stop drifting, this is not useful. Holy shit, that's when I needed to drift there, I was already off target. Damn you, Zorglub! Back in first where I belong. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, wait, you can throw backwards? That's a game changer. Okay, I'm getting stun locked. Oh, this guy's falling apart. This guy's sucking some ass up here. Gotcha. Wait, what? No way you can block twice. What the fuck? I have my shield up! What is the point in my shield if I can't go through that? God damn it, this shield sucks. Get out of my way, idiot. Fuck. There we go, finally blocks up. Oh my god, did you just throw at the end? Just missed it. Out of my way, bitch. Hold my dick, idiot. Check this out. What? It went right through him! What a load of baloney! Oh, god damn it. Oh wait, that was a huge bubble blast. Let's go, first place. That's how a man drives, kids. Got the greasy man paws on the steering wheel and I'm fucking telling her how it goes. Drifting, double clutching, blowing the welds off. That's Heine Hero. You gotta be the oldest dude playing this game. I don't believe that for a second. Let me catch a draft here. Yep, I see it. Wow, this game actually has, like, drafting. Oh, there goes my partner. That guy was treating me well. Ooh, straight through, baby! Let's go! Alright, no need to get fancy with it. Take it back to the basics. So I know I can't shield this, yep. Luckily I wasted it anyway though, just to double check from what I already know. That was through my shield, love that. What the fuck is the point of this fucking shield? It blocks like one thing, and one thing only. Oh my god, now I'm just getting hammered. Come here, I need a draft, I need to draft. Oh my god, why? I'm so fucked. Me? Why did that hit me? What a disaster. Why did that go all the way up and then come back and hit me? What the fuck? Oh, this is my teammate, so I can't actually hit them. But fuck this guy anyway. Damn, you're falling apart up here. Oh, shit! I thought I'd, like, run him over. You can stay first, man. We're on the same team. I don't care. Hey, welcome back, big guy. Here, catch my draft. If you know what that means. Probably like 5 years old, can't even spell draft. Oh, there you go. No, get in my ass. There you go. Congrats on the dub, big guy. Unless I steal it from you, which would be very tragic. I had to force him in there to give him the draft. You shake and baked him? Yeah, we gave him a little shake and bake there at the end. I let him take the dub home. From worst to first, baby. That's how we go. Oof. You stupid moron! You imbecile! Take this. Oh my god. It just vanishes. Okay. If there's no one to throw it, like, in front of me, it just straight up vanishes. Hooey! We're in a lobby with some stinkers. Every single one of them except for one guy missed that boost. Here, catch my draft. Let's make it interesting. Get on me. Fuck you, buddy. Okay. Can't use it that close. I thought that'd be cool. Oh god. It's lonely at the top. Well, the middle school lunch tables back there still fighting amongst themselves. Nope. Sorry, Junior. What? Okay, can't prevent that one. Got it. Oh my god, what a disaster. Oh god, what a... Oh my god, this is so sad. Oh shit, I showed up. Oh my god. That UFO is a real bitch. Man, that UFO is real rough. I've covered a lot of bad products on my channel over the years. I'm very fascinated by these horrible ideas that actually get made and then have a colossal failure. And I didn't know there were so many people that were like me who appreciated the fine art of an absolute abomination. So, when I learned about the Museum of Failure, I got a big smile on my face. The Museum of Failure is basically a showcase of some of the worst inventions that ever hit the market, and they've got some bangers on there. I recently learned about it on stream, so I'd like to show you some of it. Did you watch the Inside Edition on the Museum of Failure? No, that sounds like a cool museum, though. Museum of Failure pays tribute to failed products. Heinz Easy Squirt Funky Purple. That was not a failure. I had that. It was amazing. That was when ketchup tried to get real crazy. It went extreme, so you'd get different colors of ketchup. I used to eat some crinkle cut fries with some Easy Squirt Funky Purple. And it was amazing. I think everyone had some of the Easy Squirt.
Imagine failing so spectacularly.
It's rather violent.
Oh, the Hawaii chair. Hey, this one's a classic. Anyone remember the Hawaii chair? That's the one that they used to play the As Seen on TV commercials for pretty often, where it's like, are you tired of just sitting down and not being able to get a good workout in? Well, fucking spin your ass in a circle on the Hawaii chair. It's gonna give you a six-pack abs, tighten your glutes, give you quads that you've always dreamed of. The Hawaii chair is backed by medical science to be one of the finest exercise equipment, and you can use it while working at home or working at the office.
Out of your workout, the Hawaii
Damn, they got a jingle for it.
You know, Tamara, the Hawaii chair wasn't designed just for home. I mean, after all, for some of us, at least 40 hours of our week is spent sitting behind a desk at the office.
Ah, cringe!
Office work.
This was huge.
Let's get
Are these really failed products? They aired this kind of shit all the time for the Hawaii chair. I assume this was another, like, shake weight. Like a financial success, but like a cultural failure.
But the museum's organizer told CBS News she
Whoa!
wants the exhibit to.
That was an awesome mask.
Failure can be.
What was it? I don't think this... Was this the Rejuvenique? I don't think so. This was that horrifying mask. I made a video on this one a long time ago. It's like a fucking Jason Voorhees mask where it's supposed to like tighten the skin on your face. So you just like cremate yourself in there while it cooks the skin. Oh, it is the Rejuvenique. I wasn't sure if that's what it was called. I didn't know if that box went to that piece of equipment or not. I thought it had a very different name.
Fear of failure hold us back from innovating, trying new things.
I don't know half of these. Can you take me on a tour?
So while the new Coke, purple ketchup, and
I am still super tired of this slander. There's no way that failed. Purple ketchup was fucking hype. I'm looking it up right now. Then if you just type in purple ketchup, you see a ton of people raving about it. And then you see one stupid dumb headline saying, what were they thinking the day ketchup crossed the line? Which is stupid. That's fucking dumb. There needs to be more line crossing. Purple ketchup sold more than 10 million bottles of green ketchup, pushing up total sales by 5.4% and helping the Pittsburgh company boost its shares of American ketchup market up to 59% from 55%. So maybe green was the more popular one? Initially, the brand was a huge success. The brand's marketing director reported that the first 3 months they sold the same amount of bottles they had expected to sell over the course of the entire year. From 2000 to 2003, the company sold over 25 million bottles of the condiment. However, like so many colorful fads, this one wore off as well, and the product was ultimately discontinued in 2006. Well, yeah, of course, it's not going to last forever. This is going to be a staple in like the fucking pantry of every household in America for decades to come. It was supposed to just be, you know, a fleeting fun thing. They say the star that burns brightest burns out quickest. And that's what Easy Squirt Funky Purple was like.
the pen, designed specifically for women, weren't bestsellers.
Didn't remember that, but this is something I talked to Tiana about. I don't remember if I mentioned this on stream. One time we needed tools because I don't remember what happened. I think my tools were all like old and fucked up. So Tiana ordered tools. They got here, and what she ordered was called Lady Tools. I shit you not. The brand is called Lady Tools, and I got offended for her. I was like, what the fuck do you mean, Lady Tools? We're talking hammers, drills. Like, why is it Lady Tools? It's just fucking tools in general. Why the fuck are we calling them Lady Tools? Like, I got upset. I was fucking mad. It's like so worthless. Like, what do you mean Lady Tools? Just fucking, it's a stupid gimmick. You're just selling normal tools, but then slapping lady on top of it. It hurts me. Like you're insulting me. Were they pink? No, they were purple. So I guess that's the lady part because it was a effeminate color. It was light purple. There's no such thing as like a tool for a girl versus a guy. A hammer is a goddamn hammer. And a stove is a stove, that's what they say. And patties will be patties. In the wise words of SpongeBob. Are they purposely more fragile too? I don't know. I will say the drill fucking sucked ass though. That drill couldn't do anything. It had about as much torque as me just sticking a pencil in something and turning it myself. That drill was shit. But its screwdriver and its hammers and the other accessories it came with were fine. But that drill could not work at all. Not even a little bit. That was, yeah, that's pretty insulting actually. Lady Tools, and they give it a drill that actually can't do shit. It's fucking worthless. Why'd she order that brand? I don't think she knew. I think she just typed in like a toolkit on Amazon. And one of the sponsored things must have been Lady Tools. This is its screwdriver. This was in the room tour I did. That screwdriver that's on my shelf is a Lady Tool. So here's the purple.
That's what makes it a lady tool. And it was a fine screwdriver. Like I built what I needed to with it. But it's such a stupid idea. Lady tools. And the rest of the toolkit's kind of similar to this. All of it was usable except the drill. The drill was an unforgivable sin that they sold. That's a scam. That's a lawsuit waiting to happen. Was it 50% more too? I don't know. I didn't buy it. I would have never. That's just some real weird marketing garbage. But this whole thing with the pins for girls is very interesting. It seems like they tried that entire market for a while of normal thing, but for girls, so it's purple and pink. What a fucking scam.
They can still serve another purpose by encouraging others to embrace failure as part of...
Fuck was that? It's just an ugly doll. What's the bad invention there? Unless it's supposed to represent something that I don't know. It's just a very ugly doll. Just a homeless begging doll? Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, it's holding out its hand for money. Okay, I see why it's classified here as just more than an ugly doll. So you'd buy a baby that's homeless and begging on the streets. I get it, okay. So Tom Scott took a tour through the Museum of Failure 5 years ago. And this one's from 2 weeks ago. So let's do 2 weeks. I do love Tom Scott, though. They're kind of fixated on one thing. I want to see a tour of the whole thing. Sour cream and onion fat-free Pringles was bad. This failed. Sour cream and onion's a great flavor. What made this one so shit?
Because, well, not because. The side effect was explosive diarrhea.
I mean,
Oh!
as long as you're home for the evening, right? This was the...
So sugar-free gummy bears, right? I think it's sugar-free gummy bears where Wubby literally shit himself on stream. I think it's sugar-free gummy bears that are like a turbo laxative, right?
So you had your doll,
Right.
and then when it's time for her to grow up.
Okay, she grows up, what happens?
So you twist her arm like that,
Right.
see if that works, and then she grows breasts and her waist tightens a little bit.
This sounds like it might have been created by a room full of men.
Really, you think so?
What do you...
Let's show the people some of the other innovations.
I actually doubt it was, to be honest with you there. Well, fucking spin it. I want it. How big do the hunkers get? Jesus Christ. Making it sound like anime tits. Man just starts cranking it like he's trying to roll down an old window. Fill up like water balloons. There's a website with a huge list of failed Google products. Oh, I know all about it. Yeah. Google has an unreal amount of failed projects. 285. Yep, Stadia is the newest one to add to the list. Rest in peace, Stadia. YouTube Originals. Oh yeah, YouTube Originals. Totally forgot about that. You know what's crazy? YouTube Originals died a long time ago. And apparently it lasted till 2022 and they didn't even make like a big statement. I don't remember them ever saying anything about it. They just let it like completely fade from the public eye and then I guess took it down quietly. Did you see the drama about a Boston Marathon runner shitting in a dude's yard? The dude complained on Reddit and then the Boston subreddit defended the runner that shit in the dude's yard. I'll check it out. Okay, so this is kind of like the patient zero here. One of the marathon runners just took a shit in my yard. Video inside. Looks like there was hard evidence here. No questions to be asked. They couldn't have tried to blame it on like an animal or something. There was apparently porta potties throughout the route. Man, everything's fucking deleted. This one's not. Someone said it's an emergency. Why would you approach her during this? It was probably embarrassing. She took a shit in his yard. OP responded by saying she should have the courtesy of not shitting on my lawn. There's no possible way her actions can ever be justified. I'm on OP's side here. Like, you can shit other places. There's porta potties throughout there. Plenty that you can do.
But yeah, the comments are more on the side of the runner. I think this is one of those astronomically rare circumstances where it can actually be justified. What do you want to happen now? Don't fuck up this woman's life because she didn't want to shit herself. Just don't shit in his lawn. What do you mean, what do you want to happen now? Put her on blast. This lady just fucking shit in my yard. Why? Did she pick up the shit after? No. She left it there and continued running based on the other comments I've seen. Oh my god. Wait, these comments, this is like the most Reddit shit I've ever seen. The comment said, OP should take a lesson from this post. Being a decent human actually requires some effort. On her part, like, just to have the decency not to shit in the yard. Yeah, here it loaded. Yes, you have some ground to stand on because this person... Yes, you have some ground to stand on, too, because this person some personal shame. But what else do you get from it? And all of OP's responses there are so focused on my, and even stating in no circumstances is this justified. Quite showing of how this person is developed. No, yeah, obviously he has some ground to stand on, but that ground is covered in shit. That's the problem. What the fuck? So focused on my. Yeah, it's his fucking yard that she started shitting on. What? This is crazy. This is crazy. At least this one's got downvotes. The other one was updated. But he probably got downvoted because of terrible grammar. His grammar was more shit than that lady's ass. So they probably downvoted for that, because the other ones are updated. At least we're getting to a point where some of these awful takes are fucking downvoted. Damn, OP, you didn't even offer the bathroom. Boo. Right? That's the humane thing to do. Do you want to clean up in my house? You're right, OP should have been out there with his baby wipes helping her wipe her ass. Maybe get her some Imodium and water while he's at it. Shut the fuck up. You can invite some stranger into your house after she poops in your lawn. Finally, a man in the Boston subreddit with a fucking brain in between their ears. Yeah. What are you talking about? Didn't even offer the bathroom. What's he supposed to do? Be monitoring his ring at every hour of the day, making sure there's not some vigilante pooper coming through? Like fucking rushes out there and cradles her like a baby, dragging her to the bathroom? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What kind of chaos? What kind of madness? What world are we living in? What kind of fantasy? Please, madam, come inside. Use my toilet. Use my facilities, quick. Put your sphincter away. There's better choices. Don't embarrass yourself. Again, at least this one has downvotes. You're acting like someone pooped in your yard for fun. She's running a marathon and didn't know what to do. It's not like she could just go home. Yeah, it's gross, but she was probably already embarrassed about the situation. Fucking hold it till you get to the porta potties, or even at the, even at the bare minimum, just shit on public property. Like shit on the street. Just anywhere else. At least bury it. And if you know what, and I'll go a step further. If you're going to shit in someone's yard, at least have the decency to pick it up. Like a dog. Marathon runners shit their pants all the time. Half the sport is being able to push your body to the limits and accept the consequences. I don't know how common it is, but there is an iconic photo of a marathon runner who's approaching the finish line with fucking doo-doo running down both of their legs. And they have like this really grimaced expression on their face. Actually just covered in more shit than like a baby who filled their diaper. The video is on Twitter. Let me see. You can't really see anything. This guy's got a huge front lawn. Some people also came around the corner and caught her in the act. I don't know if those are like marathon judges making sure no one poops themselves or something, like the goddamn defecation police, but like 2 people come around the corner and actually watch her shit on this man's lawn. Did she not wipe? Well, she didn't pack baby wipes or toilet paper for the marathon. She didn't expect to be shitting in it. Tactical shit drive-by. Yeah, looks like it. But yeah, she just leaves it. Doesn't even look like she makes an attempt to clean it up. That is foul. So the better option was for her to shit herself instead of going in someone's yard. Do you hear how ridiculous that sounds? Like you'd rather someone be covered in shit and publicly embarrass themselves instead of have a corner of poo on your lawn. It's literally part of the sport. Nearly 60% of marathon runners report shitting themselves. I think you're pulling this out of your ass. This stat is just as shitty as this woman in the yard. Like, I don't believe that. But yeah, There was a couple of other options. Fucking poop in public on the street outside of other people's property, or if you're going to poop on someone's yard, treat it like a dog shitting and literally pick it up after yourself. Yeah, 100%. It looks like that's all we got. That was quite a journey. That was an adventure. First off, runner's diarrhea, as it is known, is a real thing. A study published in the National Library of Medicine in 1992 asked 109 long-distance athletes about their bowel movements during runs. 62% reported that they had stopped for a bowel movement during training. 43% said they had nervous diarrhea before a race, and 51% said they had experienced diarrhea after a race, and 12% reported full-on fecal incontinence while running. That is shockingly high. But that's probably why they have porta potties throughout these marathons, for situations just like this. I guess I don't know how close together those porta potties are, though. Maybe there's like a big gap in between them. Yeah, wild situation. I didn't realize how common poopy pants were during a marathon. I thought that was kind of like an isolated incident. What you did was wrong, but I'm sure in her mind it was sheer panic. Hard to say what you'd do unless you're in the same shoes. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, like I said, I don't think this was premeditated. I don't think she planned on shitting in someone's yard that day or anything. But even still, like if you know like the floodgates are opening, I would say just do it on like public land, or at least clean up after yourself. Like find some bushes on public property, shit there, or clean up after yourself at the very least instead of just leave it like it was a hit and run, like a drive-by. Twist, she wasn't even actually running in the marathon. Oh yeah, maybe it's a very nefarious plot. The marathon was just a cover. There was a second shitter on the grassy knoll. This was cool. This was a nice little rabbit hole. I don't even remember who brought that up, but that was interesting. I went over to my family's house for dinner a couple nights ago, and my father was raving and couldn't stop talking about a case I'd never heard of that apparently is just wrapped up. The Alex Murdaugh murder case. And in fact, it extends beyond that. The entire Murdaugh family murders. This is a very high-profile case that I just hadn't heard of until my father started lecturing me on it like I had just taken a criminology course. He apparently followed every single piece of evidence that dropped. He watched every trial, everything. My dad studied the tits off of this case like he was going there to prosecute Alex Murdaugh himself. And it piqued my interest. It made me want to learn more about it. So I went to the best goddamn channel on YouTube for things like this, Legal Eagle. Legal Eagle recently made a full, beautiful breakdown going over every single piece of evidence and every single key point in the entire Murdaugh history. So I'm going to put a link to that in the description, but I just kind of wanted to share it with all of you because this is one of the more deep and disturbing cases I've learned about in quite a while. So I just wanted to share kind of the gist of it with all of you, but I highly recommend watching Legal Eagle's video on it if you want to learn the most about it and see how everything unfolded. You see the Murdaugh murders. So my dad just told me about that. I didn't know anything about it. And he was apparently embezzling money for a long time, a pathological liar, an oxy addict, and he snapped and killed his son and wife. My dad was telling me all about it, apparently. Or, not apparently, my dad was telling me all about it. Apparently, it was a wild case, and I didn't hear shit about it. Yeah, apparently the prosecutors had a video that the son had recorded that proved that Alex Murdaugh was lying about his whereabouts on the night of the murders. So I guess the story was they were killed at like the dog kennels on their property. Alex Murdaugh claimed that he wasn't there that night at the kennels, and he had like a couple alibis because they had his whole phone record. Apparently he called a ton of people to try and get a couple alibis. And eventually the prosecutors showed a video that his son had recorded literally minutes before he was murdered. His son he killed also got in a boat accident that killed a girl named Mallory Beach, and also was the only witness to his housekeeper dying, and he embezzled her life insurance. Oh, what the fuck?
Close. Los Angeles area double murder expert O.J. Simpson predicted that the Alec Murdaugh jury would acquit the low-country lawyer of double murder. It turns out that Simpson's powers of prognostication don't really work for murders he wasn't directly involved in.
It wouldn't surprise me in the least if this guy beats this case.
So before I explain...
It's crazy. It is crazy. We have O.J. Simpson on Twitter dropping reaction videos, giving his opinion on how another murderer could potentially beat their case. That blows my mind.
Randolph Murdaugh Sr. was elected solicitor in 1920 and served until he was killed by a freight train in 1940.
Sounds like a murder. That sounds like an actual old western murder where they tied him to the train tracks. Don't know the situation, it literally just sounds like he was murdered.
Now, some people suspected that the freight train incident was a suicide because no one could figure out why Randolph's car stalled on the tracks, but Murdaugh Sr. was succeeded by his son, Randolph Murdaugh Jr., known as Buster, who held the position for 46 years
Cool
from
nickname.
1942. On two separate occasions, 20 years apart, he told jurors that if they didn't impose the death penalty on a criminal defendant, he would use his power as solicitor to release other rapists into the community. Yes, you heard that right.
What?
It's hard to imagine a worse thing a prosecutor could say in court, but I'm sure prosecutors have.
And he got to keep the position? He would make these threats like, okay, if he doesn't get the death penalty, 5 rapists will go into Gotham. He sounds like the Joker. What? Elected official, so he just campaigns and pays off the right people. Yeah, but I'm sure there's still systems in place where if you're threatening to release rapists out of like a grudge, you can get fired. Like you can get like taken out. Like you lose your position, I would think. Because it was the 70s. It's not like rape was cool in the 70s either. I'm sure people weren't like rallying behind him like, yeah, that's fucking Buster right there. That's how Buster plays. Get the death penalty. Or 50 rapists. Buster, release 50 rapists into the neighborhood. The guy really had rapists in the queue to join the server. Oh, you're talking about Buster still, yeah. I'm just going to take a guess that the other Murdaughs didn't use the same tactic.
Alex Murdaugh, the now convicted murderer, is Randolph III's son.
All of this information is to show you that the entire Murdaugh line is fucking evil, basically. Now that you're brought up to speed on where Alex Murdaugh comes from, let's talk about his kids, because his kids are no saints. Legal Eagle goes into more detail surrounding some of these cases, but I'd just like to give you a quick breakdown. If you want more information, obviously watch his video on it. But one of Alex's sons, Buster, who is named after, of course, Buster Murdaugh, who came before him, is actually a person of interest in a 2015 death. A young man named Stephen Smith was found dumped on a Hampton County road. There wasn't a whole lot of indicators to suggest that this was a vehicle crash, and in fact was even ruled a homicide by a couple of people, most notably the county coroner. And interestingly, Buster Murdaugh is mentioned dozens of times in the investigation. Also, Alex Murdaugh and his brother Randy visited the crime scene, passing through the crime scene tape, and there were rumors that Buster Murdaugh and Stephen Smith were in some kind of relationship, and this case actually just got reopened after the entire Alex Murdaugh investigation. So that's all a bit peculiar. That doesn't seem good. Something smells very fishy over there with Buster Murdaugh, and he's not the only one. In fact, Alex Murdaugh's other son, Paul. In 2019, Paul and his friends were partying on a boat. At one point, his friends say Paul and his girlfriend got in an argument where Paul assaulted her, and then eventually the night culminated with the boat crashing, everyone surviving except one person, Mallory Beach. Paul was blamed for the death because he was fucking driving the boat. He received 2 charges, 1, boating under the influence causing great bodily harm, and 1, boating under the influence causing death. So as you can see, the Murdaugh family is known for more than just financial crimes. There's a lot of death linked to the family as well. And there's still more. There's still one that I haven't even talked about, one that happened before Alex Murdaugh killed his son and wife. In 2018, their housekeeper Gloria Satterfield allegedly tripped over one of their dogs and fell down the stairs and died at their hunting lodge. Alex Murdaugh then instructed Gloria Satterfield's sons to sue him for insurance money. However, he neglected to inform them that he had already collected on 2 settlements and basically robbed them of about $4.3 million from the insurance here. The man is just pure evil, just a shriveled, pruny, fucking ghost-looking motherfucker whose entire bloodline seems cursed and is nothing but bad news. It is disgusting.
His lawyer said he planned to sue Alex and Maggie personally, because they allegedly kept a beer refrigerator at the hunting lodge and underage kids were free to drink up. Given the scale of Alex's financial crimes, discovery of his assets would have revealed years of Murdaugh's criminality. Later that same night, Alex allegedly found Paul and Maggie dead outside the kennels at the Murdaugh's sprawling hunting estate.
I'm really trying to break this down into the most concise form possible just to convey like the general story of the situation, but again, I can't recommend checking out Legal Eagle's full video on it for the absolute best breakdown. In a nutshell, years and years and millions upon millions of dollars of stolen money and financial crimes were about to be brought to light, all of which Alex Murdaugh was panicked about. So the main theory behind his motive for killing Paul and his wife Maggie is he needed some way of buying time to weasel his way out of this situation. I shit you not. The murder of his son Paul and wife Maggie, right now the leading theory is he did it for sympathy, to portray himself as a victim, and to basically just buy himself some extra time to get out of the situation because all of these financial crimes that had built up over years were about to be fucking blasted publicly. All of it was going to come to light. So that was his plan. Now, Paul was murdered before he ever stood trial for the death of Mallory Beach. But I'm getting a little ahead of the story because there was one other baffling situation that occurred involving a hired hitman that Alex himself hired to shoot and kill him so his other son could get his insurance money.
So Alex admitted to stealing from Chris and blamed his behavior on an opioid addiction. And then hours later, that same day after that conversation with Chris, Alex was shot in the head. Yes. Seriously. Does this seem like a far-fetched Netflix series yet?
So, now we're at the part that I know. Everything that preceded this, fucking wild. No clue. But now we're getting into the part that my dad was talking about, and now I'm kind of in the know on where all this goes. Chat just educated me about this, so I have the spoilers here. But I guess I won't drop the spoilers. But I see now what has happened and how things have got to this point.
Yes, but I mean, I'm okay.
Alex later admitted that he hired his cousin Eddie to shoot him. So Alex's remaining son Buster could
get the life insurance.
$10 million life insurance policy. But apparently cousin Eddie wasn't up to the job because the gunshot
Good picture.
wound was
National
just a blaze
Lampoon.
that temporarily blinded Alex. Eddie would also turn out to be Alex's oxycodone dealer. Alex later admitted that he stole from his law partners and clients to fund his addiction to painkillers. According to
And then my dad's calling me about the Murdaugh shit that I just sent him with this. Hold on. Yeah, well, did you even know about all of the Murdaugh shit with his family? Like how his son is most likely responsible for deaths as well?
Yes.
You
And his son, like, was in the boat accident.
yeah, the boat.
Yeah, the whole deal. I mean, yeah, I know all the background of the whole thing.
Yeah.
And then how he tried to set up, like, his own...
Yeah, I just got to that point. Cousin Eddie to like a hitman to shoot him for the life insurance policy for Buster.
Yeah, and then they fucked that whole thing up.
Okay, I didn't know if you knew any of that because you didn't mention it. That shit's crazy.
Well, see, that's why I haven't been playing any games. I got so into this shit. I'm like, I can't stop. It's like, see, that's why I said this is 10 times better than the goddamn goddamn O.J. Simpson.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely wild. I had no idea it was like so deep reaching.
I know. See, that's what I'm telling you. So you think it's pretty cool, right?
Well, cool is like probably a weird word to use for it, but like it's fascinating. Like it feels like it's some kind of crazy movie. Yeah, he's really into the whole Murdoch shit. He got like encyclopedic knowledge on this whole thing apparently. He didn't even mention the family stuff, so I thought that'd be news to him. Yeah, no, this whole family's rotten. Although I haven't heard anything about the mother, so maybe she didn't do anything terrible. I have no idea.
For violent schemes.
Real quick though, was his plan actually to die? Like, did Alex Murdoch hire Cousin Eddie, Goofball McGee, red-blooded patriot fucking wild maniac to come shoot him and kill him? That's wild. So his plan was actually to die. He said, come shoot me in the head. And then he survived. He's like, damn it. Time to change plan. Wow. Hey, a lot of things can be said about Alex Murdoch, but God damn it, he gave it 110%. This man was ready to literally kill himself so that way his son could still have some fucking cheated funds. $10 million life insurance policy.
The drug dealer. The trial's biggest bombshell was an unsent Snapchat
Yes,
video.
this is the one that my dad was talking about.
Alex told police he had last seen his son and wife 90 minutes before he found their bodies. Several witnesses testified that they could hear Alex's voice in the background of the video.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. Come here.
Did the Snapchat video influence Alex's decision to testify on his own behalf? Almost certainly yes. The very first
Well, yeah, and I think that is very clearly his voice in the Snapchat video. Very clearly.
thing Alex did on the witness stand was fess up that he lied about being at the kennels. Alex admitted it was his voice on the video.
Were you in fact at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. on the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I was.
Did you?
So then he absolutely just admits to a lie right there. I do want to point out, this man's got some wild hair coloration here. This looks like a weird slider in a Dark Souls creator. He looks like a French fry with like some cheese sauce on the top. That shit is going hard.
You lied to Sled Agent Owen and Deputy Laura Rutland on the night of June 7th.
I did lie to them, and I'm so sorry that I did.
Other than lying to them about going to the kennel, I was very
Holy
cooperative
shit.
in every aspect of this investigation. When Alex's brother Randy overheard Alex trying to bribe a nurse to let him use her phone, he thought it was suspicious. And brother Randy called the police, and the story began to unravel.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Sled sketch artist and spent...
Man, this guy just straight up looks evil. He looks actually soulless. Those are some hollow, empty devil eyes right there. 100%. Sometimes people just look the part.
But in an earlier interview with investigators, Alex had actually implicated his groundskeeper. He also told the jury that someone angry about the death of Mallory Beach committed the murders. These inconsistencies undermined Alex's credibility. Then there's the mess with Alex's financial crimes. The prosecution argued that Alex's financial crimes couldn't be separated from the murders because exposure of his vast financial crimes was one of the motives
speaks to his
for killing
characters.
Maggie and Paul.
Well, not only that, I imagine that also helps to demonstrate, like, make a character profile, right? I don't know if that is actually something that's usable in court, but doesn't that also serve to poke holes in the credibility since all of these financial crimes hinged on a bunch of lies and embezzlement and all of that? Or is that not allowed?
Every single one of these, you had to sit down and look someone in the eye and convince them that you were on their side when you were not.
Wow, that's hardball.
Do you remember even one of them?
If you ask me questions, but I can't remember sitting down with Dion.
Alex's response? What I admit is I misled them. I did wrong, and that I stole their money. What Prosecutor Waters was getting at was this. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Alex Murdoch is sitting there and looking at you and trying to convince you of something, but you shouldn't believe him. Just look at how he lied in the past.
That's
Moreover,
strong
Alex
as fuck.
testified that all of his financial bad deeds were caused by his drug habit, which was costing him as much as $60,000 a week. As for the weapons, prosecutors said casings for bullets from a .300 Blackout rifle were found near Maggie's body. And the Murdochs owned a rifle chambered in .300 Blackout and the weapon is now missing. Alex also couldn't account for the clothing he was wearing on the day of the murders. His clothes had never been found. His mother's caregiver testified that after the murders, Alex tried to remind her about what he was wearing.
I guess it's easy in hindsight, but I feel like even if I was in the court as this was unfolding, the second it came to that point, both of those in conjunction, I'd be like, well, he fucking did it. What kind of coincidence is that? Oh, so they were killed with 300 blackout rounds. Oh, you have a weapon with 300 blackout. That's a weird coincidence. Can you bring it in so we can just make sure like everything's, all good? Oh, it's missing. Well, what happened to it? Oh, you don't know. Oh. Okay, well, what about your clothes? Can we, like the clothes you were wearing on that night, maybe they picked up some forensic evidence from the real killers. Oh, you lost your clothes. Are you telling me a burglar came in the middle of the night while you were sleeping and took the fucking clothes off your back? Even your dirty goddamn undies, he took them? Oh. Like, what the fuck? This is outrageous.
The speed of the jury's verdict, just 3 hours of deliberation
Oh,
after
nice.
a trial lasting a month and a half.
That's a gold split.
Speaks volumes.
Yeah.
The day after the verdict was read, Alex Murdaugh was sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences for murdering his wife and son.
Secondhand embarrassment is a very real phenomenon. It occurs when you witness something that is so grossly turbo cringe that your body has a fight or flight response and fills you with shame from just having watched it, even though you weren't directly involved in the situation. I think the number one cause of secondhand embarrassment is bad stand-up comedy. So, like, what's the deal with airline food? Salt shakers, you fill them up, and then where does it all go? Like, when a stand-up set bombs, I feel like most people get embarrassed for the person up there. But today, I got so much secondhand embarrassment, I feel like I got a year's worth of shame in one afternoon, thanks to the TikTok congressional hearing that happened. This was an absolute mockery of the entire country. It was absolutely foul. It was painful to watch. So I'd like to show you just a few of the clips. The whole thing was about 5.5 hours long, and I can't imagine anyone can make it to the end without puking. It's brutal. It has everything you're probably imagining, tech illiteracy and horrible questions out the wazoo, all wrapped up into one 5-hour endurance test of the human patience. In a nutshell, there's been a lot of controversy about TikTok and TikTok bans, like banning on government phones, which I do agree with. I don't think there's any argument to be made that a fucking government or someone in power person should have TikTok on their phone just because of potential security risks associated with it. And this has expanded into a lot of other big debates around it. I am not a personal fan of the platform in general. I don't really use it that often. Plus, I think it's been extremely detrimental to the actual mental health and attention span of human beings. Because now, I don't know if you go on TikTok often, if you go on TikTok and it's someone just talking about something or a clip of something, there is always Subway Surfers, Rocket League, or GTA playing underneath it in order to keep your attention. Because people need such constant stimulation and jingling keys. If there's not like 3 separate videos of like bars of soap getting cut for satisfying videos, or Rocket League freestyling, while the core video itself is playing, they click off. That shit is just so pathetic. It's actual brain rot behavior. I am very curious to see in 10 years if that's going to be the commonplace for everything in the world. Like if movies now are going to be like playing a movie, but then also underneath it, another separate movie, making sure that your attention is captured. Like, it's so baffling just how far the attention span of humans is degrading, where they can't watch a fucking 30-second video without 3 other videos also playing to keep their attention. But with all of that being said, I still don't want to see it nationally banned or any shit like that. And the reason's very simple. Because I like a world where people have the freedom to choose what they do with their whole life, pretty much. So if you want to download TikTok, you should. Even in spite of potential security risks to your privacy or whatever, that should entirely be on the individual's choice. Does the entertainment the platform offer outweigh the potential security risks to your data being sold or whatever? That's up to the person to decide. That's my ideal scenario where people have the freedom to make their own fucking choices there when it comes to some shit like this. I've made it clear I'm no fan of TikTok. I am also very confident that there is a huge level of like spyware with TikTok associated with it, more than the CEO lets on. But holy shit,
this congressional hearing or whatever has done nothing but make the CEO of TikTok look like a patient saint. Like an actual Zen master to deal with the unhinged lunacy and out-of-touch questions those fucking fossils were throwing his way. It blew my mind. It blew my fucking mind. Her. Oh my god, she's so dumb. She kept asking him questions, but instead of letting him answer, she'd just say, yes, yes, yes. And then she pulled up a random shitpost on TikTok like, you see this threat? Oh, fuck me. Yeah, so she pulled this up, and she's like, look at this! Outrageous! It's not a viral post or anything, by the way.
That video was posted 41 days ago. As you can see, it is captioned me as F.
Dude who asked about TikTok using Wi-Fi? I don't remember, but I think they were trying to make a bigger point. And this is really giving a very charitable bone to the person who asked the question. I think what they were getting at with asking about Wi-Fi is he was trying to state that if one device is connected to a network, it can access everything on that network, which it can, but he couldn't ask the question because I don't think he really fully understood it. But again, I'm doing a very charitable service trying to even make some sense out of that awful question. This accomplished nothing except making their CEO look better. Full-heartedly believe there is a lot more fishy shit at play on the back end of TikTok, but they did not even get close to the bottom of it because they couldn't even wrap their head around what an app on your phone is. It's tragic.
Mr. Zhang Fuping is the editor-in-chief.
He's not.
My colleague, Representative
Just doesn't even let him say it or talk.
minutes ago exposed that TikTok and ByteDance share legal teams. You confirmed this, correct?
Our general counsel is
Yes.
an American lawyer,
Yes.
veteran of Microsoft.
Also, my colleague, Representative Lada, confirmed that your parent
Fucking
company,
worthless.
ByteDance, currently can access user data. Yes?
Let's. We have to be more
Yes.
specific.
Yes.
After
You
Project
say-
Texas, no.
I'm not asking after Project Texas, I'm asking now. Yes.
Some user data is public data, Congresswoman, which
So
means
you
everybody
confirm that.
can search
What's
for it on the
interesting to
internet.
me is that you have used the word transparency over a half a dozen times.
So, doesn't seem to understand that when you ask a question, you should wait for an answer instead of fill in your own blanks here. So, her asking about the data that they're accessing, he talks about the public data, which is something every app in the world accesses, even that computer she's on right there. I bet she's logged in on Twitter. That uses all of your fucking data too. I bet she has a Facebook account. That not only accesses all of your data, it sells it too. All of these apps do that. What they needed to get to the bottom of is more in line with like what is TikTok specifically doing with that data and how it relates to like the CCP and shit like that. But instead they're so hung up on like public data. You're accessing public profiles. That's creepy. That's something one of the guys said. It's so fucking crazy. And for some reason they don't even let him answer, so they get no answers. They get nothing out of this. It is fucking worthless. It is a complete waste of time. They said they were watching children's public profiles, which was creepy. Everything's watching every public profile ever. That's the whole point of it being public. It gets scanned in these systems. That's not exclusive to TikTok. Twitter does it. Facebook does it. YouTube does it. Everything does it. Literally everything. We threw away our privacy long, long ago. TikTok is just a little more nefarious, potentially, with what it uses that data for, at least based on like reports from a year or two ago. Not meant to be informational or useful, it's meant to grandstand for campaigns. It's actually tame compared to everything else, and, well, I guess maybe. It's still so stupid, though, because this doesn't do anything to further anyone's agenda here. Everyone that asked him questions today looks like a bumbling fucking buffoon. A genuine moron. Like, I feel like all this does is shake people's confidence in their elected representatives here. They couldn't they couldn't ask a good question. Were they like this with Mark Zuckerberg? Yes! Yes, they were. It was just as bad with Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg sat in the same hot seat as this guy did, and he got bombarded with just as stupid questions. If I remember correctly, one of the Facebook questions was, do I need internet to connect to Facebook? Or something like that. We are not getting anything out of this garbage. What do you think their approach should be on this topic? Hand it off to people that understand it. Clearly, This woman doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. At all. She has no clue what's going on right there. And she clearly doesn't even want to get answers because she's too busy answering herself. So get someone who gets it, have them ask the questions, and come up with the questions to begin with. Delegate. This is clearly not her strong suit. She's not even old! That you can't just keep using the excuse of they're all fucking geriatric. She is not old. She is willfully stupid. And still tries to act like an authority on the topic. She pulled up a fucking 400 view shitpost to try and use it as a point that completely fell flat. And then doesn't even let the guy answer her questions because she's too busy answering herself. Now, while she may have come to this hootenanny unprepared and made me ashamed to be a Floridian, she did mention something that I think is important to talk about briefly, which is Project Texas. Project Texas is something TikTok did to appease the US. In a quick nutshell, Project Texas is US user data being sent to Oracle, which is on American soil, as opposed to going anywhere else. So all of the US user data will now be on American soil, and Oracle kind of oversees the whole thing.
On a device in one pocket, but download it on your device in the other doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I believe Congress and DoD should address the continued use of TikTok on military installations as well as any use that depicts U.S. military operations. Mr. Chu, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
Only if the user turns on the Wi-Fi. I'm sorry, I may not understand the...
So if I have a TikTok app...
Again, this is being very charitable. I think the point he was trying to make is, when it accesses the Wi-Fi, it has access to all of your devices that are within that network, which every device that accesses your Wi-Fi does. That is factual, that is true. Which is actually something that happened to Kaya. He downloaded a burglar broke in and downloaded a torrent, and it came with a virus, which infected multiple devices that were on his network. It is known that when you are on a Wi-Fi network, it connects to more than just the single thing that's connected to it. It's everything there. So I think his point was, can it access my other devices? Which is why he's talking about, like, downloading on a device next to me. Shit like that. But the way he asked that question is so bafflingly stupid that even the TikTok CEO's like, fucking obviously, it's gonna access your Wi-Fi if you turn it on, right? Like, it's just craziness. So have someone who understands what the fuck they're talking about be the one to ask these questions. I think you gave him too much credit. He probably thinks Wi-Fi is a radio. Again, it's a very charitable interpretation of what I think he could have been trying to say. I could be way off and giving way too much credit there. I don't know. For the sake of clarity, I actually think that guy's follow-up question kind of hints more at what I was saying. Even though it's still poorly asked and his follow-up question is still poorly phrased, I do think with a high level of confidence that the thing he was trying to get at is TikTok going to be accessing all kinds of things on my network outside of just the one device that I'm using right now to connect to it? I think is what he really wanted to get at, but he didn't know how to get to that topic effectively. So he ended up making a very silly question out of the whole thing. Which really sums up the entire hearing. Just silly questions that didn't do anything at all. They didn't get any answers. They didn't get to the bottom of any real questions people have. It was just a genuine fucking circus. Just an absolute clown show. That's really about it. See ya. Hooey! Do I have something special to share with you today? It's been a little while since I've just dragged something wacky into your lap and set it down like a cat bringing in a mouse from outside. It's rare that I see a video in 2023 that leaves me confused and even a bit shocked by what I just witnessed. That just happened today. I saw this video a few hours ago, and I couldn't get it out of my head because there's so many questions with so little answers.
Ok. J'étais en train de manger. Ça fait 3 quarts d'heure qu'il est là, devant ma voiture. Et voilà qu'il se met à lécher ma voiture.
The look on this man's face conveys 1,000 different emotions, and all of them are off-putting. He looks like he's cheating on his SATs and cautiously looking around to make sure no one's looking at him to catch him in the act. He almost looks a little bit proud as well. This is clearly some kind of weird fetish from this guy, and this isn't the first car fetishist In fact, I watched the whole documentary on a guy who loves fucking cars. So he'll like make out with cars, and a camera crew actually went out to film an entire like piece on him. And they were staying in a hotel, and one evening he actually went and busted a nut on their SUV in the middle of the fucking night. The guy is not even like a car fetishist, he's a car rapist. It wasn't even his vehicle, so I can only imagine the heartbreak and betrayal that his car must have felt at that moment. Unless, of course, they're not monogamous. I actually don't remember all the details on that. But regardless, if that guy was cruising your neighborhood or the local Walmart parking lot, make sure you got a chastity belt on your car's muffler, because he is coming for that cussy like a man possessed. He was a fiend. I'm getting sidetracked. The point is, there are car fetishists out there, and this dude is probably one of them, I would imagine. Or this is his desperate, pitiful attempt at getting this woman's attention to try and, like, flirt with her somehow by throwing himself on top of her car and sexually licking it, tongue-fucking it, like he's trying to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop. I don't know, but he's doing it right in front of not only her, but her spaghetti as well. The spaghetti that's sitting like right in front of her steering wheel. You know, he's got no shame, clearly.
C'est un mec, mais trop bizarre. Allez, dégage! Allez, dégage! Dégage! Allez, dégage!
I've got to tell you, I don't think this was the best decision from her given these circumstances. Blasting the windshield wiper fluid was probably the most erotic moment of that man's life. He clearly curls his toes when watching the Cars animated films, and now you've just convinced him that his cunnilingus on your car was so good that he made it squirt. Now he thinks it's a squirter. So he absolutely filled his trousers there, blew the whole load.
Allez, dégage! Mais dégage de ma voiture!
Oh, also, she was backing up while doing this, so he was actually like waddling along with her car while holding on to the hood and licking it. He is determined. Now, I've tried looking up information about exactly what was going on here, like what led up to this moment. Is this just a complete stranger? At first, when I watched this, I thought it was the security guard. I was like, wow, that's one hell of a way of enforcing order at the business place, I suppose, if she wasn't supposed to be parking there. Instead of like asking her to leave or anything, just immediately start licking the car and freak her out enough to make her want to leave. It is a bold, interesting strategy, but I couldn't really find anything like that. All I've seen is people hypothesizing what could have been the cause here, and the leading theory seems to suggest that this guy just wanted her parking spot and she wouldn't budge, so he hopped on top of her hood and started licking it as like a gross out kind of thing to make her want to get out of that spot. And I guess that would make sense to a certain degree if you're a fucking psychopath. Like, I don't know who's going that far for a fucking parking spot. Like, just park somewhere else.
Non mais je suis en train de rouler, le mec il reste sur ma voiture.
Boss battle completed. She managed to get him off the hood by just accelerating, driving away. And he holds on for quite a little while there. He goes on a little adventure, really gripping onto the hood tight like it's a fucking roller coaster ride. But then eventually she slows down and he gets off and runs away, I guess. What a wild encounter, though. This is one of those weird random events in like an MMO almost. It feels so odd that this actually happened, and I have no fucking idea why it happened at all. And also, while she was driving away with him on the hood, it really looked like a green screen. Like, it actually just looked like him in front of a fucking green screen. It was so comical. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to share this because I've been thinking about it ever since I watched it this afternoon. So, yeah, that's really about it. So, yeah. I've been using the word delusional a lot recently to describe some people and companies, and it's not because I think the words become watered down and I'm using it loosely. It's because I legitimately think more and more people are being infected with some brain rot that is making them more and more delusional and slipping deeper into lunacy. And I'd like to talk about one of the most maliciously stupid people on the planet. His name's Billy McFarland, and if that name and this picture look familiar to you, it's because this is the goober behind Fire Festival, one of the most infamous scams of all time. I probably don't need to explain what that was. I'm sure all of you have seen the massive documentary about it, but I'll just go ahead and pull Billy's pants down and hit you with the truth. Fyre Festival was this over-promised event where it was called like a Coachella in the Bahamas. There was supposed to be a ton of celebrity performers, music, decadent food, just a glamorous, luxurious, expensive event that when it finally rolled around turned out to be worse than a Boy Scout camping adventure. People showed up after paying $1,500 up to $12,000 to be there, only to find the accommodations were FEMA tents and packaged sandwiches, and also no musical performers that they were promised. It was a complete joke. It was a scam. He defrauded many people, and Billy McFarland actually served 4 years in prison. He was originally sentenced to 6 years in 2018, but he served 4 and he's currently out of prison right now. And he is $26 million in debt because he has to repay all the victims, and he's hatched a genius idea on how to make that money back. He's hosting another Fyre Festival. I shit you not. I'm not making this up. I'm actually starting to believe in those tinfoil condom conspiracies about the government putting shungite and fluoride and 5G Wi-Fi signals in our toothpaste that are scrambling our noodles. Because that is the only thing that can explain this man's brain. His brain is this stinky soup of scams and bad ideas. Billy McFarland, being fresh out of prison, has openly stated that he is going to be throwing another festival. This time it's called Pirate. I'm not even making that up. He is calling it Pirate, a name that is synonymous with stealing. I mean, who remembers you wouldn't download a car? Anti-piracy shit. The whole idea behind pirates is stealing. Stealing the booty. And in this case, stealing your money for, once again, a remote island extravaganza. Billy McFarland has learned nothing. He went to jail for this same fucking thing, and he's doing it again. That is poetic. I couldn't imagine a character being written this stupid. No one would believe it. He is actually a real-life version of Ed from Ed, Edd n Eddy, but instead of just saying buttered toast, the only thing that runs through this guy's absolutely damaged cranium is party. And he's not even good at partying. He doesn't even successfully have a party, ever. He's so fucking horrible at partying that he goes to jail when he tries. It blows my mind. I've watched 2 interviews of his since being fresh out of prison, and he is observably stupid. Listening to Billy McFarland defend himself and speak publicly is like listening to someone fart through a walkie-talkie for 30 minutes. It's just garbled nonsense that leaves his mouth. I probably can't show any of the interview clips, but here's one of the quotes from one of them. I was talking to somebody yesterday and they're like, you can crawl in a hole and die, or you can go and try to do something and just like not promise any results, McFarland said. You absolute goofball. He seems to believe that the reason he got spanked by the legal process is because he promised things that he wasn't able to deliver on. That's only a small component of it. It is so much more than that. You maliciously defrauded people, took $26 million, and delivered nothing. So by throwing this festival again and not promising anything, if you still just have people show up to a vacant, empty place to stand in sand for days, you're still scamming them, even if you didn't promise that fucking Cardi B's gonna perform or whatever. Yeah, like, I don't know why that's such a hard concept for him to understand. He's selling a festival, but what he delivered is basically a fucking pile of sand for people to stand in for a wildly high price. This would be like if I made a game and I charged $60 for it, like a AAA title, and then you bought the game, but the only thing there was just a completely empty, open terrain, Unity asset flip. There's nothing in it. You're in a giant empty bubble. Like, yeah, you know, technically this is a game. You bought it, now you're in that game. But you still got fucking scammed by me because there's really nothing there when you went under the assumption that there would be. Just let me rub your nose in this one more time. McFarland insists it's not a festival. It features a slew of influencers and creators. The purported tropical experience will include virtual reality technology that the company says will allow users to participate and control what happens on the island in real time from home. Absolutely no shot. Who does this guy think he is? Tony Stark? Like, what do you mean? You already made this technology? You have an entire development studio behind you that made a virtual reality experience to control what happens on the island in real time? You slimy salamander, you couldn't deliver more than a handful of deli meat sandwiches to an island. How the fuck is anyone supposed to believe that you're going to deliver a virtual reality experience on an island and this time around it won't be a disaster? When you're promised, well, sorry, I won't use the P word, that's blasphemy around these parts when it comes to Billy McFarland now. How are you insinuating that this might actually happen without being a complete catastrophe? I also can't believe he's making the bold-faced lie about influencers and creators signing on for this. There is no way. If any influencer or creator actually ties their name to this, it's career suicide. This is a bigger scam than CryptoZoo with Logan Paul. No one would recover from the pushback from their audience. They would be laughed off the internet if they actually tried promoting Pirate Festival here. There's just no way he has any connections to anyone, and there's no way anyone would actually sign on to this. If I'm wrong about that, and there actually is creators that sign on to this, you should know never to trust those people again going forward. That would be a massive red flag. That's a goddamn villain at that point. You probably don't even need to read the rest of this here, but I'll still put it on screen anyway. Former employees and people that were tight with Fyre Festival are warning about Billy, saying Billy's still Billy, he's using different words but selling the same thing. Similarities are there around the vague, mysterious promotion. Pirate appears to be an exercise in smoke and mirrors, buzzword and empty promises of lavish trips to the Bahamas. It's just everyone coming out to letting people know what should be obvious. Don't put money into Billy McFarland or anything he dribbles out of his asshole. You're just asking to lose it. If you're considering getting tickets to Pirate Festival or investing, then I would strongly recommend seeking psychiatric evaluation for what's gone so awry in your life to lead you to making such recklessly awful financial decisions. That wad of cash that you're considering giving to Billy McFarland and his production, I would highly encourage you to take it and just put it in your trash can, and then light the trash can on fire. That's a better use of it than giving it to Billy McFarland. Oh yeah, I even forgot to mention, there's a treasure hunt that he's putting on as well with Pirate. So when you go to their website, it's all about this treasure hunt. So it's join the crew, a pirate is someone who turns the impossible into adventure. That's a pretty wild play on piracy, unless we're just talking about One Piece. Usually, pirate refers to, once again, stealing. And I guess treasure hunting. But usually at the expense of someone. Right now, the treasure Billy McFarland is hunting for is a way out of $26 million in debt. And do you want to be his lifeline, his little life raft to get the fuck out of there? I certainly hope not. He doesn't deserve it. This idea is bad, so bad, that it should be considered criminal activity that he's even considering it and looking to actually put it on. Billy McFarland is one of the biggest fraudsters in history, and he is looking to do it again. I guess he wasn't happy with being just one of the biggest fraudsters. He wants to be the biggest fraudster. So he's hoping lightning strikes twice with yet another bogus festival full of dog shit, empty promises, and under-delivering. To put it lightly, it didn't deliver at all. It wasn't under-delivering. It just never even came close to anything that he talked about. But this time around, he's not making huge promises and he's not on a strict deadline, so he's saying it's going to be totally different, which it won't be. There's absolutely no chance. So yeah, I just thought this was a pretty wacky story I wanted to share. That's about it. So yeah. This evening I was deep in thought while taking a shower. With my bare bottom pointed towards the shower head, I began to ponder, is it possible to actually sustain a show just from it being hated by everyone? To produce a show that nobody likes but everyone tunes in because they like to make fun of it. The scientific term for this phenomenon is hate watching. People that watch something knowing full well they won't like it, but they can't help but watch it anyway. The reason why I got into this little existential crisis wondering about this topic is because last night news broke that Velma Season 2 is reportedly already being worked on, which is without a doubt the worst news the world has received since the bubonic plague. Velma is a show that's unanimously hated by every single person on this planet with a pulse. So the question begs to be asked, why would they even consider making a Season 2? Even critics hate this show. So who is this for? No one wants it. Is it truly so popular from hate watching that they can justify another season just to continue rage baiting? It's an interesting conundrum, and I've seen it being discussed on Twitter. I believe the big tweet about it says something to the effect of, "You hate watched, but you still watched, and that's all that matters to the suits." And I think there's a lot of truth to that statement. We've known for a long time journalism actually thrives off rage baiting articles. I'm pretty sure GameSpot is kept afloat entirely from their dog shit movie and TV show reviews, because they come up with the most contrarian and most baffling reviews I've ever seen. For those that don't know, GameSpot gave Resident Evil the Netflix show a 9 out of 10 and the Halo show an 8 out of 10. There is no dimension in this fucking multiverse where that makes any sense. If you spit in my face and kicked me in my nutsack and then showed me these GameSpot reviews, I would be more offended by the reviews than your disrespect to my sack in my face. It's just unreal to think that these are real articles that got published. And it's not just these two, but these are by far the most egregious examples that I can think of off the top of my head. And this concept of profiting off anger extends to everything in the journalism field. There are so many articles written with the sole purpose, it seems, to incite controversy and spark hatred. Because when you get upset, you're clicking the articles, which I guess is good for their bottom line. Now, does that same concept extend to a show like Velma? There's a lot of evidence to suggest it does, especially in the case of Velma. Right now, they're wiggling their fingers celebrating that Velma had the biggest premiere day for an HBO Max original animated. But this is such a hollow victory because there's no HBO original animations left since everything got canceled. They're competing in a goddamn ghost town. It's just crickets for animation on there. So of course it was going to have the biggest premiere. But is it still just genuinely popular, like even just by normal standards? I think it is. With the amount of clips floating around on Twitter, the amount of discussion around the episodes, I actually think the show is very popular from people solely watching for the sake of insulting it. Which is fascinating because it looks like this show's going to soar to profitability for the network solely off just being this public toilet for people to shit in. This is just the internet's punching bag right now. The show fucking sucks. It sucks fuck. It's terrible. And everyone knows it. They can't help but watch it and stay glued to it to see how bad it gets. It tickles a morbid curiosity deeply embedded in the DNA of every human being, where when you see a car accident, you can't help but slow down just to observe the carnage and see what's going on over there. That's Velma. It's a repulsive train wreck people can't help but check out. It's just like when, my boy George got curious and it led to all kinds of adventures. But the only adventure you go on when checking out Velma is despair and boredom and just pure insufferable misery. It's not a fun bad show by any means. This isn't like The Room or something where it's so bad it's good and it becomes enjoyable. Velma is an absolute chore to watch. It's more like going into a lecture that's hosted by the worst person you've ever met on Twitter. And then they also have a stand-up routine from someone that came from Tumblr. It's just a bad show no matter how you spin it. All of the jokes don't land. Every joke is pretty much the exact same formula with no real punchline except for Fred's got a tiny wiener. It's just a shitty overall show, but people are still watching. So much so that we might doom the world with a season 2 of this thing. That would be like the apocalypse or the Armageddon written about in the Bible if there's actually a Velma season 2 that premieres next year. I can't even imagine how the world could have deserved such an awful fate. But it's so interesting. Like, I can't help but just be truly blown away by the fact that the studio and everyone involved here has to see the reception. They know everyone hates it. But numbers are numbers. And these numbers are astronomical, I suppose, because goddamn, a season 2 already. Very bold strategy, but I mean, maybe this is an actual legitimate thing that studios might start doing, is just making shows with the sole purpose of making people angry from watching them. I decided to do my due diligence and check against another recently hated show. This was universally slapped by everyone that watched it. This is The Witcher Blood Origin, and it was the #1 show on Netflix during its opening week, it seems. So, regardless of the quality of the show, it looks like as long as you can make people talk about it, whether it's positive or negative, it really does just benefit the network overall. maybe when it comes to shows like this, there really is no such thing as bad publicity, because these are two very recent and very quick examples of shows that everyone despised, nobody defended, and it had no fans or supporters. There are more fans of Catching the Common Cold than there are of Velma or The Witcher Blood Origin, and yet they both pulled good numbers, it seems, solely from being hated. It's interesting. So, going forward, here's what I propose. Stop hate watching. Let me do it for you. I'll watch all of these stinkers and I'll let you know just how bad they are. I don't think shows and networks should be rewarded for churning out poop like this. So, I'll be the only one to watch them. Let Velma Season 2 roll around and it has a single viewer. Me. I'll fill you in on all the nitty-gritty details of how awful the show is, no problem. I don't mind doing that. I'll bear the burden of their sin and I'll carry it for all of us. I'll watch these god-awful shows because I love watching terrible shit. Even when it's not fun, like Velma, there's no fun to be had. That's a word that's forbidden to be used in the same sentence as this show. But I still do it because there's something about the way that I'm programmed that just has to watch awful media or play awful games. I feel this compulsion to do it, and I can't fight that demon. You know, if there's something that has a 1.3 on IMDb like Velma currently does, I'm like a moth to a flame. I'm like a dog chasing a car, except I know exactly what to do when I catch it. I fucking watch the goddamn show, and I'm upset the entire time. I wear a frown on my face, and it's this vicious cycle, and I just love it. I don't know what to tell you. So just let me do that for all of us. I'll be the only hate watcher from now on. So that way they stop getting good numbers and good returns on absolutely horrible shows and programs. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because I found it very interesting. Assuming, of course, Velma Season 2 really is in the works. That would be very upsetting, but also, the more I think about it, not surprising because of just how popular it is to hate on it. So I'm guessing there is a lot of people that continue to watch it. Though I do imagine they're going to experience a significant drop-off in viewers. Those numbers are going to absolutely plummet like Netflix stock last year. It's because now everyone knows it's not fun bad. Everyone's given it a chance to try and be entertainingly shitty. And it's not. It's just not entertaining. It's just shitty. So they're not going to continue watching, or at least most of them probably aren't. So there's not going to be as many viewers going forward. But maybe they still just had enough already from just the 2 episodes. Couldn't tell you, but just thought this was something interesting to think about, and that's about it. So yeah. Alright, things are getting real weird right now in the world. I'm sure you've all seen the UFO hysteria. Every couple hours it seems like a new UFO is being identified and blasted out of the sky. This is a phenomenon that's happening around the world, it seems, and it's leading people to believe that aliens are coming to visit us in droves, like they're all taking a school field trip to planet Earth, and then subsequently getting shot down, which I can't imagine would have been part of their itinerary. Now, this all started with the spy balloon that the US shot down. Basically, this balloon the size of a few school buses was identified and then executed. Just this giant balloon that looked like the house from Up, but instead of a house, it was just a surveillance device, which they said came from China, and from what I've read, China did take ownership of it, but called it an overreaction to shoot it down, which gave me a bit of a giggle, because I just love that image of like, hey, whoa, guys. Hey, cool the jets a little bit here, calm down, you know, no need to get so rambunctious and shoot it down. Which is just a silly thought, but this kind of opened the floodgates to UFOs, like inviting this unknown menace in, because now UFOs are being sighted every day, every couple of hours really, across the world. A few hours ago, China said that it was preparing to shoot down an unidentified flying object, so they're all over the place. It's a very interesting situation, and this is even more weird considering I just posted a video going over aliens and how I don't believe they've ever visited Earth, and now 2 days later, we've got UFOs out the wazoo here. Maybe the madman I was arguing with on Twitch was right about warp drives, and they're fucking firing on turbo mode with their warp drive technology to visit us here. I'll go ahead and give my perspective now. I still am not convinced it's aliens, because if it was, we stand 0% chance of actually shooting them down. our technology wouldn't even begin to make them, like, consider us a threat. We are so laughably low on the technological food chain of a species that can visit our planet, because they would have cracked things that are beyond our comprehension. There's no way they'd somehow fall victim to our weaponry. But zoinks, Scoob, I'll tell ya, I couldn't be happier to be proven wrong. I would love if this truly was extraterrestrial tourists just coming by to visit, though I'm sure they wouldn't be happy about us destroying their, like, balloon travel devices. But god damn it, that would be amazing. I also love the idea that it actually is alien visitors, and the way that they get here is through, like, hot air balloon through space. Like, the most inefficient means of travel imaginable, but somehow that's the one that they've chosen. But regardless, I would love if it was aliens. I also love the discussion around aliens right now. You'll have people giving all kinds of, like, evidence, once again, of, like, abductions and shit. I fell asleep one day while working on the construction site, and when I woke up, there was ejaculate in my pants. And I didn't even remember having a wet dream. Fucking aliens abducted me and jerked me off in order to frame me to look like a weirdo at my job. You know, like, discussion around aliens has never been hotter than right now. And again, I would love if these UFOs really were alien, but I'm doubtful. And you know what? Maybe I could even make an argument for why aliens might want to visit Earth. Maybe they're coming here to buy Moist Global merch from moistglobal.com. It's so comfortable that words traveled across the galaxy. It's the best fucking merch ever designed, and they know it, so they have to come to Earth in order to get, like, proper connection to the server, so that way they can purchase it. And you can too. It's all available at moistglobal.com. Right now we're doing a special 15% off on all Moist Esports merch, so definitely feel free to check all that out if you're interested. moistglobal.com, baby. Anyway, though, I find all of this very exciting, even though I'm not fully sold on it being aliens. I am very curious to learn more about all of this, because I'm sure tons of information will start to surface about what these UFOs actually are, what their purpose is, where they come from, all that kind of shit. So, very interesting time period. I'll show you some clips from stream where we talked about it a little bit more. You see the UFO videos over Canada. Is there video of it? I only saw the picture of the one that got shot down. Let's see. NORAD stated that they lost Santa's tracking signal. I fear the worst. Oh god. Heaven have mercy on the elves. Yeah, that's what we have up right here, the Canada UFO thing. Someone said there was a video, but I haven't found it yet, aside from the cell phone one where you can't see shit. I hope it's aliens. But all the pictures make it seem like it's probably another balloon. NORAD just said they locked up airspace in Montana. Something came up on the radar and disappearing. I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna say what everyone's thinking. It's no coincidence that Tom Brady retired and now all of a sudden aliens keep popping up. He was keeping us safe both on the field and off the field. The FAA has released a statement. The FAA has closed some airspace over northern Montana to support the Department of Defense operations. Contact NORAD for additional information. I'm also going to say that I really don't think it's anything extraterrestrial. There's no way that we would ever be able to fight back against something that could actually visit us. It'd be impossible. It's definitely more spy balloons or some kind of surveillance tech from somewhere on Earth. There'd be no shot we'd successfully shoot that shit down. Let alone ever see it. Yeah, maybe drones too. Could be any of that. You should go check it out, get us the real inside scoop. You know what Mr. Beast should do? He put out a tweet saying, "Would you vote for me for president?" He should become president and just release all of the information they have about aliens. That'd be so hype. That video would be huge too, by the way. The views on that would be outrageous. Like, last to leave the circle gets all of the Area 51 documents. Yeah, and all of them are so fucking weak that they get shot down by primitive human technology. They can travel across the cosmos with technology we can't even begin to comprehend, yet they get shot down by our fucking jets. How embarrassing. A fun thought, though. They spec'd all of their points into travel and nothing into defense, so they're just full glass cannon build. Well, it wouldn't even be glass cannon. Glass wheel. So you talked about aliens 4 days ago and they visit Montana and Alaska today. Thoughts? Hey, I think it's all connected. Maybe the aliens watch my streams and shit. They're like, oh fuck, he's talking about us. Alright, we'll show ourselves a little more often. That stream was fire. Aliens have come here to compete for Moist Esports. We talked about it on stream. If aliens do visit us, we want to be the ones to make first contact so we can sign them to Moist Esports. Imagine the position that gives us. They would be dog shit at video games. They don't need to go pro in any game. They can just be like content creators for us. Brand ambassadors. Yeah, pretty much. What do you mean? No, like if the aliens actually did show up and, you know, for some reason we negotiated a really good contract for them with Moist Esports, I think they wouldn't even need to really do anything special. But like if they're releasing the little balloons that we're shooting down, maybe fill one of those balloons with like, I don't know, maybe Moist Esports merch or something, right? Or even paint it blue, like Moist Esports colors. Like they wouldn't need to do anything special for us. They can keep doing what they're doing, but under the Moist Esports umbrella. What if the aliens break TOS? I mean, that's fine. We'd have to teach them the guidelines and shit. Plus, I doubt they'd want to go that hard anyway. Like right now, all they're doing is getting shot down. Like they're not doing anything too risky. You think you're so smart, do you, big shot? Well, tell me, what do you know about MILFs? MILF is a term that's existed for as long as humans have, and recently, TLC, the Learning Channel, introduced a new show called MILF Manor, which is all about older women dating younger men, with a twist. A twist that legitimately everyone in the world saw coming. This wasn't some Luke, I am your father kind of situation where everyone was shocked. This was what everyone predicted from the very first trailer. The younger men that the women are dating are their sons. Not like incestual, I don't think, at least not yet. So their sons are dating the other moms that are competing. It's such a wild idea. Now, if you don't know what the term MILF means, it stands for Mother I'd Like to... Wait, 2 more seconds. Fuck. Sorry, I had to play by YouTube's new profanity guidelines, so we had to get out of that, like, safe space, Weenie Hut Jr. shit. So, Mother I'd Like to Fuck. And this show is all about moms with an extremely high sex drive having sex and dating young men who are the other mom's sons, which is such a banger of an idea for a dating show, I'll tell you what. Now, as is the case with almost every reality show, I'm pretty sure this one is scripted. There are moments of just outrageously terrible acting when the twist is revealed, so I do imagine the majority of it's fake, but that doesn't change the stupidity and the wildness of the idea. What is MILF Manor? It's this. I'm sure you've seen it on Twitter. These moms are looking for love.
My marriage was wonderful. Pleasure. I'm expecting for some guys to walk up and...
So do they fight each other for it? What's the format?
Here comes Paula.
Where are you from?
So what maybe I'm confused. What do they compete for the dick? Like, what do they do? Their kids are there. Yeah, I know it's their sons. But what the fuck are they supposed to do? So it's like they just like date, but it's not a competition, is it? If you're just dating some of the dudes, what's the competition? Whoever dates the best?
So,
okay.
If someone proposed while I'm here, that would be great news. I don't know if it's
Why?
gonna happen or not.
Why is that
but
great
let's see.
news? Why would that be great? You would have known them for actual minutes. Why? That'd be like awful news. Wouldn't you want the proposal to be from someone you know? What is the competition? This one just says, here comes trouble.
I'm Kelly, I'm 50 years old, and my alter ego is Disco Mommy. Hey girl!
Hey!
How are you? And I feel like I've been judged by having multiple kids from not having the same dad. In fact, that's the number one question people ask me, like, if from the same guy? I'm like, no, why would I have 6 kids from the same guy? Hello?
Well, you're a bad
This is so fucking fake. Who asks that? Like, who would ever, like, most people would just, like, just not bother. Oh, you have 6 kids? Are they all from the same father? You whore? No, I didn't think so. Here's a Bible. Like, no one does that. Like, that has never once happened in your life. Why are you lying to me, Kelly?
An issue until the first guy I dated out of my marriage, right? And he was like 14 years younger. And then it became like...
I thought for sure she was going to say 14 years old, full stop. I thought for sure that's what was coming there.
That all these younger guys were on to an...
So they're not showing the twist here. But they're just releasing like the little about section of all of the contestants, I suppose. Whatever, I might as well learn all about them. Fuck it, I'm already here.
Kelly is the most...
No, we're getting older, ladies. We're not getting younger, even though we can think that we can do things to make ourselves look younger. We're really not.
Why are you bringing down the vibe, Charlene? Why are you saying that? Huh? We're here to have fun. We're here to meet young men. What the fuck are you bringing us down for? Damn it. Are the guys younger or the same age? Well, that's the whole thing. It's young men. But the twist is it's their son. Or their son. It's their sons. I don't think the moms date their sons, but like their sons are the contestants that the other moms fuck. I think is what the twist is. I thought it was stepsons, but apparently it's just like normal sons. Another one.
When I meet good-looking, my type of a man, I introduce myself, say, "Hey, I'm so young and I'm so."
What word would she have even said there that needed to get bleeped? It's so wet, maybe? So fuckable? Like I don't what could she have even said that would get bleeped?
So young and I'm so.
Wet. It's wet. She says wet. She either says wet or tight. It's one of the two.
And I'm so.
No, it's wet. 100% wet. Yeah, she's saying wet.
I'm a fire love. I have to have those fire love to have sex. If I don't have that,
This is so aggressive.
I can have sex, but I can't kiss anybody because that's disgusting.
What is happening?
Where are you from?
So young, please. Jesus. Calm down.
Oh,
Christ.
are you?
Good Lord.
Oh, I love I don't care about any other thing. I want to win.
What are you winning? What? Let's back this shit up. What are you winning? There's like 1,000 dudes here because it's all your sons. Like, what do you win? You're all dating like other women's son. Like, I don't understand. What do you win? No, but they get the dick regardless of winning is the thing. So like, you win more penis? I don't get it. Oh, they probably get eliminated from the other contestants. Oh, that's interesting. You're probably right. So they date their sons, and then probably at the end of like a date with all of them, the sons come together in like a football huddle and they're like, all right, whose mom was the best? Whose was the worst? And then they vote out the worst. You're probably right. You did just remind me though, I wanted to check in on MILF Manor. See if they posted anything new. Oh, they did. We get to meet their sons. Call me daddy.
Oh, you're the baby.
You're gonna be 22, right?
I'm gonna be 22.
This is so weird. Well, this is so much weirder than I thought it would be.
I'm probably the oldest.
Who immediately caught my eye. I would like to get closer with April. Who knows, maybe.
I need a second here. This is so weird. His mom is right there. I think that was his mom. Very cool.
Show her what it's like with a younger man.
That's a beautiful ring, by the way.
Thank you.
It kind of reminds me of your face. How do we?
Oh, okay. Yikes.
Best
Failed
for
the
life.
Riz
They're
check.
not jaded and
Jesus
even though
Christ,
I'm
what the
this
fuck
age,
was that?
I've always been very physical and have a high sex drive. So if you're gonna have a younger guy, there's gonna be a lot more sex, I would think.
I'm gonna tell you just off that one line, sex is like the last thing you'll be having here. That ring is beautiful and reminds me of your face. Come on now. You gotta do better than that.
You're not calling him dad, you're calling him daddy.
No, I'm calling him daddy.
Kelly, you harpy, don't you ever say that again. I'm your son. Please, God, oh my lord, I quit.
Going for all of the.
This is the learning channel, god damn it. What's happened? This is like the actual worst acting I've seen in my life. What the fuck? They're not even trying. Oh, at least tell me on the illusion. This sucks. They're like Darman acting. My immersion is ruined.
So weird.
I don't know why I feel so inclined to at least briefly talk about this, but it's just kind of a captivating story. I'm sure you've at least heard some whispers about this supervillain, but there is a serial sperm bank donor who has now fathered over 500 children, which has caused a lot of outrage because there are real dangers associated with this, because he's got more kids than a male seahorse, right? And they deliver like 2,000 babies at once. He's on track to match the seahorse numbers. So the problem is, these kids will grow up, and there's a chance that they find each other and never know they're related, so it could lead to inbreeding and incest. It's an incest concern, which is why a lot of people now are starting to rally against this sperm donor, because it's a big deal. He has too many kids. He needs to be cut off. The bartender needs to shut that shit down at the sperm bank. Tell the goddamn milkman here that, you know, no more deliveries. They've got plenty of supply for a lifetime. His name is Jonathan Jacob Meyer, and his name even sounds made up. That sounds like some John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith shit right there. But he's apparently well known in the sperm scene. In fact, he was even blacklisted from donating sperm in the Netherlands in 2017. It is just a legitimate problem. I went over it a bit more on stream, so I'll show you some clips from that before getting back into it. Did you hear of the serial sperm donor with 500 plus children who's being sued for increased incest risk? Yeah, what's his name? Caleb texted me. It's like he has like an NPC name. It's like John Madison or something. Well, it's probably not John Madison. That's one of the fucking founding fathers. But, oh, it's James Madison. What's the guy's name? Jonathan Jacob. Jonathan Jacob Meyer. Jonathan Jacob Meyer has donated sperm to at least 13 clinics, including 11 in the Netherlands, where he was blacklisted in 2017 for fathering 102 children. Man's out here trying to be the next Genghis Khan. Be the dad to half the population. The group alleges that the serial donor has lied about the number of children he's fathered. We're taking action against this man because the government is doing nothing. He has global reach via the internet, and he does business with large international sperm banks. Do they like him? Do the sperm banks like him? Is he providing them like a valuable service that they defend him? I have to imagine they have access to plenty of sperm. They probably don't need them, right? Would I ever donate sperm? Probably not. Not even because I think it'd be like a yucky, weird experience. I just feel bad because I'd condemn a kid to be short. And not everyone can deal with such a burden. Yeah, I wouldn't want him to grow up to have like short man syndrome, like short man rage. If I had known he had already fathered more than 100 children, I would have never chosen this donor. When I think about the consequences this could have for my child, I'm sick to my stomach. Going to the court is the only way to protect my child. That is quite an interesting situation. He's fathered so many children that it's now a non-zero risk that those kids grow up and then they end up, you know, reproducing with each other, not knowing that they're related. Do you think this is a kink of his? No, I think he's just some kind of like B-tier supervillain from a comic book. Like, he hatched this nefarious plot, and it's a long-term con where it's like, I'm going to fill the Netherlands with, you know, hundreds of my children, and they'll never know. And then the inbreeding will commence and lead to generations of brain decline. I'll destroy the Netherlands from the inside out. That kind of thing. Holy shit. An Australian couple paid over $6,500 to a Danish fertility clinic for his sperm. What? We chose him because he was worldly, creative, and very intelligent. He was open to meeting his donor children, and he looks like my partner. It sounds like she was just attracted to him. He could have just given it to you au naturel. You probably wouldn't have even had to pay $6,500. He won't be stopped. I think it's disgusting. I'm incredibly angry and disappointed. I can't believe I have to tell my child that he has hundreds of siblings. Yeah, it is kind of fucking wild. So right now, it's a civil lawsuit against him because he knowingly continued to donate sperm like an absolute madman, just tossing these things out like free samples at a mall food court. And he did it at 11 clinics in the Netherlands, which has led to over 100 children in the Netherlands alone. And he continues to donate it internationally as well to spread his seed even further across the planet. He himself is saying the reason he keeps donating so much sperm here, like gallons upon gallons of it, is because he just wants to make sure everyone can have the joy of having a child, and he's doing his part to give them the tools necessary for it, I suppose. I don't think he realizes just how big of an issue it is to father more than 500 kids like that. I mean, it's not like a small thing, right? You would hate for those kids to end up meeting each other not knowing that they're related and then leading to fucking inbreeding, right? That's terrible. That's awful. I'm hoping they do win the lawsuit against this guy, and I'm hoping the sperm banks are going to do their due diligence to ensure they don't keep using his samples. They're going to have to, like, double and triple check those to make sure that it's not John Jacob coming in again under, like, another pseudonym or anything like that. Going in disguise, he's got, like, a fucking fake mustache and glasses on and goes to jerk off into their facilities. So, yeah, it is actually pretty distressing. So, just wanted to talk about it because the whole thing's wild. That's about it. So, yeah. A few weeks ago, a big YouTuber named Kwite came under fire and got put in the crosshairs of the entire internet after some extremely serious allegations were levied against him. The allegations came from one person on Twitter in particular who released a massive document that accused him of some truly heinous things. And as a result, his ham was getting steamed, they were calling him a criminal, and just like the Thornberrys, Twitter went a little wild. They were judge, jury, and executioner and decided in the court of public opinion that Kwite was already guilty on everything he was charged with. So they labeled him a rapist. They were no longer allegations, all of it was presented as facts. This was as real as algebra now, and if you said, like, hey, maybe let's wait to hear from the other side for a moment, you would have been labeled evil. If you even tried to utter the forbidden phrase of innocent until proven guilty, you would have been burned at the stake like it was the fucking Salem witch trials. It's also important to mention that it was more than rape too. They threw the entire kitchen sink at him. Every fucking horrible term you could imagine was all getting flushed down Kwite like he was a goddamn public toilet. He was labeled many awful things, and 2 days ago he came forward to debunk the entire thing in an hour-and-a-half long video, thoroughly going through every single accusation and pretty much tearing it to pieces with an incredible amount of evidence, and honestly just an incredible amount of bravery with some of the things that he publicly owns up to. Very personal, very big insecurities, such as, like, sexual performance and his anxiety regarding anything sexual, and even admitting to still being a virgin. There was a lot of things that he talked about here that I know for a fact couldn't have been easy, especially because now he put his face on it. Up until this point, Kwite hid his face. He hid his actual identity, but because of all of these accusations, he was doxxed from it, as I understand, and he wanted to showcase how seriously he was taking everything, so he dropped the mask and the hoodie and put his real face on top of this stinky shit cake that he was served, and he just brought down the brass tacks and laid out all of the facts as well as all of the context and a significant amount of evidence supporting his claims and debunking the things that the accuser was saying. This is probably one of the strongest rebuttals I've ever seen from an internet content creator when faced with serious allegations. The way Kwite has handled this is very, very impressive. And the response to it has been overwhelmingly positive in favor of Kwite. Now, most people are starting to rally behind Kwite and seeing that a lot of the things presented by the accuser were either outright lies or manipulated half-truths or completely misleading series of accounts of situations. It's all just not looking great. And in response, they've also posted I guess what was supposed to be a receipt proving that they've seen a therapist for PTSD, I guess, but that's all really pretty shady and sketchy and also not super important to what's being discussed here. So overall, just isn't looking good for the initial accusations. And I just want to kind of talk about this whole situation, not so much the particulars of it, because that's not my place to really talk about it. If you want to see the whole situation, I highly recommend going to Kwite's video to get a full grasp on all of it. What I want to talk about is the mob mentality that instantly formed against Kwite while being completely against hearing his side of it or listening to anyone that wanted to wait before fully forming their opinion. Because I caught a lot of shit for not talking about it for the course of 3 weeks. saying that I was trying to silence the story of a big rapist on YouTube and all kinds of horrible things, just awful shit. And I want to just talk about that because I'm not even surprised, because the general mentality on the internet is believe all victims no matter what, and don't ask questions. Because everyone wants to believe the best in people. If a victim is coming forward, it's because they're legitimately a victim and everything they're saying is the truth. Every argument they're making, everything they're presenting is a fact, and it's all a 100% account of what actually happened in these situations. And it's kind of a naive way of thinking. Like, it's just extremely trusting. Like my dad. Like a week ago, my dad sent me a text saying, "Hey bud, I was playing Forza," because I got my dad into Forza, he's become quite the gamer now. I was playing Forza and I got a message from someone saying that I was really good and he wanted me to like sign up for his team or something, but I can't get the website to work. And I panicked. I was like, holy fuck, Dad, this is absolutely a scam. Don't you dare go to that site or sign up for whatever he's trying to sell on you. It's not real. And I know that was probably a tough pill to swallow for him. It probably broke his heart because he responded with like, oh, okay, maybe he didn't think I was good. And I had to reassure him. I was like, no, Dad, I'm sure that wasn't the case. You were probably clapping cheeks out there. He's just, he's not being truthful with you. You can't just immediately trust complete strangers all the time. Especially in a situation where there's multiple people involved in the situation. It's important to get all sides of it so you get a full scope, a full educated look at everything going on. There's nothing wrong with seeing someone come forward and being like, holy shit, this is terrible, I'm sorry to hear all of that, but I'd like to wait to see all the other sides involved here before I fully form an opinion on all of this. Like, it's not that I don't believe you, it's that I'd like to wait to see everything before I fully understand what was going on here. And you can still, of course, be supportive of the victim that came forward, like, wow, I'm really sorry to read all of these things, it's fucking horrible. But you don't have to immediately start getting the pitchforks and the fucking shield out, ready to go fight the person that's accused without ever even hearing their side first, right? Because the sad reality is, people can lie. That includes accusers that are coming forward against somebody. They could be telling some things that aren't entirely truthful, or maybe are a little misremembered or misleading. There have been cases of people just outright making shit up in order to hurt someone that they had a falling out with. There's been an unreal amount of cases like that. And it's something that I've learned the hard way. A very quick, great example is Mick Gordon versus Bethesda. With the Doom OST, Doom Eternal OST, there was a huge hoopla, a big fucking gross meatball of controversy in terms of Mick Gordon versus Bethesda. One of the higher-ups made a Reddit post accusing Mick Gordon of being lazy. It's all his fault. The OST's kind of shitty. Mick Gordon's just awful to work with. And I believed it. I took him at face value, even though he never even really provided real evidence to support his claims. It's just one of those things of, well, why would he come forward and lie about it? I trusted him. He was in a position of power, too, where it'd be really weird to risk his entire reputation and the reputation of his company to just outright lie about one of the most beloved artists in the video game soundtrack space. So it just didn't make sense to me, so I took it at face value. Like, damn, Mick Gordon must just be a lazy asshole. And you already know how that fairy tale ends. 2 years later, Mick Gordon drops one of the fattest fuck yous of all time with an unreal amount of evidence and receipts to debunk everything that was claimed by Bethesda and highlight just how awful all of it was and who was really responsible for the shittiness of the OST. Still one of the finest pieces of reverse, like, Uno card ever. And it came 2 years later after I and many others had already fully made their judgment on Mick Gordon's character based off of one accuser. And unfortunately, history repeated itself here, and everyone accepted all of these allegations as fact based on one accuser's account of all of it. And these are life-ruining accusations, fucking rape and a ton of other horrible things. Like, those aren't goofy little silly accusations. That's not something you toss out willy-nilly like a fucking baseball. That can ruin your life. That will sink you. And people just ran with it. Didn't ask questions. Didn't care to hear Kwite's side of anything. Everything Kwite did, they criticized. Like, I think he took down his Discord server and they took that as a deeper admission of guilt. Everything that happened only confirmed the accusations must be real. Everything that didn't happen, the longer Kwite waited, the more and more people were convinced that everything was truthful there because he's taking so long to respond. The guilt must be weighing him down. He's a rapist. And they kept pushing that everywhere. Twitter, all over the place. And now he's responded, and the shoe's on the other foot. A lot of the people that were calling him a rapist have at least publicly eaten shit on it and apologized to him, which is nice. Not all of them. There's some holdouts there that just still outright refuse to even listen to him, which is always the worst fucking mentality ever, where, oh, I heard one side, I don't want to hear the other. Doesn't matter what you say, I will always think this way of you. Those fucking losers grind my ass so hard because it's clear you don't care about the truth. You just want somebody to hate, and this is giving you a perfect excuse to hate someone. You have a new villain to attack because you didn't even want to hear the side that would offer more of an insight and help you get closer to the truth of the situation. It didn't fucking matter to you. You just want to stay mad forever and continue to live this miserable life of finding people to hate online and having this list of people that you feel justified to attack and say horrible things to and about. It's fucking tragic. I hate that shit. But luckily, that's not everyone. That's only a small group of people that are for some reason still adopting that mindset. But yeah, anyway, just kind of wanted to talk about all of this because it's a pretty awful situation that I thought was worth going over at least a little bit. That's about it. See ya. I have sworn multiple times that I would stop talking about EDP 445, but just like most people's New Year's resolutions about going to the gym, I'm going to have to break it. Every few months for the last couple of years, like clockwork, he will try and come back to the internet after his historic fall from grace after being caught in the now infamous cupcake sting operation that outed him as a predator. He'll come back with an almost cartoonish development. He has been on this non-stop wild and wacky roller coaster of crazy, goofy shit that he tries. He's this gift that just keeps on giving with the amount of unbelievable shit he tries, like an everlasting gobstopper of goofs. I've compared him to the box ghost from Danny Phantom, and I think that is just the most apt comparison. He's just this silly villain that keeps popping up every now and then just for people to laugh him off the face of the internet, but he'll always come back as a cameo in later episodes. And that's why we're talking about him again today, because it's that time of the year where EDP tries to make a claim that he's innocent. And this time, he's saying, actually, it was all acting. He was only pretending to be a pedophile. He was method acting as a child molester, as part of a movie production. I know that sounds unbelievable. That sounds like I just made that shit up in a game of Mad Libs, but I'm being serious. That is the angle he's trying. He posted an entire breakdown of his defense that this was all a setup, that it was supposed to just be improv acting, but they published it as a real thing and it cost him his whole career. Now, before diving into the fanfic that EDP tries to craft here like he's working on a fucking Tumblr blog, I do want to make it clear that even though the Cupcake Doomsday sting operation was the apocalypse that brought down the world of EDP, it's far from the only instance of him talking inappropriately and sexually with minors. This was just the only one where they actually caught him in video. You know, this was no longer just blurry photos of Sasquatch or rumors. They finally had him on video, flirting with, and then even going to a physical location to meet someone he believed to be a child. This followed sexually charged conversations as well as inappropriate pictures, including a picture of his poopy in a toilet, an actual shit pic. I make sure to mention that anytime EDP's name comes up because god damn it, that shit is crazy. And following all that, he went to the physical location to meet someone he believed to be a kid, and said the reason he was there was actually because his belly was empty, his tummy was growling for a cupcake, which is why it became known as the Cupcake Incident. But this is just focusing on that video and not any of the other numerous claims and evidence about the way he talked to children and all of that. So let's take it from the top here in the timeline of events. He lays out all the lore, and it dates all the way back to 2019. So he's laying out the goddamn Silmarillion here, preceding the Lord of the Rings events that take place later on. So in 2019, he flew out to Philadelphia for the world premiere of Maybe Next Year, which he was featured in. I suppose this was his acting debut, and that's crucial knowledge here because fast forward to 2021, he received an email from Chet Goldstein, who was the person conducting the investigation on EDP at the time, and he's claiming that in 2021, Chet Goldstein reached out to him, letting him know how impressed he was with EDP's performance in that documentary, saying that he was impressed with his work from maybe next year and wanted to give him a shot for a different part in a film that Chet Goldstein was working on at the time. So he drops a receipt here of an email that basically just echoes that, saying, hey, you know, your work was fucking amazing. Can't believe you didn't win an Oscar. Would love to have you as part of this next production if you're willing to try out for it. Get back to me. EDP responds, ecstatic to take this role. This was really going to blow up his acting career. He confirms an address with him, that it's a Rite Aid location they're meeting at. Chet Goldstein says that, their cameraman will meet them at the Rite Aid parking lot. And it's going to be a random scene that they're going to act out for 30 to 40 minutes to see if he's fit for filming. He says, the scene we may ask you to act out may seem a bit odd, and I may crack some jokes and be rude in certain parts of the shoot that may seem offensive to you, but keep in mind, we have a protocol of situations we may throw at you to see how you respond and act in helping us determine if you're fit for the part. If selected for the part for the film we're shooting in Bakersville in October, we'll reach out in 7 to 14 business days for our meeting. Please message me back to confirm this date. So this is his bombshell, shocking revelation plot twist moment where you see Chet Goldstein actually was just wanting me to act, improv to make sure I was, up to snuff here with the role that I'd be required to play for his production. I was under the impression this was all part of the acting, which even upon hearing this excuse is one of the most unbelievable things I've ever heard. No, you remember that incident from 2 years ago. Keep in mind, he's just now posting this 2 years later. I'm guessing this idea came to him in a dream recently to try this garbage. But, why wait 2 years if this is all legitimate? But regardless, all of that pedophile shit, no, that's just because I was a very good actor. I actually fooled all of you. It was acting, but I'm really upset because, I was misled. I was instructed to improv. I had no idea this was going to be the result. But I know what you're thinking, Charles, he posted receipts, he posted emails right there. There's proof, there's evidence to support these outrageous claims. Sometimes reality can be stranger than fiction. And to that I say, I do not like those green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. These are fucking poorly photoshopped emails that he posts. He couldn't even Photoshop or crop it correctly. Look at Chet Goldstein's name. You can still see some of the black flakes at the top where Chet Goldstein was pasted on top of whatever this email originally was, and none of it's even centered in the first place. It doesn't even convincingly look like real emails. It is awful. It is terribly done. And to go even a step further, I can literally hear EDP's voice in the Chet Goldstein text here. He caps locked respond and act, as if that's supposed to drive the point home, no, look, it's real. This is super real because respond and act. That's a key word. I'm going to have to capitalize that one so that way people know that this is key. It's blatantly fake. These aren't real emails. But you know what? I'm always willing to play ball and suspend disbelief. Let's assume that this is real somehow. And the odds of this being even remotely real are beyond minuscule, incalculably low odds, but let's assume they are. It still doesn't explain away all of his other repeated behavior with the way he talks to minors or anything like that. And it doesn't even explain away the video itself. There's nothing in there that even gets corroborated with these emails he releases. Nothing checks out, even still, with the video itself and the claims he's making. He did an interview with an AI, I guess. I don't really know, but he's doing this interview with some kind of AI interviewer using some kind of fucking voice modulator. And the way he explains it is even more silly.
He had his business card attached to the email.
Okay, and that was shortly after the movie, maybe next year or so. You put kind of 2 and 2 together and everything aligned to this actually being an opportunity for you.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so Chet emails you and tells you to meet him at the apartment complex? I'm sorry, maybe I'm not understanding.
Well, the original meetup spot was at the Rite Aid.
In what fucking solar system would someone be so stupid as to get a random email from someone claiming to be a movie producer who just reached out to you with a cold call saying, hey, you're
fucking performance in this documentary was superb. Spectacular stuff. Come meet me at a Rite Aid where I'm going to have you play a child predator. Would you think that that's a good opportunity? So let's assume he didn't know he was going to be acting as a pedophile. The second that they start spitballing this improv at him, like, okay, so all of these chat logs with this child, you're a pedophile, you're a pedophile. Why would he play along with it? What opportunity did you think this was? How would portraying a child molester be like this golden goose for you? You are already a successful YouTuber with millions of subscribers, but this was your ticket to the big time? You know, this role you thought you were playing, like the role of method acting a fucking pedophile? That makes no sense. That is inexplicably ridiculous.
You know what I mean? And then the camera guy, Javier, he actually walked me over to the apartment complex. So in the fucking email, it was just, you know, boom, right here at the Rite Aid. And then camera guy is the one who walked me over to the apartment complex. This is the first time I ever seen this fucking apartment complex. You know what I mean?
This does absolutely nothing to help proclaim his innocence here. If it was at the Rite Aid or the apartment complex, it doesn't fucking change anything. The clips he's showing, the Rite Aid only comes in the frame when EDP is leaving after they're talking about calling the cops and everything. That is when he is actually, like, making his grand getaway from this situation. He starts by going up to the apartment complex and then leaves going out by the Rite Aid.
Do you have any indication on what you're walking into, what type of scene you're going to be acting out?
He didn't tell me shit, basically. You know what I mean? He basically just said, hey, we got some chat logs here. We're going to improv this bitch. Go along with it. I'm just like, all right, cool. So... And then again, you know what I mean? It's like, how the fuck was I supposed to know this was a goddamn, you know, how the fuck was I supposed to know that this was a goddamn setup? Like, it's like, you know, you have fucking business cards, you have the official wavelength bullshit, you know what I mean? Motherfuckers is emailing you and shit. It's like, anybody in their right fucking mind would have thought that this was legit.
I speak for every single living, breathing human being on this planet in saying that nobody in their right mind would have thought this is legit. At all. I will suspend disbelief yet again here to just toy around with this idea. Why the fuck would you even improv this kind of scene? Did you want the role of a pedophile? Did you want that to be your acting legacy? The follow-up to your magnum opus performance in maybe next year you wanted to be the child predator? What sense does that fucking make? This is the dumbest defense ever. And he doesn't even do anything to, like, somehow explain away everything he says and does in the video itself. None of this explains any of it. And this fucking email screenshots are fake emails to begin with. The whole thing is so stupid. But it is laughable that he is actually trying this with a straight face. Obviously, this is yet again another desperate attempt to prove that he's never been a child predator, even though there is overwhelming amounts of evidence, even outside of this big video that came from it. There is still so much evidence against him, and really the only reason he never faced jail time is because the investigation was done by YouTubers and not done in collaboration with law enforcement, so he was able to squeak away based on that, which is something that has happened a lot, unfortunately. So it's crazy he's not even in jail, honestly. And he still keeps trying to come back to the internet. Even after all of this time and all of this shit, he still keeps doing ridiculously goofy shit, like what you just saw there, with trying to say, he's not a pedophile, he was only acting. Wild stuff. I just wanted to give a little update here and share that. That's about it. See ya. Also, where's Chris?
Balloon, it looks like, and possibly inhaling whatever is in that balloon. But
oh, he's not even doing whippets, he's just doing NOS.
Why they are failing to come to
man's huffing the balloons in there, huh?
This is a kind of environment where for traffic to continue to go by.
Are they like trying to sneak up on him or something? Playing this like a stealth mission?
So look at all of the officers around. He is not restricted in the balloon in his hand.
I can see that.
To be up
near
his mouth. So we don't necessarily know what's going on there, but
Yes, we do.
you can make
Don't
your own
worry, we do.
assumptions. Again, we're watching to see if he will get out.
I'll tell you, he's probably not, you know, inhaling helium and making goofy voices.
The last time we saw this, so we're now waiting to see what this pickup is going.
Why
to
is
be.
the officer just kind of inching up on him?
There's no opportunity necessarily.
It's like meeting a dog for the first time, and you don't want to like startle it by going for like a pet too quickly, so you like gently lower your hand in there before petting the dog.
From the other side you feed, but he's not necessarily. He's just not pulling.
Oh, he was waiting for a pit maneuver.
There's another pit in the intersection. If he follows suit, which he did.
Oh shit! He's like a glove. Oh boy! Oh shit! It's like a game of pinball.
Bump him and try to stop him, but now look as he has moved.
Oh boy!
Standing outside.
Why not just?
Cell phone images.
Far be it from me to question the methods of the department, but if the idea was to box him in here, why not box him in here when he was preoccupied huffing nos for like actually 3 minutes at this red light? They had so much time, but instead you had officer action over here that just really wanted the pit maneuver. You could have boxed him in here and it would have been much more efficient and quicker. I don't really understand what the point of that was. He's stopping at every red light. If the idea is to pit maneuver into a box, boxing him in, why not just box him in right now?
The driver continues to not yield, and there it is again. You can see.
Oh, here comes a pit maneuver. He's lurking. I can see that desire in his eyes. Here she comes.
And there is another one, and we'll see if
nice.
The sheriff's changed tactics at all to try to pin him in a little bit more.
Why change tactics when it's working so well already?
Go over those medians, and he's done it again. Now he's going in.
Oh, he's grinding it.
This is where it begins to get dangerous for other people because
like a Tony Hawk stunt there. He just got like 600 points from that grind.
Stop over that curb. And
he is actually stopping at stop signs too. Instead of pitting him, we could just come in here now and box him.
Look like there's any damage to the vehicle, and the person.
He stops at everything for the sake of more nos.
Checking both directions.
Man's probably so zooty pantsed right now, he doesn't even realize that he's like in a police chase. He's probably like, oh my god, that is so impolite. I just got bumped in a fender bender. Well, I never.
So narration. You see this person.
Not sure, Bobby, but it's pretty interesting so far.
We have an officer there, and there is a spike strip that he is driving right over.
So yeah,
we have no doubt that he hit the spike strip that he is.
Well, he literally stops to look at it. You're like, oh, this is an interesting contraption, and then just slowly drives over it.
There is a spike strip that he is driving right over. So that
surely that has to be maximum efficiency on the spike strip.
So that's going to
spike strip.
Tires of this truck, and you can see the thread, the string, the rope there behind. So
oh boy, he stole the spike strip.
His vehicle, and we're going to see how long.
Add it to the list of crimes. Now it's theft.
Of the truck, possibly break the axle by driving over in such a manner of those.
Oh, I lost him behind the tree.
He hasn't, and he's just.
Oh wait, the officer just opened it. Oh, don't tell me this is where the spike strip finally works.
So, unfortunately,
I can't see.
We can't see why he has stopped.
Let's swing this helicopter around. Oh, nope, there he is.
Yeah, and he's continuing. And if you're just joining balloon,
it is a balloon.
It's like he is inhaling something.
Yep.
And that would
right. You are
possibly helium
yes.
and any number of things. This was.
Brother, possibly helium. What do you think he's doing on his way to a child's birthday party to make like a fucking comedy sketch for them with a goofy voice? Helium? Why are we pretending we don't know what he's inhaling?
At one point,
well, yeah, he's fucked now. Unless he busts through the fence.
Generally, he's been in light traffic, but this again is the kind of.
He got himself confused
so
there.
Nowhere to go. He's now pinned in. He can't go forward.
Yeah. So this is where this one reaches its standstill for 4 hours, huh?
The big risk, I would think, for sure, but it suggests that he's under the influence and would be acting irrationally. Now you've got a dog that's right there in front of the vehicle. So again, you wouldn't want that.
An astute observation indeed.
You certainly don't want to put the dog at
sharp as a nail. That dog. The dog did scoot by. A valuable witness.
So they are going to try to keep. He was recklessly driving balloons. That comes from one of our.
Is he out of balloons now?
Approach the vehicles. No.
Now he's trying.
Oh boy, now he's heckling.
Or maybe the suspect is
It begins to.
in that cat.
Maybe they just wanted to like hang out for a bit and
Can't
talk.
tell if he's,
Oh, he's going for it.
So they're going to pull back now because again, you don't want to put officers at risk, but he's not going to back that truck up anywhere. Look at the tires.
Though.
So
Well, let's see what kind of power this Dodge has. Or it looks like a Ford, I think.
which could cause a fire of his tires as well.
This just goes to show you that the spike strip was worthless here.
Yeah, absolutely.
He stepped away. Now he has come back. He has something in.
Why don't you come on out of the truck and we'll give you some more balloons?
Or whatever. But you know, I was thank you for sending that to us. But you're looking.
Oh, they're getting him.
Much without that. So now they've got the just caustic tear gas right in.
Yeah, they sure did.
You're fighting gas with gas. This man's been huffing NOS for like an hour now. Tear gas is going to do nothing.
That comes from one of our executive producers.
That could be
He's
one
immune.
Of the reasons they were stopping him. Maybe
The officer is pulling back on that SUV.
Honestly, this guy's got a pretty big brain strategy. It's a long-term play. He's going to make sure all the officers are sunburned.
Spike strip when they were pulling up to bump in.
Because you know they weren't ready for this. They did not apply any sunscreen lotion.
He did.
That's for sure.
Flat tire. So what had happened was he had tried to push that SUV out of the way, and just as a precaution, they backed a second police car, sheriff's vehicle, up against the rear bumper. But when they did that, they actually ran over the spike strip that had been laying down to prevent
No way.
the suspect from getting
No way.
flatten their own tire because they couldn't pull it out of the way.
How? The spike strip, this guy ran over in like actual textbook fashion. He looked at it, made sure the spike strip was down properly, beautifully, slowly ran over it, and then accelerated, and the spike strip did nothing to his tires, and yet somehow the cops, hit their own spike strip and it pops it instantly. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Because the person
Just keep throwing tear gas in there. Flashbang him. I don't know, man. Jesus Christ. Like, you can clearly roll up and just throw anything in his window. Throw in a note that says, please get out. Like, fuck, man. Anything. They've already thrown one tear gas canister in there. Let's just start, like, flashbang. More tear gas.
He's repeatedly.
Oh, did they tear gas him twice? The other one was at 45, 50.
In some way, he is coming down off of his hawk. The odd behavior is he continues to talk to them. Even
Oh, yep. Looks like they did tear gas him twice.
As they approach, if he starts to move, they've generally backed off. So here they go. They're putting it in there on him, and he's still got that canister. See the canister that he has?
Oh, shit!
Well, but look in his hands right now.
Those fast reflexes.
Canister of something.
He just threw it.
If more force is necessary to end this, are
Who do they have out here? G.I. Joes now? What? Man, this guy's armed to the teeth. Good lord, alright. Yeah, they called him Master Chief, I guess. Yeah, not wrong. About to drop in the ODST troops.
ready to end it? What's coming?
They've walked up to the cabin fucking 3 times now.
Such as a use of force. However, they are going to
Surely they have to know he doesn't have a weapon or anything.
end up going to jail.
Yeah, we saw them toss water, but I've not seen him.
Well, can we Uber Eats some food to him, maybe? Wine and dine him, maybe? Get him out that way?
Any evidence of that, but maybe we missed it.
Put like a large rotisserie chicken on the end of a fishing line to lure him out?
I was thinking.
It's not impacting the.
Oh shit, they're rolling up.
Street, but you are seeing the deputies approach, and I fully believe that there is going to be a resolution on this, that they're going to have to go in, open up the door, drag this guy out, and take him into custody. At this point,
That looks to be the only way.
Well, we see the SWAT officers approach.
Oh, nope.
So that they could take
Must have been too hairy.
Of that sheriff's.
He looked at it. He looked at them with the nos again. And he said, "Don't make me. Don't make me do it."
Interesting. He turns around and walks flat. So now.
Jesus Christ! They got the SWAT unit out here.
Bruce, I liked what you said.
We need the experts. This guy's good. It's fucking Jason Bourne in that truck.
Street with cars on both sides.
But why? But why? But why? Why are you swapping out the police cruiser here with the fucking SWAT Bearcat? That's so unnecessary. They have walked up to this
Goofy Goober's window fucking 5 times. 5 times. They have to know by now he has no weapons beyond huffing nos, which I guess could be like a Bane level power-up juice, maybe. But like they have to know there's nothing in there. Surely at this point they'd be like, all right, we'll just drag him out, I guess. What the fuck?
And he
Oh shit, here we go.
and eventually begin
The
to
day is
sober up,
saved.
in a manner of speaking. Yes, I mean at some point you do sober up, but if not, if he continues to huff, I mean if he just continues to use it over and over, yeah, nothing changes. And here comes the bear cat.
Yeah.
Woo!
How, you know, you have these cars that
They
are
did it!
and then you can see the barrier.
Okay. He's not moving. He hasn't moved in 2.5 hours, and now he definitely won't.
These are
can last for a couple.
Oh, now he is absolutely not moving. Another bear cat.
It's a fast. It's a fast.
Yeah, this is
hunt.
like
I
a
don't
game
know
of
what type
Tetris.
We need a patrol
cat.
One of the helicopters.
Along West.
Chris! They woke Chris up. They're like, oh my god, please get Chris in here. Anything. God, I can't do this anymore. Please, Chris, save us.
From your shots, which you would think will play into law enforcement's favor here.
I think they're just literally waiting for him to have to take a shit or something. Or get like really hungry and thirsty that he's just like, alright guys, look, we've had our fun. Let's get some food and call it a day, huh? They told the, oh, there's the other bear cat. We got 3 in the mega mix now. They told the commentators, the casters, like, hey, you guys can just like go home. Man, this is more just like a casual get together at this point for the whole department. Surprised someone doesn't wheel out a little grill and start cooking. Like that might even be a good play, like try and entice him to get out of the car for some like high quality cookout food.
Along that bike path where SCB officers are now strategizing on whether to approach
what
that
the
from a different angle. There is that third Bearcat, making it the 3rd armored vehicle now on this prolonged operation.
They've got the undercover espionage crew out here too in the unmarked white vans with the satellite dishes on top. What the fuck is this? Who do they think he's communicating with? Alright, maybe we'll deploy an EMP. Take out the gas canister. No, fuck. Wait, it's gas. EMP's useless against him. Shit, he's thought of everything. Holy shit. That's the news? Oh, is it? Is it the news? Usually news is in marked vans, aren't they? At least the ones in Tampa. I don't see any markings on these. I assume this is like the quintessential like undercover cop shit. Though I guess it's not very good cover if there's like a satellite dish on there. Maybe I'm not familiar with what the news vans look like in Cali. Is that one going back to base? We're gonna need more reinforcements. I'll summon the squad. Oh, maybe it's gonna meet him on the other side of this, and they'll have like Mortal Kombat over this bike path. Man, if this guy just brought some snacks and some water, he could have actually just been here all night.
The county of Los Angeles.
Like actually just, you know, maybe even forever, depending on how long the snacks last.
Impressive about the reverence for human life that the sheriff's department.
This would actually be an incredible diversion if his friends are criminals. It'd be like, hey guys, I'm gonna go occupy the entire LAPD by just, I don't know, going for like a small drive and then parking somewhere for a while. You guys go commit a lot of crimes. They're gonna be kind of low. Oh boy, he's back to the tank. He's probably almost out at this point.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over there. The deputies are attempting to make communication with him.
What do you mean attempting? God damn it. We have seen this man lean out of the car with his fucking belly flopped over the windshield or the window, literally talking to you guys to your face. Communication was established fucking instantly. Literally off rip. God damn it. What do you mean attempting? Just go up there and talk to him again. You have walked up to his fucking window 6 goddamn times, 2 of them to put tear gas in it. Like, there is no problem saying hello to this man and like having this conversation. Like, can you get the fuck out of the car? Get out of the car, I'll let you pet my cat. Like, anything. Like, holy shit. Communication is the easiest thing with this guy.
injury to innocent.
What are they
suspected-
playing?
unsuspecting
Holy
bystanders.
shit, are they gonna send a drone in there?
Those, I don't think.
Oh my god. They've got the drone out. All right. We're entering the climax.
SWAT team. It's nice to have a little bit of company here.
I wonder if they've been trying to set this up for the last 3 hours they've been here.
Our chopper early in the morning, and he covered this pursuit earlier on when we first jumped on the air. With
Bad news, Chief. Batteries are dead. All right, we tried.
Overhead. You saw all
4 hours during the pursuit.
Oh, here it is.
When he was inhaling from that balloon, we
UAV inbound. Yes, sir.
We watched him drive on center dividers. We watched him.
Nope, here it comes.
Weave his way through
Oh, maybe to like startle him. Like, oh fuck! Technology. Opens the door and runs.
Makes it because now.
Oh, they're sneaking up on him.
Assault with a deadly weapon, not just evading and a DUI. So
in position.
SEB there. You can see
gathering intel.
Pole in front of those deputies right there.
Calculating.
We've seen that in the past. They will put
Imagine he just crashes it into the truck.
And the ones that we saw earlier on, which we were watching from way back when, they actually had deputies walking up holding these canisters of.
The legendary sixth star has been achieved. The drones are out.
Technical term anymore. That's what they used to call it back in the day, but it's tear gas basically. It's something that's going to annoy.
Oh wait, did they tear gas him? Or is that what the fuck is?
Has inside there is different types, different.
Oh, finally! What the fuck? They've tear gassed him 2 times and it wasn't that powerful. They finally brought out the big boy tear gas. It's about time. Like they could have done this 4 hours ago.
All right, Stu Mandela, I apologize. I'm going to interrupt you because he's jumping out.
Oh.
Obviously, because there's gas that's coming out. Now he's making a run for it as he.
There we go.
And he doesn't look like he's going to make it very far. Hands up.
I'm surprised they caught him with that kind of speed.
To an end. My goodness. How
Yeah, he got hotboxed on that one.
That happened all of the sudden to.
When did the tear gas even get in there? The drone must have been a distraction. I want to see when that even made it. Oh, it's in there, right? When did it get in? Did they even tear gas him, or did his gas canister itself blow up? What happened?
Now it's becoming assault.
They got shot through the windshield? When? I was trying to look for that.
Canisters of gas. We call it CS gas. I'm not really sure if that's a technical term anymore. That's what they used to call it.
Okay, it must be like right here in the helicopter cam must have missed it. Because now he's struggling with it, so he must have heard it come in. Yeah, they must have shot it through the back window, but we couldn't see it on the cam. Yeah, see, it's right there, because he turns around, so he must have heard it, and it was when the helicopter didn't get... Oh, and there, look, there, that's the pole. Yeah. So we just couldn't see the officers holding this pole. Okay. Mystery solved.
And that pole right there.
Fine, I'll look up the German mud wizard. Robed wizard taunts police struggling in mud. What is happening here? Did he deploy a quicksand? Is this guy an earthbender? What is going on? Well, he's very powerful. What is this? Prestidigitation? Like, goddamn. Oh! There he is! The wizard has been summoned. Man, all of these police officers are like turtles on their shell. Jesus Christ. This is embarrassing. Oh, it's like toddlers when they're still learning how to walk. Are they all drunk or something? What is going on? There's no way it's that hard. This man's fighting for his fucking life. The Mud Wizard's gonna drag him back by the heels like a horror movie in a second. Man, at this point, just start doing, like, rolling. Like, it's like, oh, shit! It's like cow tipping. The Mud Wizard strikes. We're gonna need reinforcements. His tootsies are stuck in the mud. Whoever set up this trap, though, really did a great job. It's like some kind of holy barrier. Oh, no. So this is how it all ends for this guy, huh? He'll just be stuck here forever. Oh, come on. He's almost there. Let's go. Oh, no. It's like bowling pins. Oh, jeepers. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. There we go. That's the mud wizard for you. And none of them can navigate the mud pit. Oh, the mud wizard got him with a blast. Oh, there he is. You're in his territory now. This is his domain. His spiritual pressure is able to run rampant here. This guy is actually being swallowed whole. He's gonna need to be airlifted out here in a second. He's going really deep. He's going straight to hell. Like, good lord. They're gonna need to get the chopper and a ladder inbound ASAP. And the mud wizard's coming. Oh god. Oh no. Oh lord. Have mercy. It's Radagast the Brown. Man, this goes on for so long. There we go. We got him. Mission successful. He gets to go home and see his family. Close call, though. Close call. We almost lost him. Wow. That was fascinating. Jesus Christ. Someone give me the lowdown. What happened here? Was this like a concert or what? Because I do remember there was also a filth wizard at a rave a long time ago. I also think it was Germany. There was a guy who dressed as a wizard and started playing in the mud and twirling around a baton and shit. It was a coal mining protest. Oh. Does anyone remember the Wizard of Filth? Damn, this is too new, so it's overriding the old one. Where is it? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? 2 wizards, 1 cup. Well, that's not the one. It was at a rave, and there was a guy dressed in a gray wizard's garb. It was raining, it was muddy, and he was just busting it wide open. I wonder if it's the same guy. I'd really like to find the video. Does anyone know what it's called? Is it just Rave Wizard? I tried Mud Rave Wizard, but it didn't come up. Oh, here we go. Wizard Gandalf at a rave. I think this is it. This is not the one. How often does this happen? This must be a very common cosplay thing for raves. This is pretty cool, though. He was wearing gray wizard gear. I think he even had a walking stick. And he was dancing. Anyone at all? Why is it? I'm pretty sure I even showed it on stream at some point like 2 years ago. What the fuck? Why is this so hard to find? Am I crossing wires? Was he not in a wizard's getup? I'm pretty sure he was. Here, I guess I'll pull this up. Maybe this will jog someone's memory. This is kind of what the environment looked like. But then there was a guy dressed as a wizard, and he was throwing mud, and he had a walking stick, I'm pretty sure. What the fuck? Are you... What? Man, what the fuck? No, it's not the Glastonbury Wizard. What? How does this fit anything I have said? I pulled this goddamn video up on stream years ago. Thanks to Resub Filthy. Why can't I find it? Did it get taken down? Was it not as popular as I remember? Hey, I'm gonna describe a video real quick. Tell me if you guys know what I'm talking about so I can find it. Have any of you seen
Is it the Blippy video?
No, that Blippy shit video, that was so good. It was a music festival. It was a concert. It was raining. It was muddy. People were throwing mud at each other, and there was a guy dressed as a gray wizard throwing mud at people.
Oh, the one in Germany?
Yes, that's what I thought. But I can't find it. I can't find it.
Wait, I can find it.
Okay,
wait,
cool.
at the protest, you mean?
No, that's Mud Wizard. I'm talking Filth Wizard. This was like a level 99 Filth Wizard.
Oh,
Andrew,
shit.
how could you think this was Mud Wizard?
My bad.
Yeah.
It sounded nothing like it.
Fuck, I can't.
Very different. Very different levels
Wait,
of magic.
How can chat not find it?
No, I pulled this fucking thing up on stream years ago. He was not the focus of the video. I will say that. The video was focused on the concert.
Wizard's a red herring here.
Yeah, the wizard was just like a pretty like small piece of it, but like he became a meme. They called him the Filth Wizard on Reddit. Messy Merlin?
Maybe it was Messy Merlin and you're thinking of Filth Wizard.
It's not Messy Merlin. Literally nothing came up with that except a beached dolphin.
Oh.
Is it Polish golem at a rave? That's... Wait,
What the fuck? So deep.
No, God, is anyone even listening to me? It is not Polish golem. He is not even wearing a wizard's garb.
All right, so describe the video again, but
this-
like really go into some detail here.
Oh, wait, we forgot a guy. How did we possibly miss that guy?
So...
Wait, we forgot a guy?
This seems...
he's just chilling.
This seems like a pretty common thing. So it was a rainy day. The video, it was still raining. Everything was covered in mud and filth and shit. And there was a guy in a wizard's cloak who was throwing mud at people and dancing. And I'm pretty sure he had a walking stick. But yeah,
And
this
are
video
you
was cool.
positive it was a music festival?
I am 100% sure it was a music festival. Unless they just do like mud parties.
Oh my god, look at it.
Yeah, he just knocks.
That's
He
such
uses his
a good
fucking most
video.
powerful spell to root that fucking that SWAT police officer in place, and then he pushes him over.
Yeah, he casts a crazy root on that guy. The whole department honestly fell victim to the CC. It was really good.
Naked mud monster running uphill at Australian Music Festival?
He definitely wasn't naked. I would remember if he was hanging
Oh
on.
yeah, this
Wait,
is straight up.
wait.
He's straight up naked.
Wait, I think I found it.
What's it called?
Here, I'll just send it to you on Discord. I hope this is it. Is he like playing with fucking like light up balls?
Oh no, that's Rave Wizard.
Oh, god damn it! Why are there so many fucking wizards?
There's a lot of wizards in the world. You'd be surprised.
God.
Man slides into girl peeing at V Festival 2012.
Oh, that one got promised.
Last night in bed, actually.
Oh my, yeah, she's peeing on the ground and he mudslides straight under her.
Send me mudslide pee. I want to watch that on my own. Look up Mag Smrodu. Okay, last one though before doing this encounter. Actually, last one.
Alright, everybody's ready except for Charles, I think, because he's looking up a video.
Oh, the Filth Wizard! Yes, wait, that's it. It's in a different language. That's why we couldn't find it. I got everything right except for his cloak. It's not a gray cloak.
Put it in the raid group so everybody can join in.
Yeah. Hold on, let me drop that in there.
You're gonna have one message in this Discord, and it's that.
Yeah, it's just Filth Wizard. Here, let me make sure it's not Toss, and I'll pull it up on stream. I don't think it is. In fact, it's actually not even a wizard at all.
Yeah, that's just a man with a stick.
But they called him.
This was so misleading. Come
If
on.
you go into the comments, I promise you, they're calling him Filth Wizard.
They're all talking in German.
Holy shit! That
Polish,
wall of noise.
whoever this is.
He actually only has a stick.
Why did you? Wait, he's just drinking the mud.
Yeah. So he's not playing with the mud; he's drinking it. That's why I got confused. Wires got crossed. But yeah, this is. They called him.
Somebody find this.
I don't know. They called him the Filth Wizard, though. I swear to God, they called him the Filth Wizard.
Look at that good Samaritan coming up and saying, "Hey man, stop drinking that
Yeah.
fucking water."
Oh, when I
What a good
translate Mag Smrodu, it translates to Stink Mage.
Oh!
Alright.
Jesus. Alright.
Let's get started.
Yeah, staff just posted it. The Stink Mage replenishes mana in the Tainted Moon Well. Let's get serious.
The Stink Mage and his mana potion.
The Tainted Moon Well.
I told you, that video is such a fucking banger. It actually happened, and I'm as shocked as you are. YouTube actually reverted one of their bad changes they've made recently. This is more rare than winning the lottery. In November, YouTube made changes to their monetization policy, which overnight slapped a ton of channels and demonetized a large portion of their catalog, with no warning whatsoever that it was coming. Pretty much overnight, a ton of channels had their income drastically affected, which led to fear and outrage, naturally. They decided that it was time to really sterilize the content. No more of those naughty sailor sentence enhancers. Welcome to Weenie Hut Jr., bub. So they punished a lot of channels, and today, they actually announced that they're reverting that change on the bad words. So they're no longer going to be treating all curse words equally. There's going to be tiers to them, because fucking obviously there should be. Not every curse word's the same. You can't argue that hell and damn are on the same level as a fuck. The original policy said that all bad words are going to be equal in the eyes of the algorithm, so it was a big problem that now they've recognized was a problem, so they've dialed it back. They're also being more flexible on the harshness of the language you can use in the content and still be monetized for. Not only that, they're finally showing us how the sausage is made and is no longer just making it vague statements. They are making it very clear what is and is not going to trigger different levels of monetization, what is and is not allowed for full monetization, what will result in limited monetization, and what exactly will result in no ads. They finally laid it all out plainly and clearly, so there's no guesswork anymore. Overall, this is a very surprising announcement because I can't even recall the last time YouTube reverted a policy change. The only one that even tickles my noodle is when Google Plus still existed and you had to sign up for Google Plus to comment on YouTube videos. But I feel like the only reason that got taken away is because Google Plus got taken away. That got buried like a fucking dinosaur. It went extinct. The service ceased to exist. Thus, it could no longer exist on YouTube as a commenting feature. And it's been like 10 years since then. God rest the soul of Google+. I know all 3 people that used it are probably still very distraught about it. May time heal those wounds. But I feel like I'd remember if they actually reverted that change before Google Plus's collapse. And I don't remember any announcement like that. I think they were stubbornly going to ride or die on Google Plus, and then Google Plus died. So not even that really fully qualifies, I don't think. I actually just can't think of another policy change they've ever walked back on. I really can't. This is truly a unicorn here. It's super refreshing, and I'm thankful that they're, going back on this change. So now you can, again, say your fucks. You can then say, whatever other colorful language you want to include without fear of your livelihood being threatened for it or anything like that. But I am admittedly confused that this is the first change that they're publicly eating shit on, saying that this was too far, too Insano style, it wasn't how we wanted it to be, and we've listened to the feedback, so we're going to revert those changes. I'm just surprised it's this one as opposed to dislikes. They removed dislikes a long time ago, and people still are very vocal about how awful of a decision that was, and people are still very much wanting dislikes to be re-enabled on the platform. And I feel like that's a pretty easy one for them to do, because dislikes still exist, it's just not publicly accessible on the platform without an extension. So they could easily flip that switch back on, and it'd be a slam dunk to showcase that they actually are listening to feedback now. I think this is a great first step, like, hey, don't get me wrong, I'm happy about this. Hey, we heard you, we're reverting this change, it wasn't a good change.
but why not also extend that to something like dislikes? And also, they haven't made any mention on that violent content policy that they updated at the same time as the cursing policy, where a lot of channels were also hit by that if they were playing a video game that was a little too violent. So there is still room for improvement, but it is a good first step that I'm thankful for. So I just wanted to at least point out a couple of other things that I would like them to address as well. Of course, the biggest being bringing fucking dislikes back. Now, there's one more pretty important thing that I'd like to talk about. They actually put out a video going over everything and explaining it in greater detail with an actual face to the policy. This is their lead monetization guy, and I half expected this to just be like a fucking android or robot or something, but they actually have the real living, breathing human being that's behind these monetization changes and these monetization policies coming forward to explain it.
This November aimed to improve the clarity and enforcement of our advertiser-friendly guidelines, and to make it easier for creators to monetize brand-safe content.
I don't really get how the November change was supposed to make it easier to monetize brand-friendly content. It didn't seem to have any effect on what was already considered brand-friendly, so that seems like kind of a nothing point. And I'm also not on board or subscribed to the belief that it was done with the intent of clarifying their policies on, cursing and all that, when it was just a full overhaul of what is and is not allowed in regards to monetization. So changing, like, the first 15 seconds, you can't say anything that's even somewhat naughty and shit like that, and treating all curse words equally. That's not really providing clarity, that's just completely changing what's already been established. So I'm a little confused on what the actual goal was, if the goal itself wasn't to make it a more strict environment, which it seems like, from what he's saying, that's not what they were intending.
Since then, we heard concerns from creators about the impact of this change. Upon reviewing our own enforcement data, we found the profanity policy resulted in a stricter approach than we intended. As a result, we are making the following changes to better reflect the goals of our initial update in November.
Again, that statement has me scratching my head like I've got fucking lice. I'm very confused. How could you not have foreseen that this profanity change makes it a more restrictive environment? If that wasn't the goal. Like, it seems like the goal was to change the profanity policy in order to make everything cleaner for people that, rely on AdSense for their livelihood on the platform, right? I don't understand exactly what the goal was if the goal wasn't to change that policy itself, because he seems to insinuate that the belief was it would make things easier. How? In what fantasy world would that have actually been the result from the policy change? It just makes everything a lot more tough and harsh to create in.
We are no longer treating all profanity equally. Usage of moderate profanity, words like bitch, douchebag, asshole, shit, at any time in the video content is now eligible for green icons. Under the November update, this would have received no ad revenue. Usage of stronger profanity, like the F word in the first 7 seconds or repeatedly throughout the majority of the video, can now run limited ads. Under the November update, this would have received no ad revenue.
When he really spells out the November update, you can truly hear just how fucking brutal it was. So it is fantastic that they're walking it back. That is great. And it's also lovely to hear this guy say things like bitch, asshole, and douchebag, and he even says fuck, too. He referred to it as the F word here, but he gets a little loosey-goosey with it in a little bit. He just straight up drops a fuck in there, which is pretty cool to hear.
Content using profanity, moderate, or stronger words like fuck after the first 7 seconds will now be eligible for green icons, unless used repetitively throughout the majority of the video. As was the case before the update in November, use of any profanity, be it something like shit or the F word, in titles and thumbnails will receive a yellow icon.
I really do appreciate his matter-of-fact way of presenting this. He just lays down the brass tacks and he does it in 4 minutes. It's pretty concise, it's bite-sized, so that way you get all of the information you need and you'll know exactly what will result in what monetization status. So I actually think it's a really great thing that they've done here. I don't know if they normally do this and I've just been missing it, but if this is new, I hope they continue it because it leaves no more room for vagueness or misinterpretation of policies. I think that's nice. I also think it's a good thing that they have the head honcho here of the department being the principal actor here in the content, so that way he can be the face of it the way that it should be, since he is the one that leads the policy monetization team. So, overall, I am very appreciative that they have reverted these changes. I'm not going to play the rest of the video where he goes more in depth on more of the profanity changes. You can check that out yourself, so that way you have more clarity on it as well. But overall, a great change, and it seems like it's going back to the way it was before November. And actually, from the sound of what he was saying, it seems even better than it was pre-November. But maybe now I'm just not remembering exactly how the policies used to work. Regardless, though, it is a good thing. This is a rare YouTube W on this situation. I'm happy for it, but I think there's still more work to do. I do hope they continue this. I hope this is the start of more transparency, a willingness to listen to the community in regards to changes that they make. I'm hopeful that this won't be a one-off decision that they make, and we can start tackling some other problems, like the dislikes being hidden still. But anyway, I just wanted to keep everyone updated on this situation. That's about it. So yeah. Hey Sneako, does this outfit look familiar? This is the same thing I wore last time I took you over my knee and spanked your bottom with some discipline. And I'm happy to report that these are back in stock, and a lot more, at moistglobal.com. Last time I talked about you, I used you for a merchandise push as well, so might as well stick with tradition. I bet just seeing me in this attire again has just sent you on a full-blown Winter Soldier episode with your eyes rolling into the back of your skull as you're experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder, because the first video I made on you offended you to such a high degree that you have not stopped whining since. It's already been 3 months, can you believe that? How time flies. You started shit with me by insulting me and my girlfriend out of nowhere, so naturally I responded by making fun of you in return, and showcasing the reasons why I don't respect you. But unfortunately I failed to calculate just how much of a sensitive fucking loser you are, because this hurt your feelings to such a high degree it's become like an Armageddon in your brain. 3 months you have continued to melt down about this. The day after I posted my response, he went on stream and had a huge unhinged tantrum and meltdown about the whole thing, and then he sent some of his viewers over. So I was joking with them, saying like, oh, you guys must have just stopped the cuties watch party over there at Sneako's stream, right? Welcome, cucks, that kind of shit. And it got really under his skin in a big way, so he started dancing around with the gun and threatening to come shoot me. So he kept saying, oh, you're in Tampa, right? I'll come see you, waving his gun around and dancing.
You wanna watch my clips? Watch my clips. Watch my clips. You want me to watch your clips? Watch my clips. These are the only clips I'm watching, you were?
Now the reason he keeps saying watch my clips while threatening me here is because during the stream I couldn't watch him live because he just kept shouting slurs. So I said, watch my clips to see what I was saying about you. I had to communicate via Twitch clips. And I'm sorry to be that guy, this is like the grammar police of guns, but he's a fucking imbecile, you absolute buffoon. What you have there is not clips. These are mags. They're mags, not clips, you absolute fucking dummy. The same way that this is also a mag. They're all mags. Stop saying clips, you look fucking stupid here. Anyway, sorry for the gun anatomy lesson. He was very upset, so he was threatening to come shoot me, beat me up, all of that, because I hurt his feelings, and it's been festering for quite some time now. 3 fucking months. You love to bitch about how everyone's canceling you. These soy boy NPC bots are all canceling you. It's all you do. You treat the teenagers in your Discord like they're your goddamn therapist. Just going in there to complain about the invisible boogeyman canceling you again, shaking your fist at the clouds. I also love that you treat this Discord server like it's your PR team, so you have them work on your responses on Twitter because you're not witty enough to come up with anything on your own. You have no ability to banter. You can't insult anyone. Anytime you're pushed, all you fall back on is one of 3 things: soy boy, bot, or NPC, and that's it. You never deviate from this path. Which is ironic, because you're like literally a sheep. You have 3 programmed responses. You're like the absolute worst character, side character in an MMO. It's pathetic. But I'm getting sidetracked. You love to be super public about how much you hate antidepressants and you shit on anyone who takes antidepressants, but with the way you talk in your Discord server, I'm pretty convinced that you're only 2 or 3 messages away from asking your community to source antidepressants for you under the table to help with all this mental anguish you're going through. And I think that'd honestly be a good idea. It might help you. But I'm putting the cart before the horse here. How did we get to this point? Well, I made that video about Sneako, and I fully planned on that being the only time I ever talked about this asshole. I really did. All I wanted to do was highlight why I personally don't respect him. I know a lot of people criticize me for not tackling his points, and to that I say, bah humbug, this fucking goober didn't make any points. All he did was insult me and my girlfriend. He insulted me and my girlfriend because I made fun of one of his friend's blatantly fake stories. He resorted to childish name-calling like, I'm ugly, and I don't go outside. That's not making any points. Like, what am I supposed to debunk there? No, actually, my mom thinks I'm handsome, and so does my girlfriend, so you're wrong, factually wrong. There's nothing to debunk. The whole point of the video was highlighting why I don't respect him. I'll go ahead and briefly give you a previously on Dragon Ball Z lore recap to bring you up to speed on the points I was making for why I think he is a pathetic piece of shit, and his opinion holds no value in my eyes. Is because he publicly defends Cuties as one of his favorite movies. Cuties was a Netflix film that used real child actresses in sexual situations, so they sexualized real children. A fact that Sneako himself acknowledges, but writes off as being okay because it's realistic, because in the real world children get sexualized. I'll say it again, regardless of what the intention of the film was, they missed the mark because what ended up happening is they sexualized the child actresses. That is a problem. Full stop. Even if the message was supposed to be the opposite, they still ended up contributing to the very problem they were speaking out against.
I saw Cuties last night and it was pretty good. It's a pretty good movie. I went in ready to hate like everybody else. I saw the cover and I got clickbaited. So did you. You got clickbaited. The thing about Cuties is it's not an unrealistic film. Like, yes, it shows children in a sexual way, but this is not unusual now. And the people who are really mad about this aren't Gen Z.
Imagine claiming children in sexual positions is clickbait. Yikes. That's rough. You admit that the children were sexualized. That is bad. Okay? That means the movie failed in its mission. I don't know what you don't get about that. But regardless, I'm not here to just keep hammering home the same points. Another thing that I talked about for a reason I don't respect him is because he battles with his own sexuality. He is very public about how he used to go to these swinger parties, I think he says 4 in total over the course of like 2 weeks, where he watched his girlfriend get fucked by other men. Even telling the story of how he was literally in the bed watching his girl get fucked by a different man, moaning intensely, and it was traumatizing. Yet he recommends that everyone should try it at some point for some reason.
Because this was, imagine seeing the girl you love, like,
get fucked.
You love her? Yeah, I do. I love her. I was about to say I love this bitch. I'm like, no, let me not say that. I love my wifey, my queen.
And you allowed the love of your life to get fucked by another man.
What happened to the other three?
I'm crazy. The first time, as soon as I saw it, like 3 pumps in, I just got up and walked out. I'm just like, I can't do that. Like, feeling traumatic thoughts, like seeing her with another person. It's a lot. But I think it's something everybody should do just to test. You know what?
So my point with this was, why is this the guy that's lecturing everyone on their relationships, shitting on people's relationships, when he himself is in one that makes him very upset and he can't come to terms with it? Now, if he's open about being a cuck and happy and proud to be a cuck, that's fine. But he's not. It makes him mad every single time. So why the fuck is this insecure guy the one that's the moral authority on healthy relationships all of a sudden? That was the point of me bringing up that clip. Now, that was basically the whole video. I summed it up real quick. All I pointed out is I don't respect his opinion because he defends a movie I consider to be child porn. I think any film or any production that has real children being sexualized should be classified as child porn. That's how I view it. Maybe your definition's different, but that's how I personally view that kind of content. So him defending that was beyond reprehensible to me. And him being very public with his cuckoldry and how scarring it has been, it should be a lesson and an example that he himself is not great when it comes to relationships and all these things. And I posted that and it made him extremely upset and he hasn't stopped fucking crying about it for 3 months. So, fast forward to 2 days ago. I was streaming a Moist Esports tournament and I went up to go to the bathroom. I had to take a shit. It was a double flusher. So I was on the toilet for quite some time and I saw a Sneako post that he's posted quite a few times now and I thought, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not doing anything else right now on the porcelain throne. I'll play in the pig pen. So I did. For 3 months now, Sneako's had this adorable little collage that he made that looks like it's straight out of a 16-year-old girl's diary with pictures of boys from her class that she doesn't like. all about people that have hurt his feelings. This is his wall of shame for people that have insulted him online. What's even sadder about it is he purposely leaves out people that he's afraid of. So Turkey Tom, for example, made a whole video talking about Sneako and how pathetic he is, and Sneako tried to talk a big game to him, even challenged him to a debate, which Turkey Tom accepted with jubilation. He was ecstatic. And then Sneako kept ducking him, ghosting him. So he leaves Turkey Tom off of this list because he's afraid to actually talk to him. And he also leaves off quite a few other people, but the most notable other one that is comical for the absence is Brandon Buckingham. Brandon Buckingham is an internet content creator that Sneako lied about for a long time, and they had a lot of beef, and Brandon Buckingham actually challenged him to a fight. And Sneako is very fearful of him. We'll get into that more in depth in a moment, but I just need to set the stage a little bit here with this collage. So after seeing this for the 100th time in the last 3 months, I finally just said, holy shit, you pathetic, sensitive, soy little worm. I made fun of you for watching your girlfriend get fucked by numerous other men and also insulted you for defending child porn. That's not cancellation. That's just spitting on you for being a pitiful, sad cuck. And this puppy really blew up on Twitter in a big way. Now, I will say it again. What I did, and what I am doing right now, is not canceling you, Sneako. I am insulting you. I am making fun of you. Something that you were supposed to be a huge proponent of, right? Wasn't like one of your big things like bullying needs to be brought back. So now that I'm making fun of you, what, all of a sudden now it's off limits, now it's canceling? You have become the SJWs that you criticize so much. I don't know how you don't realize that. We continue. He says, you know in your soul you would never say that to my face. To which I respond, you literally have a collage of people that hurt your feelings on the internet. You haven't stopped whining about me for months now, you goofy NPC. Even if you beat my ass in a fight, it doesn't change the truth. You're still a cuck who also defends child porn. I think this is important to talk about, and I just talked about it recently. When you are getting your feelings hurt and your immediate response isn't to fire back with insults, jokes, whatever, it's to challenge someone to a fight, you've taken a huge L. You've shown that the person has got under your skin, and the only thing you can resort to is a caveman brain of, I'll beat you in a fight. Sneako, you beating me in a fight doesn't unfuck your girlfriend from the numerous men that had sex with her in front of you. It doesn't do anything. Everything I've said still stands. Nothing changes. It doesn't even salvage your ego. All it is a pathetic fucking attempt at attention. And I don't think you believe half the things you talk about. I really think Sneako just panders as much as possible. He himself doesn't even stand by the things he talks about. I really don't think he has any beliefs of his own. He just echoes what he thinks is going to get him the biggest audience / the most money. That's what I think. So this puffing out his chest of challenging me to a fight is clearly attention. That's what it feels like. Because you don't have the same energy for Brandon Buckingham. Brandon Buckingham is more than willing to fight you any day of the week. But with him, you don't want to do that. For some reason. Why? Do you not stand by your beliefs when it comes to Brandon Buckingham? He has said all the same things about you that I am saying about you. So why is he exempt? Why don't you want to fight him? That's so weird. This is what you said about Brandon Buckingham and fighting him.
And then finally, when Brandon Buckingham is down to meet Sneako, he's there to box him. They're both similar sizes. Sneako would now rather just sit at home and tell jokes behind his computer.
I'd rather sit at home and yell at a camera, tell jokes than, risk my manhood falling flat for Brandon Buckingham, if I lose the fight.
So now it's suddenly cool to just stay at home and keep it all online.
The full video here from Willie Mac is an absolute masterpiece on laying out every pathetic thing that Sneako has ever done, said, or everything ever. So I highly recommend checking it out. I'll put a link to it in the description. It's a banger. So, as you can see, the people he's confident in fighting are ones that he feels confident he'd win against. I'm 5'6", I think he's 6'1", so the height advantage he feels very confident with. And he has every reason to. He would probably beat me in a fight. But like I said, that doesn't change anything. Everything I've said is still true. You are a cuck, self-admitted, and you have defended cuties publicly, which, by more than just me, by many, is considered child porn. You're pathetic. Beating me in a fight doesn't change any of those facts. I've also been super vocal about how I don't want to fight. Like, I'm not afraid to say, I don't want to get hit in the head, right? I'm afraid of taking headshots. It's probably a super normal fear to have, so I'm averse to going into a boxing match, especially one that's just a clout-driven spectacle like this. That'd be completely fucking worthless. And I've been super open about that, which I'm sure you know since you keep saying that you've watched my content, so you probably know that I was never going to accept a fight in the first place. Especially since you're, significantly taller than me, right? It wouldn't make any sense. And even though you would probably beat me in a fight, you're certainly not beating me in like an aesthetic physique competition, because goddamn, I blow your ass out of the water. Look at this fucking anime character physique I'm rocking. Meanwhile, you're over here with that Abercrombie and Fitch from 1998. Now, in Sneako's credit, he did start going to the gym recently. Maybe I inspired him, and you know what? That's great. I'm glad I could have a positive impact on your life like that, Sneako. Getting into the gym is a fantastic thing, and you're gonna feel so much better. And I know you'll start seeing results soon as long as you keep at it. And then finally, our last exchange goes very similarly to the others. You're not special from the other 10 soy boys who say the same thing. If you got a problem, stop talking on the internet. Let's solve it. So I said, got your Discord still working on responses? Brother, I have no problem. You started it and I made fun of you in return. You're upset about publicly admitting to cuckoldry and get mad at me for bringing it up. You should be mad at yourself instead. Have some self-reflection. Which it's true. I don't have a problem. You literally started it, Sneako, and you even asked your audience to let me know everything you said and send me your clips. You actually asked for a response, and then got super upset when my response was a little too mean to your feelings. How is that not the ultimate cuckoldry? Like, even more so than your girl getting clapped by 1,000 men. How? Like, how can you, with a straight face, still call other people soy boys? I'm not kidding, I really didn't want to keep talking about you, but you won't stop talking and crying about me. It's sad. I understand you have a humiliation fetish, so hopefully this whole thing has helped you orgasm one more time from all of it. I don't think it's fun dunking on you, Sneako. I don't. And I'm certainly not canceling you. But you keep doing this. So you forced my hand to make fun of you again. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. Crime Boss Rockhay City just came out and it's absolutely atrocious. Let me take a peek. Oh! Wait! This is the... Oh! This was that one that they tried to like hype up real hard because they had all of the celebrities attached to it. What's going on? Did it fail to launch or what's happening? It says it's running. Where's it at? How do I get past the first boss encounter here, Dankin? The game is not working for me.
Stop moving! One civilian restrained. Zip-tied hostages.
Don't be a hero, buddy. In fact, follow me. Follow me. Too slow.
Eliminating civilians raises heat and reduces leverage.
It's all going according to plan. God, I love it when a plan comes together.
Doors can be locked with stealth. Some of you have better skills with the locks. Others may find it more difficult.
Pardon me, criminals. Had a bit of a sneeze there.
Your location. I hear you, Van Bull.
Good work, Team A. XA. I like what I saw. What a squad. What a squad. I didn't get a whole lot of a narrative there. So where's Chuck Norris, Danny Trejo, fucking Bob Dylan? I don't even remember who else is in this. Crazy cast. Where they at?
See, battle the king of Rockhay meant going toe to toe with the baddest ass kicker on the planet.
Let's end it here today.
That would be Sheriff.
Very inspired performance.
We end this.
Yeah.
Charge.
Let's end this today. Time to end it.
I'm sorry. The whole bank is up in smoke. And a fucking chunk of money.
Oh, whoa, there's a huge sway here. Oh my god.
Fuck you.
No, Vamp! Or Vamp!
Not soon enough.
Oh! I swear to God, I really hope I don't have to do that again. I should have just went right to the thing instead of trying to clean it.
You're being attacked? By whom? Rappers?
Don't you lose my candy, god damn it.
Alright, let's go protect it. This is my chocolate factory, Mr. Bucket. Get the fuck out of here.
Let's go get the gobstoppers back.
Got one down.
Oh God!
I'ma fix
Mac.
you up.
And those look like paintballs.
Yo, Carlos. Woo, looking fly, son. Baker's
Vanilla Ice! What's up?
Fun. Stay off the candy.
Ninja Turtle rap, am I right?
Be nice to the talent, man. Yo.
What's it gonna be?
Get down!
Now, just how big
That didn't work.
should we send? There they are. Yellow's
Oh,
fruity
shit.
Cheetos.
They're here.
Show no mercy. You need to
They weren't ready for that.
We got time.
They were hard to
Fucking use
intimidate.
it.
I thought this was my friend.
Holy hell, that was crazy shit.
Oh, that was just a construction worker. I'm so sorry, brother. Why wouldn't you run away once the shooting starts? Man, I've killed more construction workers already than forklifts. God damn.
That's it.
Get the fucking bags packed. You boys won't be needing any of this, will ya?
Spider, hurry up.
Time to leave. Do not risk taking fire.
We're good here.
Oh.
Are you certain? The escape vehicle will be arriving shortly.
Run your fucking asses off.
Okay, I'm full. Oh, come on, Spider. What? Did I hurt my leg? Why am I, like, limping to the left?
So close.
Please stop this. Can I pick this up? Nope.
Fuck!
Half the bags are in. That makes half a nominal success. I hope
Wow,
it
that was
proves
easy.
to be lucrative.
This must be one of those missions that you complete in less than a minute. Man, they put all of their budget behind voice acting and nothing else, it seems.
Baker snatched his blues back?
And it's not even voice acting, really. They just grabbed random celebrities they probably found on Cameo.
Yellow man, that's my bad.
Fucking Vanilla Ice.
With that.
Oh, with that, the King's Party's gonna be off the hook.
Shut it, bitch.
From now on, when Baker makes $1, however or wherever, I'm gonna take it from him. Word to your mother.
And our yellows.
Oh.
Duh. You gotta push them pills harder, dog.
For this? Or do you think the studio reached out to them and begged and then paid? Like, I can't imagine a world where Michael Rooker, like, auditioned. Like, I really want this role.
All got pancaked.
Right. Your favorite.
Wait until you hear Michael Rooker's lines. They're so fucking bad, and they kept retakes in the game at times.
Was he not at the party?
I'm excited.
Took off.
Okay, I love all of these perks. It's just, here's a damage percentage boost, here's a health percent boost, and here's, you take less damage. Awesome. Well, we'll just do this, I guess.
Alright, let's see what's on the menu.
This is Captain Touchdown.
Aw, Baker! You old devil, you. You in town?
Yeah. Setting up
He's
shop.
even holding a football.
Good. You didn't die at a party last night, then. Uh-huh.
Yeah, about that. I need a captain.
Huh?
Major League.
Mm-mm.
What the
Two
fuck?
conditions. 1. I run the field. The playbook is mine.
Classic Captain Touchdown.
You're the coach. What's the second?
Don't steal my tail, Hanson.
That was years and many mistakes ago.
Cool, brother. Water under the bridge. Hmm?
Ah, well, I'll come pick you up.
Yeah, cool. I'm down at the docks.
See you soon, pal.
This must have been such a relaxed environment for the real actors here. Like, they probably were a little afraid to have them do mini retakes, so they probably just like, hey, come on into the studio. Oh, you were actually trying? Okay, that's fine. We can put it in the game. It's okay. That's, you don't have to. Yeah, don't worry. You don't have to redo it. We wouldn't want to inconvenience you with good takes. Thanks to Prime X-Man. Jesus. All right, Captain Touchdown. Here I come.
Let's knock them on their asses. Touchdown's doing most of the shooting.
They just recorded a table read. Oh, these are absolutely first takes for half of this shit, 100%. I really think they just didn't want to, like, inconvenience the celebrities.
Reassess. Jesus.
The authorities will certainly be on their way now. Pick up the pace.
Fuck off!
Captain, touchdown, I'm coming! Be careful! Captain! They're running a blitz!
How you been,
Oh my
bud?
god!
How's the game?
Ah, Baker! Good to see you, bud.
Good to see you too,
Been a
touchdown.
long time. Not too shabby. Why not? Chico's gearing up for the war.
Yeah, let's hit him with the flea flicker. Let's go, Captain, touchdown.
Cut costs, I guess. Shit, buddy, I never fucking left.
Oh, that was a whole mission. Oh, nice. Awesome. Welcome to the squad, Captain Touchdown.
Leave a big mark.
Better start practicing your end zone dance, cause we're gonna be there often.
I want them shaking in their boots.
See you in the end zone, mofo.
Man, this feels awesome. Alright, let's get in the end zone and put his ass in his ass. Hoorah, let's go, Captain Touchdown. Whee! Oh, that was a brick. I thought it was a grenade.
We knock them on their asses all the time.
I'm gonna throw more bricks, because I just don't care. Yeah! Hold on, reloading brick. I don't think you can pick them up. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright. Take his captain ass down to Pound Town. What?
You know why we won? Because we're the better fucking team.
Was this the whole thing? We didn't even win. I'm looking at another one right now. We're having a standoff. We may have won the battle, but not the war. I'm still looking at them.
Already mine.
What is this? This is actually like a mobile game.
All right.
All right? Meaning...
We'll take back the fort. Let's ride.
This is something special. This is like shockingly bad. As in, like, why did they even bother publishing it? I don't need 10 soldiers, I just need 1. I can't bring that down. Unlucky. It's gonna cost me 16 grand just to attack the turf. I'll do it solo. What the fuck, man?
Get angry, get mean, let's go.
Alright, alright.
Frozen pussies on the road up ahead.
What? Watch out for frozen pussies. What is that even? Why would there be frozen vagina? That doesn't even make sense. Or rather, why would these guys be frozen to begin with? It's not like... Oh, wow. I wasn't looking at my health. It's not like it's cold out or anything. Oh, shit!
And that's how it's done, yo. I'm damn proud of
Oh, that's my friend. That's my friend. Well, attacking a territory is legitimately only like a 5-second thing. So, I can just keep doing that. Here, I'll hire some soldiers, whatever. And I'll just keep attacking these fucking territories, I guess. Oh, I have bricks again. Yep! Oh, okay. I really want to hit someone with a brick. Maybe I can hit their leader with a brick. What a tremendous dodge.
Kick that ass and take a name.
I won.
Tremendous effort, y'all. Hold your heads high.
I probably shouldn't kill them because I think they joined me. There's a turret right there and nobody used it. They didn't even bother setting up on the turret. I'll grab Blazer. Who is this? Oh, this is Spider. He just looks like a high school kid. How do I assassinate you? Okay, luckily his eyes were closed. Bagging the body.
We are fortunate that went unnoticed.
Wow, he fits in that? Oh, I must have dismembered him. Holy shit. Can I let him out? I want to see how he unfolds. I wonder, do his officer buddies do anything? If I throw this at him? Pardon? Oh. Oh shit! Yep, help! Yep.
With the alarm comes law enforcement.
There's something in my eye.
Authorities en route to your location.
Swapping mags.
Swapping mags? I'm using a revolver. Oh, Jesus, they hit me. Oh, God, oh my lord, watch out, Blazer. Traveled through space and time there for a moment.
Make it fucking fast.
Grab the radios, the headsets, and the Walkmans, quick.
That's good, we're done.
This is a huge haul.
Are you certain? The escape vehicle will be arriving shortly.
Hightail it straight for the vehicle.
Yeah, we gotta get the fuck out of here, quick. Precious cargo. Did you grab the VCR players, Roller? Oh, goodness.
Let's fucking roll, man.
Okay, I really thought he would stop. Asshole.
Good work. We got it.
Roller, what are you doing? Oh, fuck. Roller! She's sightseeing! Get to the touchdown! What am I doing here? Oh.
We need it all. Bag it. Hurry the fuck up.
Are you certain? The vehicle is close to the new extraction point.
That's all I need is like 4 diamonds? Doesn't even really seem worth the time.
I hope it proves to be lucrative.
Why is this game even released? Damn it. I have yet to hit a single rock. Or brick, for that matter. Got him! That should just insta-kill if you hit that rock. Each round is like 30 seconds, if that. Alright, I want this... Oh my god. I need more territories.
Do not eliminate the guards. It will suffice to restrain them. Oh. Well, that was foolish and costly.
Nice
Why?
work, dummy.
Nope, nobody saw me do that. I also just didn't think that would kill. All I did was slap his ass. What are you looking at? Get out of here. You know, get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Idiot.
You want the easy way or fucking up?
It really is crazy how short these missions are. Go to the zone, pick up 3 diamonds, and leave. Go to the zone, kill 2 enemies, and go home. To be fair, this is probably early game shit heists. Bro, this game is $30. This is the game.
But first, medical attention.
Missions for TikTok users. True. These are very bite-sized. Like actual 30-second fucking missions. It's crazy. It is actually crazy. This week, Rick and Morty fans got jump scared with some of the worst news they've received since the Szechuan sauce riots of 2017. God rest all those lost souls. with some very serious troubling news that broke about Justin Roiland. He was arrested on felony domestic violence charges as well as a false imprisonment charge for an incident that took place in 2020. Now, much like everyone else, I was very surprised by this news. I think most people were shocked. This isn't a situation where there was a lot of people wiggling a finger saying, "I told you so, you should have listened to us." This was something that caught most people off guard. These are serious charges he's facing, and a lot of people, myself included, were also confused on what a false imprisonment charge is in this situation, because I think most of us assumed that was something that only a law enforcement officer or someone in that position could be charged with, so I had to look it up myself. And to be fair, you have to have a pretty high IQ to understand false imprisonment charges, so in this case, he's being charged with false imprisonment by way of menace, violence, fraud, and or deceit, which bumps this from a misdemeanor up to a felony. It levels up the charge here. It goes plus ultra, and it basically boils down to keeping someone against their will by intimidating them, scaring them, threatening them, what have you. So it's a very serious thing. That's not some like joke charge by any means. And of course, the domestic violence charge is the one that catches most people's eye because that is just fucked up. Especially because it's a domestic battery with corporal injury. Now, the victim here is an anonymous person who is remaining a Jane Doe for this case. A lot of the details of this case are being kept private and won't be released to the public. But basically, it was someone that Justin Roiland was dating at the time, and this incident occurred in 2020. He pled not guilty to the charges, also posted a $50,000 bail, and this has been an ongoing legal battle ever since. He's gone to very many hearings about this. He recently went to a pre-trial. The trial date hasn't been set yet, but this is a very serious case which carries real jail time, should he be found guilty on all of these charges. Now, Justin did plead not guilty, and his legal team seems very confident, stating, "It's hard to overstate how inaccurate the recent media coverage of this situation has been. To be clear, not only is Justin innocent, but we also have every expectation that this matter is on course to be dismissed once the district attorney's office has completed its methodical review of the evidence. We look forward to clearing Justin's name and helping him move forward as swiftly as possible." So they seem to believe that this will just be dismissed pretty soon. I am a little confused on what inaccuracies they're talking about when people are just saying like, hey, this is going on at the moment, which is kind of provable, right? Like, he did get charged with these things, he just hasn't been found guilty of them. I'm all for shitting on journalists and the media coverage of things. They can gargle the dirtiest part of my butthole, but in this case, they're kind of just stating like, this is an ongoing thing, which it is, which you're also confirming. So I don't exactly know what specific inaccuracies is being referred to here, but it is important to note that he has not been found guilty on these charges or anything like that at the moment. This was actually just the first of many dominoes to fall in a very bad week for Justin Roiland and for just general fans of his work. A lot of news was breaking about Justin Roiland having a pretty predatory past in terms of how he talks to fans through DMs and shit. None of the text messages and DMs that have been leaking have been completely confirmed as real or verified as of the moment, so I won't really bother showing them. They are turbo cringe, and I, again, don't know if they're real or not, but they're out there. There's a lot of them as well. But one thing that is confirmed is that his game studio, Squanch Games, did actually have to settle a sexual harassment lawsuit back in 2019. No, that's news to me. Justin Roiland had some more shit come out today. Uh-oh. That's no good. He's gonna need a Mr. Meeseeks out there ASAP to do some damage control. Also, it just came out that Squanch Games was sued in 2018 for sexual harassment, discrimination, and wrongful termination. Goodness gracious, jeez, Rick. Oh, yeah. Justin Roiland's Squanch Games quietly settled a sexual harassment lawsuit in 2019. Oh boy, Rick. Sounds like things were getting a little too swifty over at Squanch Games. That's no good. Yeah, they glorbed right out of the trick hole on that one, huh? Jesus Christ. All of this coming out all at once with Justin Roiland. The floodgates are fully opened. Overall, the whole situation's extremely sad. Even if you don't like Justin Roiland, this isn't something to celebrate. This isn't something that anyone should want to see. Because if he's found guilty on these charges, that means there was a very real victim who suffered greatly. and that's horrible. Now, I'm not a huge Justin Roiland fan these days. I don't dislike Rick and Morty. I haven't watched it in a couple years, but I always enjoyed it. I just haven't really felt like watching it recently. But I didn't like High on Life. I dropped it after a few hours. The writing just became an actual headache. And I'm no fan of fourth wall breaking. I don't find it extremely comedic. So when you like press pause in the beginning of the game and then you unpause and it's like, you just paused the game? You just paused the game during a firefight? Are you dumb? How could you just pause the game? You just paused the game during this gunfight? Oh man, we got a real stupid guy here because you just paused the game during a firefight because you weren't thinking, pausing the game. I can't believe you paused the game. Just droning on and on and on. I couldn't deal with it. So I didn't really like High on Life, but I did like Rick and Morty. And I'd say on the whole, I was pretty tired of that just over-explaining every single joke, stuttering on every single joke. It very much wore off on me, and I stopped enjoying the shtick. So even still, as someone who's not the biggest fan of his recent works, I don't want him to have been someone that beat and falsely imprisoned the person that they were dating. And if he did do that, I'm hoping the victim gets the help they need to get through this situation, because that shit is traumatic, I imagine. So I'm wishing them the absolute best. It would be a disservice and downright criminal of me not to mention the memes that have spawned from this whole situation. With so many people being pretty tired and exhausted of Justin Roiland's style of writing, as well as High on Life being extremely divisive, people have taken the opportunity to just go hog wild, making jokes about all of this. You know, referencing Pickle Rick, talking about how this is the wrong Justin Roiland. The Justin Roiland that's, you know, being talked about with this domestic violence charge is actually Justin Roiland of Universe C-137. That's Felon Roiland. Shit like that. Just a non-stop waterfall of memes. A lot of people have wondered if he is found guilty, what it means for the future of Rick and Morty. It's such a cash cow. A lot of people, like myself, think that they'd probably try and continue it without him, but then it would just slowly whittle away and die. Just slowly ferment and rot. Because not only is he the main voice actor for Rick and Morty, he is also a writer on it. So if he is found guilty, I don't know how you replace him. The show's quality would be in the shitter and it'd fall off really hard. But I do think they would try and continue it without him, but it wouldn't be successful. That would be my thought if he's found guilty here. But of course, the main thing to focus on isn't necessarily the future of Rick and Morty. It's on whether or not someone was truly beaten and falsely imprisoned by this guy, because that is absolutely fucking horrible. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of go over this situation a little bit here, since it's one I've been glued to for the last few days to see any new developments and what's going on with the whole thing. It's a pretty sad set of circumstances overall, and yeah, just wanted to talk about it a bit. That's it. See ya. I've been called many things in my life, but no one's ever called me a coward. I'm just kidding. That's like the main thing I get called, that and short. I'm afraid of flying, cockroaches, one-day-old expired food, high fructose corn syrup, my own shadow. We could go on for hours here going through my list of fears. But you know one thing I've never been afraid of? Making history. And that's exactly what's happening right now. I'm going to give you a little State of the Moist address here, which is honestly more important than the State of the Union, I would argue. I just want to go over everything that's currently happening with Moist Esports, because a lot is going on right now. I'm sure all of you have seen some of the biggest organizations in esports are all struggling financially. A lot of them are pulling out of big games. Other massive orgs are firing the majority of their employees, letting go of teams. Entire organizations dissolving almost overnight. It's just been this absolute septic tank explosion of shit where all at once all of these major organizations are realizing that esports is a terrible business for making money, and they can't sustain themselves any longer. But you know what this means to me? It means it's time to push even harder into esports. While everyone's running away from the volcanic eruption, I'm running towards it, baby, with a spear in my hand and fire in my soul. So that's why I'm happy to announce, and you may have already seen this on Twitter, Moist Esports is officially entering into the Valorant scene. Ludwig is a co-owner of Moist Esports. I already talked about that. We made a really fucking amazing announcement for that. And the first big move we're doing together is combining Mogul Moves with Moist Esports and created Moist Moguls, which is our Valorant team. I'll go ahead and play you our hype video for it.
QB.
Our first game is actually today, so Ludwig will be watch partying it on YouTube, I'll be watch partying it on Twitch. It starts about 5 hours from the time this video goes live, so definitely tune in. Now, this is something we're extremely excited about. It's something that we've been cooking up for quite some time. And man, the timing of this announcement is amazing. With so many orgs making these grand departures and these huge financial statements about how nothing in esports is profitable, all of which is true, we're still here pumping our fist, celebrating. We're sitting at the table with our party poppers, our party hats, and a birthday cake, and we're just happy to be here. Obviously, we haven't cracked the code either. We're losing tons and tons of money a month. And god damn it, I'm excited to say that number is only going to continue to climb now that we have a Valorant roster, one of the most expensive esports to be in. But together with Ludwig's power and his willingness to also just burn money forever, we've got a strong roster. Our team is the former Breakthrough roster, and I think we've got a shot to be the best in the world. I'm just going to fucking say it, baby, with my whole chest. I really believe in these boys, and I'm super excited to watch party all of their matches. And I just really wanted to get all of this out here in a YouTube video as opposed to just on Twitter, and then talk a bit deeper about more things Moist Esports related moving forward, because this isn't the only big thing that's been going on. We do have one more announcement that we're keeping a secret for at least another week or so that I think is going to be just as hype. So stay tuned to the Moist Esports Twitter to get that information, that hot drop the second it's off the press. That shit's going to be fucking amazing. And for those that didn't know, I'd also like to share that Moist Esports has already won our first major of the year. Our very own Light just came in first place at Level Up Expo for Smash Ultimate in a triumphant fashion. I'll go ahead and show you the highlights from the grand finals in just a moment. He had to win 6 games to do it instead of 3 because he went to loser's bracket right before. So then he made it a little more climactic for the storyline, which I appreciate, made the content pop off even harder. Doing these watch parties for our teams have just been incredible. It's some of the most fun I have streaming, just going absolutely hog wild cheering for the squads, and just seeing them succeed is amazing. And I can't wait to watch the Moist Mogul Valorant squad pop off. Yeah, I'm just super excited about all of it. Hope all of you are as well. I'll go ahead and pull up the grand finals highlights with Light vs Tweak from Level Up Expo. Alright, come on, Light. Let's go, baby. Let's make a crazy W here. 6 wins, first place. Sounds great to me. Just keep fucking him.
I'm loving like the games he was playing.
Nice. That didn't kill?
I'm surprised he lived, but
very surprised.
I want to say I doubt he'll bring it back, but what do I know? These two are so insane. And then back here for insurance.
Oh, okay. I don't exactly understand how all of that hocus pocus took place, but I'm happy with the result anyway. 5 more W's, please.
Him just jumping by the ledge like that.
Come on, Light. Come on, Light. Come on, baby.
Oh!
Nice. Okay.
Okay.
4 more W's, please. Let's go, Light.
Oh my lord.
Oh, baby. Good. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Let's get this last stock out. Come on, Light. Let's put that last stock away here.
Actually crazy.
Light just understands. He just understands.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Insane gameplay right here from Light, who would throw a little extra damage here and darken him a bit.
Good parry. All right. Bracket reset.
Parry up.
Now 3 more, Light. 3 more W's.
Parries, man. His defense is on deck.
Beautifully done. He's
8 now.
Huge. Let's get huge.
Scary, man.
Come on, Light. Come on, Light. Nice.
Edge,
nice.
A quick F smash.
Nice.
Oh,
the up tilt.
Oh, God.
Wow.
Excellent. 2 more W's, please.
The awareness you need to have to know he's going to go for that.
2 more W's. Let's go, Light. Beautiful. No. Oh, good. Up tilt.
Oh, he did a tech roll
Nice.
towards the ledge that time, but still the backer
Come on now,
coming
let's go,
in
Light.
from Light.
Okay, screw on the top right there. And
Nice.
Yeah.
One more W. One more W, Light. Let's get it, please. Oh, just one more W, Light. One more W. Let's go, Light.
Light off the ledge.
Come on, let's go. His shield's low. He can't hold shield now. Good jabs.
Some damage.
Oh! Oh!
No way!
What in the?
Let's go, Light. One more stock. One more stock. One more stock. One more stock. Come on, Light.
GG.
Please, Light. One more stock. That was so fucking pretty.
Perfect angle to knock him off the barrel. Are you
Come on, Light.
kidding me?
One more stock. One more stock. One more stock. Get this last stock out. Come on, Light.
Trade, but my God, full rage.
Come on, Light.
Stocks, and that might be it, guys.
He's
Come on.
I mean, good DI for sure. I thought full
Nice.
box was going to send that. Oh, okay, Monkey. I thought he got the back air there, but the Monkey flips is on the
Come on,
way.
Light. Come on.
Still fighting for his life here. Finds his back
All right,
air.
please, Light. Just last stock here. It's the last stock. Just get this last stock out. Just one more stock here, Light.
It's
Good
so
grab.
difficult now. Light knows he's one good back air, one good up smash read away from closing out
Please,
this whole
Light.
tournament.
Oh my
But
goodness,
Tweaks
no way!
combos
No,
when-
oh, he wanted to go for a down.
Nice. Good illusion.
I know Charlie's sitting on the edge of his seat right now.
She's right. I am. Please, Light.
Oh my! But he ain't
Let's go.
recovered.
Let's
Your
fucking
number
go.
one champion, Light.
Huge.
Yes, man. Yeah,
Holy shit. What the fuck?
Had to get to a game.
That was pure flow state.
Won the second set.
Woo! Got him with the old backdoor reach around through loser's bracket. That is a nice dubski.
The sigh of relief, the pop off. And
Let me see that trophy. That's going on the
to
shelf.
highlight his feats here at level.
What's that made out of? Diamonds? Hey, 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 be careful slapping that.
For the world to see.
Fucking huge.
First
Woo!
Major win of the year for him.
There are a handful of YouTubers that are currently being sued for $1 billion in a class action lawsuit right now due to them promoting FTX. I don't need to read you the bedtime story of the FTX collapse and disaster. In a very quick and dirty nutshell, it was a very, very large cryptocurrency exchange. You may have even seen the commercial with Larry David where it was, "Don't be like Larry. Crypto's coming and you don't want to miss it, so hop on board, choo-choo, this shit's going right to the moon," that kind of thing. It was this big hype train that seemed to have no end until it ended. The whole thing went tits up, completely collapsed, and was worth less than the gum stuck under your school desk. It was revealed to be fundamentally just a giant scam, and the person behind it, Sam Bankman-Fried, this weaselly goblin homunculus, was basically just a big fraudster, the puppet master behind this whole thing. And so the train derailed, and instead of spilling vinyl chloride, it spilt dust, because there was no money in there at all. So many people lost so much, it was a complete catastrophe, and since the days of its crumbling, a lot has happened. Not just with the people on the inside like Sam Bankman-Fried, but even the people who were loosely connected to it, like brand ambassadors, for example. They've already put Tom Brady, for instance, in the crosshairs. Tom Brady was a big FTX shill, as were quite a few other celebrities, but one of them I'd like to make special note of is Shaq. According to numerous sources, Shaq is currently trying to be issued a lawsuit for his involvement with FTX, but is hiding from them in his own home. So it's just almost kind of comical to think about Shaq hiding from the FTX lawsuit, like real Looney Tunes style, like he's, you know, crouching behind his bar in his home or something while the guy's trying to deliver paperwork to him, but he can't find him, like a mission out of fucking Splinter Cell or something. It's a wild situation. A ton of A-list celebrities are being sued because of all of this, and now it extends to more than just the A-list Hollywood celebrities and sports stars. It's extending to the YouTubers as well, which brings us to today's topic. There is a handful of YouTubers who are getting slapped with a $1 billion lawsuit for their involvement in the promotion of FTX. 1 billion clams. 1 billion sweet, precious doubloons are at stake now for these YouTubers. And CoffeeZilla just posted a video going over all of it in great detail, so I'll put a link to that in the description.
I just want to kind of give you the nitty-gritty of it and kind of get into what's going on and really what it means. Now, you might have had a little twinkle in your eye when you noticed a few of those names were familiar to you, and that's totally natural because these are huge channels on YouTube. They have millions of subscribers, and all of them are financial channels. Their content is always centered around big schmeckles. The topics are money, making money, advice, following trends, crypto, the whole kit and caboodle. And speaking of recognizing names on the list, I don't know if you caught it, but we actually have a cameo from a supervillain we may have seen in the past. BitBoy Crypto, Bin. Bin is named in this lawsuit. BitBoy Crypto is someone I've made 2 videos on now. The first was when he sued a YouTuber who was making jokes about him, and the second time was when he called a completely random woman a child molester because the woman was calling him out on promoting dog shit crypto. So, I'm not the biggest fan of BitBoy Crypto. So seeing his name in there kind of gave me little butterflies in my tummy. I had a little smile like, oh wow, how the tables have turned, because usually BitBoy Crypto is the one administering these lawsuits, which is a joke Coffeezilla also made in his video, because it's just an easy dunk. BitBoy Crypto is very loosey-goosey with frivolous lawsuits, and now he's being named in a big lawsuit. It's poetic to a certain extent. But I'm going to have to go to bat for him, because BitBoy Crypto, as pointed out by Coffeezilla, was actually one of the very few financial channels who started calling out FTX before they even collapsed. I know, I couldn't believe it when I heard that either. I didn't think I was even in reality anymore. I thought I got trapped in a Naruto Genjutsu. The odds of BitBoy Crypto offering good advice are incalculably low. It's almost impossible. It's like almost as impossible as fucking Netflix's Big Mouth telling a good joke. BitBoy Crypto's entire career is built upon offering the worst crypto investment advice into these absolute dogshit moonshot coins that almost always lose his audience money. And yet, in this specific case, he fucking nailed it. He got it right. According to Coffeezilla and his research, Bin had actually made a handful of videos letting people know that they need to get out of FTX immediately. That it's toxic, it's bad, and shit's not looking good, it's evil, this and that. And he was absolutely right. I mean, even a broken clock is right twice a day, as they say. And Bin absolutely hit the nail on the head. He pinned the tail right on that donkey. He was telling people like a month before the collapse even happened that they need to pull out now. And still, he gets named in the lawsuit here. As you can imagine, a lawsuit like this is a reputational stain for all of these YouTubers because people look to them for financial advice. And now their credibility has been fucking slammed. It's been slapped by this because they were shilling a fucking scam, basically, that lost a ton of people money. The big issue is they weren't just talking about FTX positively because they wanted to talk about FTX organically. A lot of them were being sponsored to talk about FTX and promote it. In fact, some of them even had a podcast that was sponsored by FTX. It's now been deleted, of course. They buried that as far into the soil as they could. But they were being paid to shill FTX, which, of course, gave FTX access to even more victims. It brought more people to the slaughterhouse here and completely butchered their finances when FTX inevitably crashed. So now let's start eating the meat to get to the bone. It's targeting financial YouTubers. I think you can probably imagine why. Financial YouTubers are looked at as experts in this kind of subject matter. Promoting FTX gives the perception to the audience that they've done their due diligence. They're working on the assumption that this financial YouTuber is trusted source when it comes to this kind of information, so this product, which fits right in that wheelhouse, must be something legit and safe. Because this financial YouTuber is talking about it and feels comfortable enough promoting it, it's probably legit. They're viewed as experts, thus, when they're doing an FTX sponsorship, it makes it seem even more legit than if it was just some completely random goofball that has no knowledge whatsoever on anything like crypto. So that, to me, makes a lot of sense, but in Coffeezilla's video, he talks to a real lawyer, Legal Eagle. Legal Eagle is an amazing channel on YouTube that I can't recommend enough, and Legal Eagle weighs in and says that he actually views this as kind of a meritless lawsuit. I'll do my best to break it down very quickly, but keep in mind I'm also a fucking idiot. So the first thing that the lawsuit needs to be successful is it needs to connect the endorser to FTX itself. But the people that were endorsing it, I mean, they're not employees of FTX, they're not agents, they're not directors or anything like that. And oh my god, I got something in my eye. Fucking Sam Bankman-Fried shot a dust particle right in my eye. And then the second main component is they need to have the endorsers be liable, kind of like privy to what was happening at the behind the scenes of FTX, which Legal Eagle argues is kind of factually odd because even if they're endorsing FTX, it doesn't mean they understand what's going on the inside of the company. They're not necessarily going to be given information that isn't available to the public. They're not going to automatically know more than what's publicly accessible to everybody else. So he fundamentally says that it's not the strongest case and he doesn't think it's going to go anywhere, but it's going to be expensive for the YouTubers named in the suit to fight it. But regardless of whether or not the lawsuit itself is successful, the community of these channels is not super happy about this whole situation because a lot of them fell hook, line, and sinker into FTX because of their recommendations. In CoffeeZilla's video, he interviews one of the people here, and CoffeeZilla doesn't pull punches. I always very much appreciate that about his interviews. So here he does absolutely lay it down to get to the bottom of very important questions such as, are you going to give back the money you made from the sponsorships? And all of those things. And all of it's answered in CoffeeZilla's video. But one thing that's interesting about the person being interviewed here is that he puts the onus on the viewers that fell for it, not so much him. In fact, he makes it very clear that he doesn't feel responsible. He just feels bad that some of the people that lost all of their money for being irresponsible in their own personal way. He doesn't feel responsible for it, which I found very interesting. I agree with CoffeeZilla that the viewers look at channels like his and other financial YouTubers as experts in this field. So when they're recommending something like FTX, they assume due diligence has been done and that this is a trustworthy organization that they can put money into. And in the case of FTX, that couldn't have been further from the truth. Thus, their credibility now is completely in the shitter. And a lot of people lost a lot of money from this trusting these YouTubers, which is a big problem. And that's a point CoffeeZilla likes to make at the end of the video that I think is a very strong point. So overall, these YouTubers are being sued for $1 billion. It doesn't, from the sound of it, from the expert like Legal Eagle, it doesn't sound like they're actually going to lose a collective $1 billion from all of this unless some kind of crazy shit comes out. But regardless, it highlights a huge issue where they would promote this product without ever really bothering to look that deep into it, which isn't a problem that's exclusive to just these financial YouTubers. That extends to the broader platform of YouTube as a whole. And in fact, it's happened to me before as well. On the official podcast, we actually had a sponsorship slot for Robinhood. And even though Robinhood isn't like an outright scam or anything, at least not that I know of, they have done some unforgivably shady shit. And I still feel awful about that whole situation because they had like 5 slots on the podcast and I thought it was a good service, but I was kind of naive to think that. I am no Robinhood fan anymore after the multitude of scummy moves they've made. So it is something that has happened in other verticals of the platform, but in this case it is targeted directly at the financial YouTubers in the lawsuit, and it's a very interesting situation here that I'm going to keep my eye on to see how it all plays out. But anyway, just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's about it. See ya.